是。 Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me okay, we are on the hour. All right, so I'm going to pass over to Susan. I have a black screen here, but I'm going to gallery view. All right, Susan.
Yay! Yes? Everybody can hear me okay? Say in the chat that you can. We're golden. All right. David gave me 2 thumbs up. I love it. So everybody in the virtual world, just so you know, our Wi-Fi should be better today. So hopefully we'll all be better connected in the room with you than we were yesterday, just so you know that we had some Wi-Fi difficulties yesterday, but today should be better. I am going to ask that everybody in the virtual world, so we've got so far David, we've got Catherine, can you make sure you have a piece of paper? Doesn't have to be green like this one, but just a blank piece of paper. You can take notes on something else that you're going to have ready for the first activity. Okay. Okay. Catherine's ready. Anything that may be.
David's ready.
All right. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to continue on our get to know one another better, right? I'm going to put the camera on here. There we go. All right.
Fabulous.
Fantastic. So you've got your green piece of paper. Everybody in the room has their green piece of paper. Okay, Caitlin's got hers, right? What we're going to do is I'm going to ask a question, and we want to make sure everybody's on video in the room so that David and Catherine can see us, and then we can see Catherine and David so we can all know the answers to the quiz. I'm just kidding. Okay, so one moment, we're going to, it's okay. It's fine, Chad. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a question, you guys, and then if that applies to you, then you're going to raise your green sheet up or your piece of paper in the virtual room and just leave it there for a minute. We're going to look. What we're going to see is what we all have in common or what we have different. So they're really good ways to quickly get to know one another on some certain things. And then therefore later, when you guys are working in your groups, when you guys have your accountability groups, you're working today in your things, or just having conversations with one another, you will know a little bit more about each and every one of us through quick questions, but then everybody can just answer. So it's a way to, I call it almost like a quick, like speed dating kind of concept. All right, speed getting to know one another. So everybody have your piece of paper ready? Okay, if this applies to you, you're gonna raise your sheet of paper, leave it up so we can all see. Okay, how many, right, of you have been or are currently married? Okay, put your piece of paper up. Have been or are currently married. Okay, all right. Good to know. Okay, how many of you have at least one child? Okay, good to know. How many of you have at least 2 children? How many of you have at least 3 children? Fantastic. Look at that.
Oh, no,
Chad's got, how many of you have 4 children at least?
Wow.
Wow. How many of you have at least 5? Okay, both went down, right? So we have 4 is the toppers, 4 children. That's amazing. Good for you guys. Okay. How many of you went to college? Okay. How many of you use your degree from college today? Right? How many of you went through adversity versus university? Right? I love it. How many of you lived in at least 2 countries? Fascinating. Okay. You did it? Okay, Tanya's frozen, so she hasn't lived in 2 countries.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So is it self-fixing, Tanya? Okay, because I want to make sure that everyone's not misreading Tanya's answers.
I'm black now.
Got it, got it. Okay, how many of you, right, have pets today? Have at least 1 pet today? Okay. How many of you would consider yourself dog people over cat people? Interesting. How many of you would consider yourselves cat people over dog people? Catherine's a cat person. Yay. Okay, we got a couple more people joining our room here. So I'm going to repeat the instruction for them really quickly here. So ladies, what we're doing is we're getting to know each other really quickly. You have a green piece of paper there. If the answer applies to you, you're going to put your piece of paper up. When you get your laptops up and running, then you can see everybody in the room, so we can see Catherine and Chad as well on the answers to this. But meanwhile, we're going to continue going while you guys get set up. All right. Okay. All right. How many of you, right, speak at least 2 languages fluently? Okay. And one language cannot be street language. Okay. How many of you, and I think there is somebody in this room, so that's why I'm going to say that. How many of you can speak at least 3 languages fluently? Miss Jenny speaks French, Spanish, and English.
Wow. Good for you.
Isn't that amazing? Fluently, and I've heard her in all.
Wow.
It's beautiful. Okay. How many of you, right, have food allergies? Ooh. Okay. Anybody in Catherine or okay. Yeah.
I mean, I will get an allergy test, but I know different things flare me up, so
Yeah.
I haven't. I'll get one next week.
But definitely food issue. Yeah, we sometimes have that for sure, right?
Yeah.
How many of you?
It would be dead.
It's okay. How many of you guys, right, have what I would say at least 5 different jobs in your life? At least 5 different jobs in your life you've done.
Jobs, yeah, I guess.
Jobs,
So. Yeah.
right? Okay. How many of you have had at least 10 different jobs in your life?
Mom, I have living jobs.
Yeah, like jobs you got paid at.
Well, I'm just saying, like washing cars,
Yeah.
cutting lawn.
Yeah, but if you got paid for it.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Speeding.
If you got paid for it and it was legal, let me clarify that.
Okay. Well,
I'm just,
I'm down.
did they cut down?
I'm
Don't
down
you?
to 2, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, right? Okay. Right? How many of you have taken a course in your life, right, externally of school, okay, and it was not really beneficial to you?
I mean, no, actually, no, it was all beneficial to me.
Okay,
It was,
I have taken
sorry.
one where I was like, that's okay.
Sorry.
How many of you, right, have felt like you've invested in some type of education for yourself in some way, shape, or form, whether a coach, a program, or something, for most of the years of your life? Just consider most. Doesn't have to be all of them.
Adult life?
Yep. Anything. Okay.
Yeah, from 12.
Okay. How many of you have siblings? Okay. Might be easier to say. How many of you are an only child? Is there any only children? Kayleen? Okay. We got a delay. Okay. Everybody's has siblings. Okay. That's cool. Right? How many people have volunteered in their life somewhere, shape, or form in their communities? Okay, that's awesome. How many of you, right, like to cook? Fascinating. David's like negatory, right? Somebody likes to cook only for herself, but for others, not so much.
No, for other people.
Oh, for other people, but not for herself. Got it. Oh, I got it. I got it.
My wife
many
studies Gordon Ramsay. I don't need to cook.
Oh, nice, nice. How many people of you have what we call traditions? Like you have things you do traditionally during the holidays. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which holiday, but do traditional things during the holidays. Yeah. Oh, fascinating. Uh-huh. How many of you have ever had an exchange student in your home? Fascinating. How many of you feel like you have learned something about another culture intentionally over the last year? Last year, intentionally tried to learn something about another culture in this last year. Okay. How many of you sing in the shower? I've got a couple singers. Catherine. Catherine's like, okay. How many of you like to dance when you're by yourself? Oh, that's a common one. Interesting. So we got dancers. Now I know which ones are dancing tonight. See?
So we know who has to need some practice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. How many of you have ever gone to a comedy club? Oh, wow, lots of people have done that. How many of you have gone to the opera?
Yeah.
Really? How many of you have gone to a Broadway show? Interesting. How many of you like art museums? How many of you like going to like, I'm gonna say horror movies, just horror, genre of horror movies? Ooh, David likes horror. Go, David, go. How many of you like rom-coms, romantic comedies? Alex really does. He's like sitting there like this. Your manhood's still intact. It's all good. Okay. How many of you have done something in your life? You're kind of like, holy shabagwa, I regret that. Right? How many of you want to do something in your life that you regret? Right? I love it. I love it, right? How many of you have been underappreciated in something you did at work and then turned it around to whoever underappreciated now appreciated you? How many of you were able to flip somebody from an underappreciation to an appreciation? Interesting. Okay. Interesting, right? How many of you, right, are like what you would consider not picky eaters? We're willing to try new foods. How many of you would say you're picky eaters? Oh, David's like mediocre. Yeah. He's like both. Okay. Yeah, you're right. How many of you would consider yourself to be more of an introvert? Some are both, but right now I'm asking, how many of you would consider yourself more of an introvert than an extrovert? So okay, David, myself, and yeah, and then Mary, and then Kayleen. How many of you would consider yourself high extroverts? We got chat, okay. And how many of you would say you're pretty middle? Okay, you got Tanya.
Sometimes I just don't like
Okay, yeah. Do you have a code that you give us when that is occurring? Tanya said sometimes she just doesn't like people.
Well, you just let me know.
Yeah, we all have different things for sure. How many of you, when you are alone, would prefer to do something just like more non-movement, like either watching TV, watching movies, reading a book, or how many that would do something more non-movement when you're alone, relaxing? How many of you, when you're alone or per se relaxing, would rather do something in movement, hiking by yourself, go take a workout, go do something like that? Oh yeah. Okay. How many of you have climbed a mountain or done some type of hiking trail? Really fascinating. How many of you have been to at least and visited 3 different countries other than the US? Oh, a lot of people. It's amazing. How many people have a vacation already planned for this year that's overseas? Oh, look at that. We got some people already planning some overseas vacations. Love it, right? Okay. Then here's the last question, right? How many of you got something really impactful for yourselves yesterday? Yay! I love it. Okay, thank you so much, you guys, for participating in that. We just want to kind of know. Now I know a lot more about each and every one of you and some interesting things I'll be diving into later. I know, right? So Alex, can you put up my presentation? So as Alex gets the presentation, I'm going to start today again with a little bit of what we did from yesterday, the concept of we're going to get mindset first before skill set. When we get our minds in the right set frame, then you're much more ready to absorb and get The nuggets of gold Alex is going to disperse today from the skill set. Yesterday, our mindset was all around E plus R equals O. So before we begin, I'd love to know from any of you, right? When thinking about, was there anything that just sort of shifted, changed, made you think of something differently when thinking of that formula yesterday in everyday life? Because it takes practice, right? It isn't just immediate. And I would love to know from you guys. So let's open it up to the virtual world. Or, and the other thing, is there anybody that felt like that made them think a little differently? Who would like to share?
I will. I
Yeah,
guess.
Chad, great.
That's a constant challenge for me.
Yes.
So, and you talk about mindfulness, right? Or awareness, presence, as we talked about that yesterday. So that's a thing. It's a continual challenge for me to be in the moment and present. But immediately the computers were down yesterday, and I started getting into freak out mode and just like, and all I was focusing on is just like, I've got to get this thing fixed. And then finally it was like, wait a minute, it's taking me away from why I'm here.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's just like, I'm here.
Yes.
I don't have to have that to survive right now.
Right.
So I just let it go.
I'd like to.
And it shifted everything.
How did that feel when you let it go and it shifted everything?
That was great. It's just like, it's just like the stress just slowly starts to kind of like go out of my body. And then I begin to get here with you guys.
Yeah.
And then just had a wonderful day connecting and with just connecting with what's going on, what's being said, what I need to do differently. Otherwise, I was not moving forward at all.
Yeah. We get stuck, don't we, really quickly? It's really critical, you guys, when you think about this, even the littlest things to the biggest things, right? So this morning I have on like winter white pants, I call it. And I brushed up against a suitcase that had the wheels out. And so I have these marks on my pants now. And so Kayleen can attest to you. I was like, okay, I'm not going to have a good response right now. It was Tuesday. I literally said to her, right? I said, I'm about to have a bad response. And I was owning it, right? Because in my head, I'm thinking I'm presenting to you guys today, right? I have winter weight. I want to look nice. In the very beginning of the day, I have these big black marks on my pants. Like I wore this like that. And so I was like, and Kaylee was like, oh, it's just fine. What was my response to that? I said, that's because you're not wearing them. So I was still in a low accountability, low mood, low place in my brain, right? And then I said, okay, that's enough time in that level of response. And I chose to go, it's going to be just fine in life. And I'm going to make everybody else feel better about their dress and everything else because they're like, at least I don't have black marks on my pants. That's what I chose to tell myself in my brain. And we move forward. So with that said, what I want to work today to get us really ready is yesterday we had one tool of the way life works. I'm going to give you two more tools today of how life works, I call it. And these three tools together make anything in your life when it comes to building skill set, when it comes to learning from any program, from leverage, from building your business, whatever, work better. They work in tandem. They work very well together because they teach us about the power of our decisions and our accountability, and they work really, really well. In every one of you, you're building your businesses. You're here to build your business. You want to learn. Alice is going to embark a lot of information today to help you with that. But you're also on a personal journey. The personal journey of your life is your own. You get to opt in or opt out of every decision you make, everything you do, right? And so all we're doing today is giving you some tools to give yourself more availability to opt into things that feel better for you, that move your life forward. Fair enough? Excellent. Okay. So I want you to imagine how many people have seen this tool. Anybody familiar with this tool? Okay, we've got one. How about in the room? Do we have anybody in the room? Can anybody tell me?
That's right.
Okay. Let me change my view of people here to be. Okay, excellent. So I want you to imagine, you guys, have you ever ridden an elevator that's made out of glass?
Yes.
Everybody right? So I want you to imagine yourself right now in an elevator out of glass, and you're the only one in that elevator. No one else is in it. You have full capacity to hit any button and get off on any single floor you want. Okay? The only way that you get off on another floor is you have to hit a button though. If you go into an elevator and you hit no buttons, the elevator does not move. Okay? If you get off on a floor and it's the wrong floor, anybody ever gotten off on the wrong floor? Yeah, right? Mine's usually when I'm coming down to the lobby and somebody else has joined, and then that opens up and I think I'm on the lobby floor, and then I get off, right? It's not the lobby. So when you get off on the wrong floor, what do? Go back in, you hit another button, you get off another floor. You can decide how long or how little time you want to stay on any floor. But everybody has probably experienced these moods at one point or another. And by the way, these are not all the moods in the world. The most emotionally intelligent people, by the way, right, when it comes to emotional intelligence, have more moods and feelings. Emotionally stunted or less emotionally intelligent people tend to talk in only a few different moods. Like I'm angry or I'm happy. Like they think there's like 2 barometers or 3 barometers. More emotionally intelligent people have more abilities to use vocabulary and words describing their moods. So this is just an example, right? Cindy Delaney is a great company who talks through these type of things. As you look at these moods, you imagine that the basement floor is depression, and then the top floor, right, the penthouse suite, right, is gratitude. At any given time, we all have all these moods. Does anybody know anybody that has not had, or that only lives on the top half? From flexible adaptive on. Does anybody know anybody that's always positive? How about in the room?
No.
Yeah. Well, it is possible if they're highly medicated. So if you know anybody, we should chat because they're probably highly medicated. Right? So, right. So in the end, right, if somebody tells you they're only positive, they're either lying to you or they're heavily medicated. So in the end, you guys, here it is. The difference is understanding it's not about avoiding the bottom moods. Life isn't about that you won't have the bottom moods. You will. There's going to be times we're irritated, we're judgmental, there's times we're depressed, there's times we're impatient. The key is that each and every one of you get to decide if you're going to live on that floor, right? Are you taking up camp? Have you taken out your bed, the sleeping bag? You brought food, right? You've home decored it? Absolutely, right? Or are you temporarily staying on that? The tool is meant as a guide so you know where you're at and how long you want to stay there. Okay, that's it. Once you've decided you've been on that floor long enough, get back on your elevator and decide which floor you want to get off next. Why is this important? It's because pretending that you're not in any moods, or pretending that you don't have them, or pretending you're not real and not being authentic will not get you to where you want to be in life. You have to first recognize it. I call that self-awareness. If you are not self-aware, then you are not equipped with one of the key tools in your life. The more unself-aware you are, the more you're not going to have the ability to know yourself and then know where you want to go. You have to first know where you're at and who you are in order to know where you want to go. Okay, otherwise you're lost without a GPS. Okay, any questions on the mood elevator before I move off? Usually if I get a question, it's this: Susan, if I'm in the bad or I'm the bottom half, how do I just move up? I don't just, like you're saying it like it's easy. If I'm judgmental and blaming, frustrated, like maybe I just got fired from a job, or a client was just really mean to me, right? And I'm really upset about it because they blame me for things. I blame them that they didn't do it. And I can't just go like, oh, look, let me just be instantly hopeful and optimistic. So if you're stuck and you're trying to figure out which button, but you cannot figure it out, then start with curious interested. That's your key to moving up on the mood elevator when you're not sure how to make it. The curious interested is when you ask yourself different questions from a true curiosity and not an interested. So there's a difference between curious and curious interested, right? So if Alex, I have a question of Alex, why he did something, I could say, hey, Alex, why did you do that? Now, does that sound very interested? So super judgy. right? So that's going to then put Alex on the defense as a natural response to people when we already come at it like we either know, right? Like, or we're already pissed off and we want to, you better give me a reason that makes sense to me, kind of a thing, right? It feels very daunting for people. But if I said, hey, Alex, I'd love to just understand, and I'm curious about why you chose that action, why you chose to do it like that. If I'm really interested, I can learn a lot of insights. It makes sense then, like, oh, that makes sense. Or, oh, I got what makes Alex tick. Or same thing with your clients. When they're in different spaces and different places, they're judging and they're insecure and you're trying to help them, right? And you're instantly trying to get them into like wise and insightful. You're like, hey, just be grateful. Or, so they're in a bad place and you're like, look, at least you're not this. That usually doesn't work for people. It doesn't move the needle as you may want to, even though you want them to be there. People have to opt in. Remember, they're on their own elevator. So what you do is you ask a curious, interested question to them, and then it opens up their ability to be able to hit the buttons they want to and go up on the elevator themselves. Fair enough? Okay. So now we're going to use another tool, and then I'm going to show how the two tools work together. Okay. The second tool is called an accountability ladder. How many are familiar with this? Okay, got a couple more. Fantastic. So how the accountability ladder works is it shows us where we are with regards to living an accountable life. In any single thing in our lives, every single result we talked about yesterday that you get in your life is all 100% on you. The outcomes you get are based on the responses you have to the events. You have no control over events. I have no control over events. Okay. I have full control over my response to said events, and based on the quality of my response, okay, will equal the outcomes that I get, that I earn. I earn the outcomes based on the responses I give. So why is this important? Again, this is just a tool to give you examples. It doesn't have to be every floor. And by the way, just like the mood elevator, you don't have to go up one rung at a time, and you can go down, not one rung at a time. You can go up and down the elevator as many times as you want to, as fast as you want to, even in one given day. You've probably all had every one of those emotions, even in a given day. The same thing happens with accountability. You can go from being very accountable to something to instantly not accountable, and vice versa. Okay, but why this matters is because this tells you where you are based on the language you're using. Okay, so if you're struggling with something in your business today and Alex is trying to help you and you're on a call and you're talking through it and you're like, Alex, you just don't understand. In my business, right, people don't like this, that, or the other. Alex, you don't understand. In my business, people won't get that or the other. Where do you think you are on the accountability ladder? Okay, in the bottom, you're on either personal excuses or you're on blaming others. Yeah, I can't. Like, I can't do that, Alex, because that won't work in my business. I can't. I can't because I've tried it before. It didn't work. He's not asking you to do it the identical way. There's probably some tweak, something, right, that he's asking to occur for it to work, or maybe just retest to see if maybe you built, right? But there's something that's going to be occurring, but how you speak is what he's tuning into, what I'm tuning into, what you guys are tuning into for your clients and your customers. How they tell you tells you where they are. Why is that important? Because once you know where they are, then you have the ability to help them move the needle or invite them to consider moving the needle through different levels of questions. The self-awareness is super key. Without being aware of where you're at, where they're at, then you're just scrambling. I can tell when somebody's in a non-accountable speech. And when they're not accountable, I know what type of results they're going to get. It's a formula. It doesn't work opposite of it. Believe it or not, right? So I listen to where they are, and you can't just tell somebody to like acknowledge it. Just acknowledge your reality. Here's a fine solutions. Here we go. You can try, but it doesn't work effectively. It's the same thing we talked about yesterday that several of you mentioned were key. It's will versus skill. You see, accountability, we have to each choose. I can't tell you to live an accountable life. What I can tell you is I'm going to live an accountable life. And I can invite you to consider what happens in your life when you do the same. So I had a doctor one time I was talking to, which was fascinating to me. Here's this highly educated woman, right, who thinks she's very emotionally mature, and that's fine. She was not very self-aware. She was struggling, and she was telling me how she hated her life because every day she came to work, her team around her pissed her off. And she said she woke up every day happy. By the time she got to work, 5 minutes into work, they all made her angry and mad, and she just couldn't stand working with them. So I knew exactly where she was, right? She was blaming others. She was in the whole, I can't help it, she said. I started off as a good mood. They made me upset. I knew right where she was at. I said, okay, so now I'm looking for belief, right? Belief in herself that she can change it. Each of us, we can change things only when we believe we can. If you don't believe you can, and Alex tells you you can believe in yourself, and you don't believe you can, you're toast in the water. Alex cannot convince you because you're opting out. Your will is no, he cannot affect your will. He can invite, he can try to influence, he won't change it. So then I call it toast in the water. So as I was speaking with her and I said, listen, do you believe truly wholeheartedly that you have zero ability in your life to choose your mood? That your mood you chose originally is affected by people around you to the point that if they upset you, it's all on them and not on you. She said 100%. I have no ability to change my mood when they're that way. She said, it's not possible. Got it. So here's what I said to her. Do you think I spent time to convince her how she was wrong? No. Because she is in disbelief, and I'm not here to tell somebody that I believe is how they have to believe. They get to choose their own life. So I said to her, look, I got it then. So here's what's going to happen. And I'm only telling you this out of love and care. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. I said, you're going to find the same pattern happen in your life where you are going to be miserable no matter where you go. Say you think it's here. You think it's these employees and this environment, but it's not. Because you're waiting for somebody else to make you happy. You're waiting for somebody else to decide what mood you get to be for the day. You're in wait and hope. Because of that, I will tell you, you will find the common denominator in your life will always be you. And until you choose that you want to believe it differently, you will never, ever, ever be able to be fully happy. I'm sad for you for that, but that's on me and not on you. And you could decide you're just going to be happy every day, waking up super happy and then being miserable. That's your choice. There's consequences to every choice you make. You get to choose yours and you get to live the life you want to live. If you decide that doesn't work for you, then maybe, just maybe, you can decide, I wonder if I could give this a shot. Wonder if I do actually have capability. If I could and acknowledge that maybe I have more power than I thought, you might be starting onto something here because now you're acknowledging a different reality. Once you get there, now we can talk about how that would look like. But until you're there, it's not worth my energy and effort to convince you one way or the other. And I let it go. See, we try to convince people when we think we're right on something, but if they're not in the belief about it, then what I would tell you is spend your energy elsewhere. Okay? You can't build skill set when somebody doesn't have the will set to learn it first. Okay, now, why is this also key? Because when you guys are doing this in your lives, you will find this will happen over and over. So we're going to do a little mini activity to practice these, and then I'm going to show you how they work together. So what I'm going to have you do is you are going to, when I start, you're going to put David and Catherine together in a room, and then, yeah, whatever you'd like to do. Yeah. And this is the activity, you guys. You are literally only going to spend about 2 minutes each. Okay, it doesn't matter who goes first, right?
Yeah.
2 minutes each. In this 2 minutes, you're going to face each other and you're going to talk about something in your life. It does now not have to be work. Something in your life that isn't going how you like and want today. And the only thing you're going to do is you're going to talk on the bottom half of the ladder only. I don't want to talk about acknowledging reality. I don't want you to embrace it. I don't want you to find solutions. I don't want you to make something happen on it. I want you to just be in the bottom half. Yes, thrive there. Figure out, but
Feel
be,
really sorry for yourself.
yeah, but really be authentic. This is not made up. This is a real thing that isn't working. So for example, for me, right, I would be talking about my ability to do consistent exercise, or actually, let me go to consistent sleep, right? I'm working on getting better amounts of sleep. I'm not there yet. So how it would sound, okay, if I was talking to Kayleen right now, it would be like this. Listen, Kayleen, I'm really struggling with getting like consistent sleep. But I'm really trying, but you just don't understand, Kayleen. Like I'm busy. Sometimes my clients call me and then I feel bad. I don't want to check on things. And then my family needs me. I mean, I want to be there for my family. I can't not be there. So then I call them, then I worry about them. And listen, I just can't do it all. And so then I have to choose, like, do I want to sleep or do I want to do these other things? And like, this is just more important. I got to get this done. So I've tried different things, tried different techniques. I mean, I sat there and I took my phone and I scheduled it. I sat there and had accountability partners. Nothing works. You see how we're going to sound? That's all you're going to do. And that was all literally authentic for me. I know it sounded pathetic, didn't it? It's okay. I own it.
I like work so hard to not be in it. It's really hard for me to do.
Yeah, it's great. But you're going to do it because you're only doing it for about 2 minutes each. Okay. Any instructions before we go? You're only in the bottom half and the other person's going to listen only while you say your 2 minutes, and then you're going to flip. The other person will now listen and you tell your 2 minutes, just the bottom half.
And
Ready?
it could be about any situation.
Any situation in your life that's not going well, business or personal. Okay, ready?
Okay, so I'm gonna sign David.
David and Catherine in a room.
Well, it's business. It's frustrating. There's always another thing.
This is Catherine's not joined.
Huh?
Oh, there she goes. Okay, that's good.
For me, have more passion, get it out of you.
I mean,
Oh, you know.
I like, and what I like about this exercise.
Can you unmute the recording there?
two separate rooms to get it clean enough. And then we gotta remember the.
Okay, everybody, let's come back together. Okay, now, in each group, so we're gonna start with the virtual group. So David and Catherine, you know, come off the speaker for a moment. We're gonna start with Catherine and then David, right? Tell us how, when you were talking through your own scenario first, how are you feeling? Try to describe some of your moods. Catherine.
So the only thing that I don't live in the top half is my business. Even though, you know, I choose to be here and I love it, but this is the bit that I need to work on. But I am crawling up that, but I really kept myself right at where you are in your lowest moods. But I liked it because while I was talking, I didn't believe myself. Now, a few weeks ago, I would have believed myself.
Got it. Okay, David, when you were talking through something you're not getting and struggling with something, you know, it doesn't matter. How were you, describe your moods to us?
My mood was okay. I was trying to think really hard because I literally try to live my life consciously in the upper half at all times. So it was a little hard, but once I got going, I was able to get rolling pretty good. So it's amazing how we like to believe we're in the upper half, but then as you start thinking about it and talking it out, you're like, oh crap, I can go on for a list of things here.
Yeah, I really appreciate that authenticity, right? And I really appreciate that insight because it's so true. You know what I noticed for myself when I was speaking to Caitlin, even the example to you guys, I noticed how exhausted I sounded when I heard myself because I've said that same speech a million times. It's like I could have just hit replay instead of me speaking it because I feel like it was a cycle of me saying the same thing over and over that I've been saying for many years, right? And so I almost felt sick and tired of hearing myself like, ugh, gross, right? Yet it's still something I live and breathe every day that I struggle with. So the struggle is real. You've heard that term, that phrase, right? The struggle is real. Okay, let's go into the room. So between Regeni, right? Now we're going to flip the question for the two of you, right? And Mary, what did you notice of the moods or the body language, right, of your partner, right? Each of you are going to say when they were telling their story. What did you notice about the moods or the body language of your partner when they were telling you their story?
I would say that her eyes were like kind of absent.
Okay, Regeni noticed absent eyes in Mary.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like if she was saying it, like trying to convince herself, but it wasn't really, she wasn't really believing it.
Okay, got it. What about you, Mary? What did you notice? Mary Lou.
I noticed her questioning herself too. You were noticing, there was a self-awareness that
Yeah.
started to come out as she was sharing how much time she spent in that
Yeah.
space and how often she spent.
What did you notice in any of her body language? Like right now, as she's thinking about it, she's shaking her head. No, she's like this. Did you notice any of that when she was talking?
I will just say that my face hurts. Because I receive a huge slap like.
Oh, wow.
My face, and I feel like, holy cow, I have been so long in that tongue part of the ladder that
Yeah,
it has become natural.
Sure.
and usual for me to talk like that.
sure.
And sometimes thinking that I'm a positive person and I'm like, okay, no, I'm not.
Yeah. That's a myth.
That hurts.
Like being a positive person doesn't mean you're positive all the time, right? You guys, we all talked about that. We're not always in the top half of anything, right? We just have to recognize where we're at so we can decide if we want to make a different response and a choice at that point. These tools are only recognition to hear the language and to feel our moods, to understand that. Okay. Then coming to the two of you, Chad, Tanya, right? As you two were speaking through it, what did you just notice in either one? Whether it was body language, was how you're feeling in moods, what did you guys notice when you're speaking in it?
For ourselves or the other.
Either one. You guys get it free form.
Her, she becomes very adamant. You know, it's like, and frustrated. So
Yeah.
she's frustrated. She's, what else is that feeling? It's like,
Irritated?
There was some irritation in there.
Angry?
Frustrated. I would say some anger. Right? Passion, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like frustration.
Yeah.
I think there's frustration and there's just like, I give up. I don't know, whatever that is.
Yeah.
What is that feeling? So.
Yeah, totally, right?
Yeah.
That's normal. Defeat. Yeah, got it. What about, what did you notice in either yourself or in your partner?
Chad talked quieter.
Interesting.
And his face was just not as happy and bright.
Okay, so that face is not happy and bright. The mood was more sullen, became quieter. These are again, different body languages, different things we
Yeah,
see.
your tone came down, like your
Right.
like how loud he was.
Yeah.
One day is like normal conversation, then he's like, oh, like very.
Yes.
And his shoulders were dropped.
Next
That's
slide.
good.
Yeah, so let's look at it together. Why did that occur? That occurred because, right, don't you think it would be odd if you were talking about in the bottom half where you would be like, oh my God, like I totally didn't hit my goal. Right? And so frustrated. Like it's amazing. Like I haven't been able to sleep all years. Like, right? How is he looking at me? Like he's looking at me now. He's like, oh my God, she needs to go to a psych ward. He's like, what is wrong with her? Right? Here's the deal, you guys. Our bodies always give us away. So neurolinguistics have to deal with our body language, right? And the best people who try to lie, they can say words that say one thing, but their body language tends to give away. Poker players are famous for trying to study when you're trying to like have a poker face, right? You've got a good hand, how you don't do something, but everybody has their tells, we call it. It's the same aspect. So recognize for yourself this when we use them together. Now, you're going to do the identical activity and you're going to talk about the identical scenario with one another. So Kayleen, you're going to put them in a room again. And this time you are now allowed to go right to the top wherever you want to do. You can choose whatever. You can first start talking about it from the negative again, and then what you want to do about it. You want to acknowledge your reality where you're at. You want to talk about maybe embracing some different things, finding some different solutions of maybe how you could go about it differently, and just come at it from that angle. But now you're able to flow wherever you want to, the bottom half or the top half. You can make it more natural for yourself, right? And you get 2 minutes each, same scenario, and you're allowed to go either side of the moods and either side of the accountability ladder. Any questions before you begin this activity?
That's the same topic.
Same identical topic. Okay. In fact, because you're going to create some potential solutions, and I'm going to actually let you guys collab if you want on solutions. So if you're confused, you can ask a question. Maybe the other person had ideas. I'm going to give you about 4 minutes each. So we're going to do an 8-minute activity. Okay. Because you want to get a real solution. I want you to walk away feeling good and like you have something that you're going to be able to do to resolve the situation. You want to go do it, Alex? This activity? I don't know. We're gonna come back together for a second. So here's my question to you guys, right? I'm just gonna open it up to the room in general. What did you notice is different? What did you notice in yourself? What did you notice in your partner as you were talking through it? Who would like to share?
I'll make sure that we got them on this computer.
Okay.
The participants are here.
Okay. Who would like to share? Do you see
So
that?
it just felt so much more authentic because we were both able to say how we felt.
Yes.
And then what happened was that, you know, you could just see, because I was saying positive things, Dave was like nodding and smiling, and that was encouraging me to feel more positive and feel more empowered. And we were just taking ourselves up and up and up.
Yes.
Whereas neither of us really believed the other one in the first place, or when we did, we weren't having it. It was like, yeah, whatever. But with this, it was like, yes, we were really stuck behind each other.
Yes, I love it. Good. Thank you for sharing that, Catherine. It's amazing when even the body language of positive reinforcement, somebody's nodding their head, right, and going through how that helps kind of give us a little lift. Fantastic. Okay, who else wants to share? Good. Thank you, Jenny.
So something that I noticed with Mary is that her eyes were very different.
Tell us more.
So her eyes started brightening up.
Mm.
As she was talking, at the beginning, when she started acknowledging the situation, she seemed to be more sincere. She seemed to be more open, more vulnerable.
Okay.
So she was opening herself and acknowledging, okay, so this is real. This is what's going on.
Mhm.
Not putting excuses.
Mhm.
She started opening, and even on her shoulders started going like this.
Mhm.
She started really opening, and her eyes
Mhm.
brighter as she was giving solutions and ideas
Mhm.
and what she can do. So her body language was really
Dramatically different.
oh yes.
I love it. Mary, what did you notice?
I noticed that talking out loud, just having the ability just to process it out loud.
Yes.
Had, you know, and just being real with where we're at on the bottom part of the ladder and acknowledging that
Yes.
out loud is what provided the opportunity to move up the ladder.
Nice. Right. First you were self-aware, and then you're like, look, this is what it is. Then you acknowledged reality, and then suddenly you're in top half, right? It's very interesting. Like I said, you don't have to go step by step. It's sometimes it's just simple as that, like, oh, like, oh, I've heard myself. Sometimes I've been speaking in the middle of complaining to somebody, literally in the middle. I'm like, oh God, this person something like that. And then I'm like this. And then I just like acknowledge reality that sounded really petty, or that sounded really silly, or that sounded really whiny, or whatever. It's going through my own judgment in my head. And then suddenly I'm like, don't want to sound like that. So then I, to your point, make a different choice. I love it. Very
When I
good.
process it by myself,
Mm.
then I can loop in the bottom end of the ladder.
Mhm.
When I'm trying to do it internally. But
Mm.
when I have the opportunity to talk to somebody about it, then I move faster.
Interesting. Okay, so Mary made a nice sort of analysis for herself that says, look, when I'm in myself trying to go through it, I can get caught and stuck. But when I work through somebody else, I work faster. That's a generalization in more than one way for most people, Mary. It isn't for everybody, though. Some people sometimes talk faster than themselves because they're usually hidden. If they're talking to somebody, they're faking something. So if it has that negative energy of like, I got to appear a certain way, it becomes exhausting for them. Does that make sense? But what you're speaking to is more normal, number one. The second thing is, this is why, right? We can have our own blind spots for ourselves. We give ourselves our own passes. Because we know what we've been through. Oh, we need a little extra love this week, and so we give ourselves our excuses are okay. We give ourselves whatever it may be, right? Justifications. And when we're working somebody else, it's harder because we have sort of an automatic accountability thought mindset that says, we sound a certain, there's some things, right? And so we can acknowledge reality is different. So thank you for that insight. Tanya, Chad, anything you want to share?
I mentioned to Chad, I think his body language and posture was very different.
Yeah.
He was like leaning forward.
Yes.
with solutions and like looking up.
Yes.
And like really thinking.
Yes.
through the solution process.
Yes.
And his voice was
Recording in progress.
I love it. Thank you for that. Yes, no, that was me. Chad, anything you want to share? Very good.
You know, and something that I've just noticed is it's with most people, it
Yeah.
doesn't seem like they can move up that ladder back
Correct.
until they are acknowledged in those feelings.
Why do you say most people? Tell me more about that.
When I am trying to push a person to feel a certain way, I can't do that, right? They have to feel.
But
They
you
feel
try.
what they feel.
But you
right?
try, don't you?
Yeah.
Like we want
try.
to cheer people up when they're sad, or we want people to feel a little differently, so we try our best.
Yeah, and they have to, phrase I hold with me is you can't change from something you don't acknowledge. And so I have to acknowledge my feelings. And when somebody else acknowledges it with me, I can then go, okay, I've been heard.
Okay,
And then I can go into solution mode, I think.
nice.
But until then, I find a lot of people, it's frustrating because as a coach, I typically want to say, I know the answer and you don't want to hear it because you're gonna have to share your story, and it's frustrating. I have to listen to it. I mean, it can feel, that sounds very selfish,
Yeah,
you know?
gotcha.
My empathy, I do care, and I know it's gonna help them through it. So that's
Yes.
why I do listen
Sure,
until I can actually, they can acknowledge it.
yeah,
And then they're able to move up.
yeah.
But until then, people get stuck.
Yes, I totally get it. Okay, so this is what I want to do next. Thank you guys all for sharing. I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna attempt to not mess up the cords. Okay, and I'm gonna stand in front of you guys. Hopefully the people in the virtual world can see me. And I'm gonna ask an example. So Kayleen, no, I would love you to share with the group an example of something that maybe either frustrated you or not going well or whatever it may be. It could be personal work. And while Kayleen is talking us through this, you guys, I want you, and she's going to be real. I want you to pick a real thing that happened, doesn't happen. I'm going to be pointing to different things on here for a purpose. Okay, I'm going to show you where I see and hear what's coming at. I want you guys to watch your body language, listen to her tone, etc. It may be, right? Walk us through the entire scenario from beginning to end. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's gonna be cathartic for me to believe.
Okay, you're welcome.
Last night, I got home, guys, and there's a water bottle in my bag, and it opened and spilled, and my laptop was soaked. And I this after the long day, right? It's like the only tool that I need for the Mastermind is my computer. I get home, not to make things worse, it's my boyfriend's computer, so I've been borrowing his because mine was having issues. So I get in and I'm like, oh my gosh, who did this? This
So-
could have been me. I didn't do this. I would have been that stupid. Where's the water bottle? Who covered that? It was me. It was me. How did it?
Kayleen, I apologize. I'm stopping in the middle of your flow, but here's what's happening. I realized I didn't give good instructions, so I'm gonna own that. And I'm gonna have you come here.
Yeah.
Two reasons. The virtual world needs to hear you, right? So this is my facilitator error, okay? One, I want the virtual world to hear you. Two, I asked everybody to watch you in your body language, and yet I'm pointing up here by myself. I'm like, I'm glad I am acknowledging where you are. I would like them to also see both. So if we put you in front, so thank you. So continue where you're at though. You realized it was you.
I realized it was me, and I was so frustrated and disappointed in myself, and I couldn't blame it on anybody else. It was absolutely my error, but I was just very sad and disappointed and frustrated, and then felt bad because it's not even mine, it's his. And thinking, what the hell am I going to do tomorrow? Because I need a laptop for this mastermind. And so going through all the options and just feeling generally sorry for myself. I can't believe I let this happen. And then you just get to a point where enough is enough and you have to find a solution. So I thought about my options. I knew I had a backup laptop. I could go grab it first thing in the morning on the way up to the mastermind. Hopefully I could get it all put together because I haven't used it maybe in a year and a half. Hopefully had to reload the disk on it. So we got here early and just like the whole thing, but it's working for the most part over there. I'm grateful. We made it happen. Also in the process, I have to acknowledge, I called Susan this morning on the way in and was like, this is what happened to me. I was gonna be there at 8 and you at 8, but I might be a little late running to my house. And she was amazing and supportive as she is. And she gave me a big perspective shift, just things do not control or make the meaning of our lives. It's just a thing. It is a problem for tomorrow. It's replaceable. We will move on. It does not impact who you are and how you're going to contribute to the mastermind.
Thank you. Everybody give a round of applause for Miss Carrie. So as you can see, as she's talking through, we all do the same thing as we talk through any scenario in our lives. We move at different paces, okay? Why this is important tools is acknowledging where we are, is self-awareness we talked about, right? Self-awareness. Why is that important? When people are speaking to you, your clients are speaking to you, you're speaking to you, your family's speaking to you, your friends are speaking to you, you can tell where somebody is based on how they're speaking. But here's the interesting thing. There's patterns. If you recognize patterns, you can get through them quicker. Here's the pattern. The pattern always works in a linear line. Next slide. Which is this. If you take this line and you move it all the way across, there's bottom half and top half. Okay? You cannot be in top half finding solutions, making things happen until you're down here. You are not grateful, wiseful, insightful, creative, and you're down here. They're always the same level. So if you're speaking in, I can't, you don't understand, Susan. Okay, wait a minute, Alex. Look, you don't here. I've been busy. Look, there was somebody in my family who had this happen and that happen. I just had this occur and that occur. Okay, when you're speaking like this, you are sounding like this. This is how we all do it. And by the way, when I say you, me too. I sound exactly like this when I'm here. Why is that important? Because this is called the vicious circle. This is something you cannot get out of. You will feel powerless. You'll feel like the world is happening to you. Okay? You will feel like, I have to try it again. Man, I keep getting pounded down. My spouse or significant other, blah, 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 blah. My children, blah, 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 blah. My friends, blah, 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 blah. My clients, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Facebook, blah, 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 blah. But we all know it is Facebook's fault, so we're all there. It's okay. We're here.
Yes.
Okay, no, really, right? So this is what we do. Why is that important? Because this cannot be broken by you. Unless you are the person in the vicious circle. What you got to do is be self-aware. You're in your vicious circle. Hey, Susan, you're not getting sleep. Why am I not getting sleep? Well, because I'm in some, I got stopped and I was watching TV. I got really caught up into it. It was so exciting. I thought, well, I could catch up tomorrow. I have to recognize I'm here and then go, oh, do I want to keep not getting the results I want? Or do I want to make a different shift and change? Okay, so the tools aren't that you will never be here. The tools are that you recognize you're here so you can get out of it faster. The length of time I spend on the bottom half now has decreased significantly. Significantly because I choose to not spend my energy and time too long in the bottom half. It isn't that you avoid it completely. You cannot. You could just move through it much faster. So here is the deal. You also have to recognize this is a barometer of choices. Your mood elevator tells you whether to make big decisions in your life or not. What do people do when they're in the bottom half? They like to make life-altering big decisions. They're pissed off and angry. So you know what? Screw you. I'm not going to do anything more with you. I'm not going to I'm quitting my job. I'm done with this. We make like type of decisions when we're in this half. Okay. My ask is, this is your barometer. When you're in the bottom half of your moods, just realize, pause before making life-changing decisions. Little decisions, one thing. Life-changing decisions, pause. Okay. Do you know how many people have saved their jobs by just pausing before they send that email that curses their supervisor or manager out? I just helped a client the other day who saved his job because he was about to tell him a piece of his mind. I got him to just pause and I said, okay, you can do that. I literally said, you can do that. Remember, it's will skill. You can do that if you want to do that. What is the outcome is what I said. What do you think is going to happen when you send that email and your boss reads that? He goes, well, I'm probably getting fired. Okay, well, would you like to be fired? He's like, no, I like my job. Okay, then what's the purpose of sending it now? Will it change? Or would you like a different outcome? So we paused, changed the email, and got a different result. So again, barometer, cycle. And this does not happen. So when somebody's trying to tell you, Susan, I don't understand, I'm making things happen, but they're sounding like this, they're not making things happen. They're faking it and being inauthentic and trying to tell me they're making things happen. I can tell because these do not coincide. If you're being authentic, somebody told me one time, Susan, you understand? I'm the happiest I've ever been in my entire life. That's how they said it to me. I went, I'm scared for the rest of your life. That's what I said. I mean, really, like, that's the happiest? Holy crap. That's what I said to him, right? Like, seriously. So I was like this, is this person here? Or is this person like trying to facade something for me? And I said, most people, when they're happy, they don't sound like you. I got you. I'm just saying it. Like, you be you. If that's you at the happiest of your life, all right, let's set some different goals, right? Those are the types of things, right? I know that's how nice I am, right? With people, super nice. Okay, so here's the thing, you guys. When I want you to think about your own businesses now, when I want you to think about when you're going into skill sets, when you're learning, when you're thinking why you're not getting results, why is this struggling, why is it different things? I want you to think of these tools. When you look at E plus R equals O, when you look at your moods, and then you look at accountability. I'm going to give you a formula. It's a simple formula. It's this. Write it down. Are you ready?
Yes.
Lack of accountability equals repeated behavior. This formula's never failed. I've never found one single person to ever disprove this theory, although many, many have tried. Many have tried. Susan's, I'm going to prove it. Great, good, try it. I'd like you to disprove it, please. Nobody's been successful yet. I'm going to give you an example. There was a time when I had this manager, and she was a new manager of doctors. She had this doctor who committed what I would call a crime, okay, and should have been fired. Okay. Now, she was the line manager. She said, she spoke with the doctor, and the doctor sort of acknowledged that, yeah, could have done it differently, but it wasn't that big a deal, because I just forgot, and it wasn't a big whatever, and all this thing. So what I heard when she was telling me is I heard a lot of this, a lot of blaming others, a lot of excuses about why the doctor did what the doctor did. And I'm hearing this through the line manager, so I knew their lack of accountability. Lack of accountability equals repeated behavior. So I said to the manager, the issue comes from this. My recommendation at the time I was an HR professional is that the doctor probably should not be kept. One, it's crime, but two, I don't hear accountability. Because I don't hear accountability, the problem is going to be the person will do it again. And usually when people repeat an error of some level and they got away with it, they usually escalate. So lack of accountability, I said, my problem is that not only will she might likely do this crime again, it may escalate and be worse. So it's my caution to you. Now she said to me, Susan, I trust this doctor. I think she got it. She felt bad. Got it. It's not the feeling bad, right? I'm glad that she was irritated and bothered. The problem is I didn't hear any of this. And I knew that was a problem for me because lack of accountability equals repeated behavior. Sure enough, less than 4 months later, 5 months later, approximately, the doctor committed a worse crime and then was terminated. The doctor who was in charge of the person, right, the manager called me and said, gosh, darn Susan, I hate it when you're right. I said, I'm not sure if you're complimenting me right now or if you're insulting me right now. However, right, either way, it's fine. It isn't that I'm trying to be right. It's that I'm trying to help you understand people cannot get results they want in their life without acknowledging where they are and then getting into solution. Because the doctor was here, I knew that the likelihood of that happening again is 100%, not 90, not 95, not 99, 100%. That's why the formula never fails. So in your life, if you are down here and you are trying to tell me some excuse and some reason, some why you can't, some why you're hoping. See, I think David had put in the chat that these two are here. I think he was saying feels like prospecting, people waiting, hoping, see if they're going to come, right? You're giving a client an offer. They tell you they can't do something for some reason and they're here. Okay, so you're waiting to see. If you're waiting and hoping and seeing that they can right here, and this is where you're at, while they're telling you this, I'm telling you right now, that person will not come and be your client. Okay, because until they're here and acknowledge here that they feel like you can help them, they see the value of what you can do, they understand that they are needing help. Okay, they get it, then you can make it happen with them because they have got in. Does that make sense? So here it is, the repeated behavior equals, okay, lack of ownership equals repeated behavior applies to everyone, including you. If you don't own something, you get in an argument with a significant other, okay? Pick up your dirty socks off the floor. Okay, it's not my fault, right? Somebody, I know whose dirty socks is on the floor right now, I'm saying. No, I'm just kidding, right? Felt a little too close to home. Here's the thing. If the person doesn't acknowledge they want to work on it, doesn't acknowledge it's a problem and an actual issue, you telling them it's a problem and issue and they don't acknowledge means they will do it again. Same thing with you. Somebody's bringing up to your attention that they bother, like, look, it bothers me when you do this, and you go, that's how I do it. Sorry, it bothers you. That's just how I am. And the chances of them doing it again is what? 100%. Right? Yeah, right? Tanya's like, that's how you were until 5 minutes from now, you won't be again, or else something will happen. Right? She uses her body language. No, here's the thing, you guys. This is key and critical because it's the difference maker for you to decide where you're going to spend energy. When it comes to E plus R equals O, responses, you can decide to be here and here when you have a client who doesn't want to come on. You have a person who gives you excuses. You can be in here with them, or you can be here and invite them up and see the sunnier side of things. Okay, but in your life, if you cannot get here on something because you're stuck in your vicious circle, then your solution should be get somebody else's help to help you get out of that solution, which is why all of you guys are here with leverage. You have people here to help you when you were stuck in something. But what you guys did is you acknowledged reality that said, I need help and I want to embrace it. That says, I'm going to get solutions that don't have to be all on my own. Okay, and then I'm going to make things happen with the help of others. When you do that as well as you're going to be doing it and continue doing that, then you're going to find that your clients will find the same thing with you because you're living and breathing it. You're not saying one thing and doing another. But acknowledge your own reality. If you're not getting the results you want in your business today, okay, getting the tools and skills, it isn't everything. You must choose to implement, do the things, keep it simple, whatever you're going to do. You must not just do the talk. You must walk the walk. If you're actually going to make movement in your business and get to your 6 figures plus this year, the only person solely responsible in the end of your results in your life is who? You. Yourselves. Yep. You have to opt in. You must choose because the will is 100% all ownership on you. You can build the skills, understand the things, but if you're like, I don't want to do it, I can't think that, I got to fix it, and you're down here, your vicious circle will continue. You will be in an ever spiral of like, why can I not seem to make movement on this? It's because you're not recognizing where you're in. So I want you to get 3 things. I want you to write self-awareness. Self-awareness is you knowing yourself. Got to get better at it. It's a tool. You know yourself, really understand. And if you think you know yourself, find out from others if it's true. You think you're good at taking constructive feedback and everybody else around you says, not so much. You might have a blind spot. We all have them. Then we have self-confidence. After you know yourself, you've got to believe in yourself. Okay? Belief, I can believe in you, but it doesn't matter if you don't believe in you. Toast in the water. Okay? Then when you have self-confidence and you have self-awareness, those 2 tools help you build self-discipline. you can then control yourself. You can make better choices because you're aware and you have belief. Once you're aware of where you are, you believe in yourself, then you can control and take different choices yourself today. You can break the vicious cycle. You can try to come up here. The problem is, just understand, you will never stay up here at all times. You will fall down here from time to time. You fall in your moods, you fall in your accountability, because they match, remember. The thing is, in life, when we want results, our feelings determine our thinking. Our thinking determines our behaviors, and our behaviors determine our results. It isn't the opposite way, although sometimes we like to think. So sometimes we think, I don't want to have feelings. I don't talk about feelings. Well, we don't talk about it ad nauseum, but you have to be aware of what they really are, because those feelings or moods tell you where you are. If you're trying to get results and you're only down here, you won't get it. It doesn't mean you can't be here, but choose to get back on that elevator for the shorter period of time and move up into this curious interest. What would happen if I looked at that differently? What would happen if I managed that differently and get to the top half? Yes, Chad.
Could you repeat that one more time? Our feelings determine our.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our feelings determine our thinking. Our thinking determines our behaviors. And our behaviors determine our results. So I once went to a conference for C-suite people. It was $12,000 for 2.5 days. Okay. When I was there, I'm meeting all these high-level executives. Very fascinating. This one guy said to me, I could get a lot more freaking work done at my job, right? If people just stop talking about their damn feelings. He goes, I'm so sick and tired of people talking about I don't give a shit about your feelings, he said. He goes, come to work and get the job done. I just looked at him and I went, huh, okay. I wasn't trying to judge him. I was just trying to understand him. I go, got it. I was curious and really interested why he thought that philosophy would work at work. Like, okay, you can do that. What do you think his results are? What do you think the team engagement is? Right? I was like, fascinating. So I said to him,
To his face or behind his back?
Me said to him? No, I said it to his face.
No, I mean, what kind of results is he getting?
Yes,
to
true,
their face?
true, right? So he's building a culture of feelings don't matter. Don't talk to me about your feelings. And by the way, maybe they don't need to talk to him about his feelings. Got it. You're not a person you want to have people talk to you about them, don't. But you're creating a culture where you think it's not coinciding. And I said to him, it's interesting because as human beings, we're driven by our feelings. Even if they're hidden, even if they're subtle, doesn't matter. Because our feelings, how we feel and how our mood is always determine how we think. How we think actually determines how we behave. If I think I can't do something, I can't do it. Mm-hmm. But as soon as I flip that and say I can, it's fascinating how results occur differently. In the end, you guys, right? Lack of ownership equals
Repeated behavior.
Repeated behavior. So when you lack ownership in your life, okay, don't repeat the same behavior. If you do, then just expect the same results. You will not get out of your vicious circle, but you can at any point choose. At any point you can break the pattern, the behavior by using the tools, acknowledging where you're at. But anything you can decide when you are aligned, when you have your self-awareness aligned with your self-confidence, then you watch how the two of them together can align with your self-control. When you do all three of those, your self-discipline, self-control, then nothing in this world can stop you from ever getting the results you truly want and the impact you make. With that said, what questions you have for me that I can take you through as an example? You have an idea that I can help you walk through. Yes, Chad. See if there's any different rules.
Okay, so what I find in myself then, there are some things I really want to change.
Yes.
And there are some things I'm not ready to change.
Yeah, that's fine. So don't change things you're not ready to, but expect the results
Yes.
of the things you're not ready
You
to
have
change.
Face that reality.
The
right?
consequences
That's
are there regardless if you want to.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
We have consequences for every decision we make. Even the inability to make a decision has a consequence. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's okay. You just have to realize where you are with it and realize the result is, do you want to make a change in it or not? If you don't want to, then expect no change in that result.
I'd like to make an add to a chat.
Yes, please.
So I'm the same. There's some things I know I have to do that I'm not ready to change yet. However, they're written down and there's a long list written down, and there's things that I do want to change now that I'm working on. It's just going to build momentum in the right way, just down to like not biting my nails anymore. You know, it's much easier than giving up some, you know, something that's a struggle to give up. Like for instance, me and Tanya had ice cream last night.
Yes, we did.
Fried ice cream.
Add a little more fat.
It did look good. Okay.
Yes, no, I love it. Thank you. Look, you guys, this is an easy, yes. Yes, yeah. So Kayleen's question was, how does this tie in with E plus R equals O? Thank you, Kayleen. So the things is, these are all tools. The tools are, you can have a better response and make a better choice to get a better outcome when you recognize where you are. See, people think they're down here talking and they go like this, I want results. They go, you know, I'm just gonna get results. Well, you don't understand how to do things. I'll just try harder and get the thing, but they're not believing it yet. Okay, because they're in this vicious cycle. So what I do is you acknowledge you won't get different results until you decide to get up here. You acknowledge and say, okay, what part? But Susan, you don't understand. I want these results. I think I'm acknowledging that I'm here. No, the acknowledging for a second might be saying, hey, I got this, but if you don't understand, it's because I've tried and tested it. If I'm speaking this language, you cannot get the result you want. So you must then choose a response that says, which one are you taking as a consequence, either one. So I'll give you an example, and this is a thing, and before we go to break here, I'm just showing you a simple example.
But real quick, so
Yes.
you plus where you are on the accountability ladder dictates the response that you will choose.
No.
in E plus R equals O, right?
No,
Okay.
sorry, thank you for asking that. No, nothing dictates the response you have except for you. You dictate the response.
Yeah.
You choose, but you're challenged to get the response you want, therefore the outcome you want, when you recognize you're here because they don't coincide. You see what I mean? If you're literally here and you're trying to get here, you're not choosing a response that's here. You're choosing a response that's here. It's not because, right, it dictates it. It's because this is the choice you have made. They will always coincide. You must then decide if you really want this as a different outcome. You have to acknowledge that it's because you're stuck here. So you have to start here to say, what would it look like differently to have a different result? And then goes up here. So I'll give you an example, okay? I know Chen has a question, okay? Here's an example. I had a lady who was in her 40s. I think she was 48 at the time. I didn't know her. I was touring a market and I happened to be with a field director who said, oh, by the way, I'm gonna have to fire one of my leaders today. I said, oh, why are you firing her? She's been late every single day for a year. Okay, so right. So my very first question was, help me to understand why you allowed that. That was my first question to him. Why does she need to be fired? Why wouldn't you need to be fired without me saying that? Right? Because you're the one who allowed it. He goes, oh, I've had so many conversations with her. I've told her a million times. I've written her up. I'm done with writing her up. It's it. I've given her lots of chances. Okay. You see the speech, the blaming, the excuses. You hear him? I said, why have you allowed it? And watch how he talked to me. So I knew where he was in the accountability. Lack of accountability equals he's going to have person after person do that. She will never change because he didn't change. Writing her up, did it change any result for her? No. Yelling at her, screaming at her, calling her names, which is what I think he did. Did that help in it? No. So I said, well, tell you what, the other leader in the market said, we'd like to save her. She's just late. We'd like to flip that, but can you help? I don't know if I can help. I try. I don't know her. I don't know if she'll opt in or opt out, right? Will versus skill. So we sat down with her. 40 minutes later, the woman was not late, but one time for 6 minutes in 30 full days. We tracked it for 30 days. She said in the conversation with me, this is what she said. Can you go back to the accountability letter for just a second for me? She said, Susan, because I just asked her, why are you late? I'm a single mother with twins. Susan, the school has to allow, I have to drop the kids off at a certain time, only at a certain time, right?
Susan, we can't see you, so can you tell us what you're pointing at, please?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, David. Yes, I was pointing on the accountability ladder to personal excuses and I can't.
Your camera doesn't work,
Okay.
but yeah, it's okay. David's got a question
Okay.
as well.
Yes. And so I was pointing to saying she was talking in excuses or to me about why she can't make it. She says, I've never been on time, Susan. I've lived my entire life. I'm 48. She goes, I can't change now. So do you think I told her to change? No, because this is where people he spent the wrong energy. He was telling her, you got to change. I said to her, okay, so then you can't be on time. Got it. I'm clear on that. I said, now, if you're not on time, what are the consequences of not being on time? She said, well, I guess I'll get written up. I said, yeah, because that's what the consequences have been. You just talk to and written up. So she thinks it's like when you tell a child not to jump on a thing or you're gonna give them a timeout and then you never give them a timeout, right? I said, you've conditioned that as the manager, right? I said, what do you think should be the consequences? She goes, I guess I'd lose my job. I go, do you want to lose your job? No. Well, how many more times do you think we should let you be late? I'm just curious, like you tell me. Right? Like you're the one, like this is like permission is like we give you a free pass, you turn it in at some point, like you tell me, right? And she said, but my excuses are really good. You don't understand. I said, I do. Do you think you're the only single mother with twins? I said, the thing is that you are trying to convince me your excuses are good. I'm already there with you. Your excuses are good. They're still excuses. Do good excuses mean it's okay? Is it okay for you to be late? So when your employees are late, what do you do? Because she has employees. She goes, I tell them and I write them out. I go, does that feel a little disingenuous? That you're telling to be on time, but you can't be on time. So I said, if you can't be on time, then don't be on time. Take the consequences for that. I said, I'm going to live my life just fine. I'm going to go up here and go to things. Whether you're on time or you're not on time has no relevance to me in my life. I said, do you actually want to be on time? She said, I do. I said, do you really? Why? Why do you want to be on time? Curious. I'm looking for Will. She said, I guess I'm tired of being late all the time. I know that people think I'm late all the time. And so I've just been late all the time. I said, do you really tired of it? She said, yes. First time I heard Will. Bling. Now I can work on skill. Until Will is there, I don't work, don't bother. Now she really wanted to. We came up with a solution. We worked together. She implemented her solution. She was on time. Now, why can I, in 40 minutes, take somebody who's never been never been not late in her life? And how did she flip it? Because I didn't tell her what to do. She chose. She chose the solution that would work for her, that would actually get her to the results. All I did is lead her in the path of understanding her accountability in it. Because for me, lack of accountability equals, thank you. As much as you've seen that that's it's the formula in life that always works. Your own life and somebody else's. Now, you said David has a question. David.
Yes. No?
No, it was just to let her know we couldn't see her and if she could point to whatever she's pointing out on the board.
Thank you, David. Thank you for saying that, David.
Yeah.
Yes, Chad.
I guess when I think about what Kayleen was saying,
Yes.
and I think feelings are just feelings.
Yep.
It's not right or wrong.
Yes.
We make those right.
Yes,
or
we
wrong.
give meaning to them. That's
And then
not
they
relevant.
trigger us into all of
Yes.
this other process. And
Yes.
so it's okay to have feelings. You
Absolutely.
have to be, that's not on the top end or the bottom end. It just
Right.
is what it is.
It is.
So allowing people to be that and yourself to have those
Yeah.
feelings so that you can move back up. the
Yeah,
ladder.
and you can choose. You're in your own elevator. I literally called my sister one time and said, listen, I'm going to be the most negative, whiny baby for about the next 5 minutes, and then I'm going to go over myself. She's like, okay, got it. And then I whine and complain for 5 minutes. I don't time it, but you know,
Yeah.
and then I'm so sick and tired of hearing myself whine and complain, I get over myself.
Yeah.
But I want permission, and I give myself permission to be there.
Yeah.
Remember, it's not that you'll never be in the bottom half. The idea is how long do you want to stay there? I don't ever set up camp. I don't ever bring my food, and I bring my food everywhere I go. Okay, to the bottom half. I acknowledge I'm going to be there for whatever time I'm going to be there, and then I move on. Life's too short to stay in any of the negative thing, is what I choose to believe. Therefore, I live an accountable life best I can. When I'm not accountable, which I'm not accountable for everything, I own my results that I know I'm not accountable. Does that make sense? Because to me, nobody's forcing it on me. I'm the one who chose to sleep or not sleep. I'm the one who chose to get that result or not. I'm the one who chose, and I'm okay with it. Guilt is a useless emotion. I say that because guilt is a trigger for many things. We feel guilty for being in the bottom half. We feel guilty that we ate fried ice cream, right? I felt guilty. I didn't eat. Good. Right? Guilt is a useless emotion because it doesn't do anything for us. It keeps us in the bottom half. Don't stay in the bottom half. Move on. It is life, right? Because in the end, our feelings determine our thinking determines our behaviors, and our behaviors determine our results. Okay, we choose our response based on how well we're self-aware, how aware we use self-control, and how self-disciplined and self-confident we are. They work in tandem. The tools are all there for you to be ready in the mindset so that you can then be prepared to absorb the best amount of skill set and move yourself forward. With that said, we're going to take a break. Okay. Yes, please. One more comment.
That your level of success could be determined by how much time you spend in the upper or the lower half.
Depending. I'm actually going to say depending, because it isn't a magic formula. It depends on what and what you're doing around it that gets you there. But in generalization, yes. Because if you dwell too long, every moment you dwell in the lower half is one moment you're not in the upper half getting the results you want in your life.
It's the lack of self-awareness.
Yes.
It's not the feelings and being in there, right? I think it's the aware that you're there.
Yes.
It's
so I can move forward.
It's also, if you're doing good, but where are you putting that energy, and is that leveraged energy? You could just be like, giving a lot of gratitude and a lot of, but like, it isn't helping anybody, making an impact. Or you could sit in a room and just give gratitude and take people from a dark place that, you never even knew they were in, or they didn't even know they were in. So it's just like, like you said, I'm going to speak about it in a bit, but awareness and just, focusing on, being good, doing good, becoming better is the big one for me, becoming better.
Yeah. If we discipline ourselves, that's it. Even if we can move wherever we're at, why not? If you spent 5 minutes less on a floor that you would have spent before, that's 5 minutes more. You're up in the upper floor. Every little movement counts. It doesn't have to be gigantic movements, but now you have additional tools, insights, and thought processes around it to get yourself to an accountable life. An accountable life equals results. Let's have a great break. 15 minutes later, we'll come back in 15.
Amazing.
Thanks, everybody.
Because it's really important to me and I want to up-level I teach this, and I want, but I also want to up-level myself and how I'm being with them.
Yes.
So this really means a lot to me that you're really a lot. What?
You went. So I'm a woman.
I don't know, most guys are actually so shut down.
I know.
Guys
So
are
easy
worse
though.
than women.
Oh, yeah.
Women at least are
So we
okay.
always tell ourselves that
For today, I'm unfortunately hurt.
We're just processing.
I love the thing that you said about like when you're, I mean, obviously our clients always have these like, you know, tend to be in the lower end, like whatever. And I love that telling them to ask curious or interesting questions.
Yeah, because we just tell them to go there, but they don't get it.
Or, yeah, to how to explain to them to get there. Because that's what I do, but I didn't realize the words, like I didn't know what I was actually doing, but that was like, oh, that's exactly what I did. Like last weekend, I was pissed off for a while, I'm like, okay, how do I fix this? How do I make myself feel better? How do I fix the situation? And it was asking curious questions over and over and over again, right?
What would it look like if, what would be this?
Yeah, and another big mistake most of us do is we jump in with those emotions and then are
Project them on.
then we're in to fix it, we're reacting out of our feelings. And
Yeah.
usually what was counterintuitive is to step away.
Yeah.
Instead of step in, step back and say, okay, what's going on here?
The formula that I told you guys, lack of accountability equals repeated behavior is a Susan formula. I created that moment because I found that pattern. I never found it to ever change it. I didn't learn that somewhere. That was a Susan phrase
Yeah,
I
I've
saw.
never heard that.
Because I haven't seen it anywhere, right? But as I saw, I never saw the pattern, and I'm a mathematical nerd, right? So my brain went pattern, 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 even my life. I mean, I have the same pattern. When I lack ownership, there I go again. Right?
The piece that's hard, I think, in this is it's not with the right environment, the right culture, like meaning if it's judgmental, if we judge ourselves or if we're judging others, it doesn't work.
Okay, so that's a story,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna challenge you.
okay, challenge me.
Yeah, because that's a story you just created. You created the idealist life, I get that, but you said it doesn't work with that, that's an excuse. So that's the
Yeah.
bottom half of the accountability letter, I heard the language right there.
Yeah,
So that tells me that's why you're gonna always be that, because it's gonna be a vicious circle, it won't work, because you're gonna prove that theory to be right. The
yeah.
problem is, it's actually going to be wrong.
Can I get into this? I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, the language I heard was right there, that's right where you're at, so I'm gonna tell you that's the result you're gonna get.
So what I see is grace, non-judgmental, work.
Well, of course, it works in general better for human beings,
Yeah.
but you said when it's general, I
Yeah,
would say I could prove it
That's good.
differently, because I have a different philosophy on it,
yeah.
the way we think.
It
Different
is.
response.
I love it.
Yay.
Welcome back, everybody. Can you hear me in the virtual world? Yes, thank you. David's got a thumbs up. Okay, cool. So, listening to Susan talk just then, which Chad is still fascinated about. He's just staring at Susan like, he's just like,
Yes, okay, I challenge this.
he got his,
My foundation got exposed. Yes, good.
so Chad's had his foundation, his core rocked. Mary's had her self-awareness of wanting to become better, exposed and shared. Regeni feels like she's had a slap across the face with the reality that she lives in the lower rungs. And I want to ask you all a question. What color are my shoes that I'm wearing today?
Blue.
Chad says blue. What shoes are they, Chad?
They are slippers.
Slippers.
Oh my God. we can't-
Did anybody else notice that I'm wearing slippers?
No.
No.
I did, but I just thought you'd like to wear slippers. You mentioned that, so I just.
So you noticed, but you noticed. Okay, I'm just being, I'm just
I
seeing.
noticed your shoes yesterday, but today I didn't.
Okay.
I noticed that you've always said you like slippers, so I thought, okay, let's.
I did not.
So what color shoes was I wearing yesterday?
Like a brown and red color.
So just the reason I asked about the slippers was because, well, so, you know, most people didn't notice I'm wearing a shirt and trousers and I'm just wearing slippers. And I'm walking around you all and I'm like, I wonder if they even notice this. And as we're talking about awareness. So Susan's conversation was really fascinating. Susan is fascinating. And I believe Susan should take up comedy. And I think she could make it. I think she could really make it famous being a comedian. But she spoke about awareness. Now, I'm going to go into some business stuff again, but I think it's for the transition, some of my things I noticed. My number one value is self-mastery. That's my number one value, is becoming the best version of myself. Now, sometimes we act better than we are. We put on an act to show up well. But what my mission in my life is to become better and to be around people who let me know of my fault and then let me know, like Susan, you know, she'll tell me, hey, Alex, this is how you're showing up. And I know you want to show up like this. And then when I follow, you know, what she says, you know, well done, you know, and she then acknowledges of my shift. Yeah. When I went on the tour around America and I was asking, you know, my guru friends, you know, what I should be doing with leverage and just telling them, just talking about like my vision, my plan for this. And, you know, got big visions and big plans for this. And, but I was asking them questions about like, what can't I see about myself? What am I missing? Like, what should I be concerned about? Like, what should I be worried about? Like at the end of the meeting, great meeting. Okay, now tell me something I should be concerned about. Like, you know, I want to know those people are around me. I don't want that like not spoken. I want to know what's the issues are. So just, and then a separate topic, like with self-awareness, there's a really good book called The Slight Edge. And if you do, like you said, you do eat the ice cream. I made the joke, you know, I wasn't guilty, but it wasn't really a joke. It's like I made the decision to eat it and I'm okay with that. And at the minute I'm eating stuff that like, I'm looking forward to not eating. Yeah. And I'm going to be changing the diet. And you know, it's that kind of like, I'll have the ice cream because I can at the minute. But soon I'm going to be cutting fat, building muscle. And I'm going into a real regime that I can't get out of. Like it's going to be a pretty intense training. And, but I'm not going to be a victim of what I did yesterday, eating that ice cream. You know, I'm not going to blame myself. And I enjoyed it. It was cool. Yeah. So, okay. So just here's what I'll say. There's 4 levels to the brain. Do anybody not know the levels of the brain? If you don't know them, just, you know, I'm just basically there's, you know, when you're a baby, you don't know that you can't drive. You just don't know that you can't drive a car. When you become about, you know, a toddler, you know that you can't drive a car. So the first state is the baby is unconsciously incompetent or incompetent, unconsciously incompetent. The baby doesn't know that it can't drive. Then when it's a toddler, the toddler's aware that he can't drive. He goes from unconsciously incompetent to consciously incompetent. Goes to a state that he's aware that he can't drive. Then when he gets to about, you know, 16, starts driving a car, 16, 17, you know, he's driving the car, she's driving the car, and all of a sudden, though, they've got to think about every gear shift. They got to think about the indication. They got to think about the roundabout. They're now consciously competent. They're aware that they can drive, but they're really bloody focused on driving. Then after you've drove somewhat, you know, you stop at the red lights, and then all of a sudden you think, how the heck did I get here? I've just drove down the motorway. I've just come off the motorway. I've gone around a roundabout. I've just like, you know, in and out of cars. Didn't even think that I was indicating. And now they're in a state of unconsciously competent, that they just do it on autopilot. Well, that's where the world lives. The world lives there in an unconscious state. That's why I asked you about the shoes. I was just curious. Did anybody notice I was wearing slippers? Chad did, but some people didn't. And you know, to become more aware is the game. So, you know, if you ever remember this, if you ever have to reverse park into a parking spot, do you turn down the radio? Because whenever I stop and I reverse my car, I turn the radio down. It's because my brain is shifting from driving forward consciously competent, which I'm just, you know, unconsciously competent, where I have to come back to consciously competent. It's a self, you're very present in that moment. So when I learned this many years ago, I've always worked on that slight edge of being more aware of people, observing situations more. And that's why I was saying yesterday, you know, acknowledging criminal activity, how that worked, was very just mind-opening for me to witness it and to be able to see it happening in broad daylight and people not like aware of what's going on, be like, wow, that's fascinating. And when I started to learn about like psychology in the brain and actually, you know, most people live their life 95% of their life in the subconscious, just completely on autopilot. They will say they want to go on a diet for the next 27 years and not change any patterns. You know, it's crazy. So, yeah, just be, and the one place I really like to find myself being aware is when I'm speaking, just catching myself and being like, okay, victim, you're moaning again, you know? Like life was tough for me a month ago. And I'm speaking to this kid and I'm with this kid, he's a young kid. And all I notice, I say to him, yeah, it's fucking tough. It's fucking tough. I'm like, God, I'm saying it's tough a lot right now. God, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. How you doing? Yeah, it's tough. And I'm like, wow, like I'm having a tough time because that's the freaking only thing I'm responding to people. It's tough. But I was aware of it so that I could journal around it, like, what's going on? And it was a real tough spot, you know, it's like I was going through some serious stuff. But I caught it and I was able to, you know, so just be aware of yourself. All right. Yeah, let's get into this. And I love just skill and will. If you have the will, I'm going to show you the skill. So welcome back. I'm so excited. I am really, I'm very happy to be sharing this. So now we've looked at driving more traffic and converting more of that traffic. Like that's what we looked at yesterday. And the interesting thing is, Susan said something at dinner last night, which she said, you can make big moves fast. You just said those lines, like big moves fast. And, you know, you can double your business just by changing the headline on your squeeze page. Single move, never have to do anything repeated, doubles your business. I mean, you know, little hinges swing big doors. Big doors swing on little hinges. Like I'm telling you, these things I'm showing you at the points of when I'm in conversation with, you know, my guru friends and alike. And we're speaking of, you know, business, like poignant places. You know, sometimes they may try and get a conversation to understand like context of things, but there's very, you know, with this, for instance, with leverage. Last word Sheffrin said to me, charge them $15,000 a month. That's what he said to me. When I'm leaving his house, he goes, and do you know what? It's the advice you would give me. And I left his house. But that was his last statement. He said to me, charge them $15,000 a month for what you're about to do. And it's the advice you'd give me. I was like, you know, like,
thank you for not.
Yes. and I mean, you know, because he was asking me, he was like, well, who's your Mike Phil Saints? Like, who are the big names that you're going to turn them into massive success stories and then use their like testimonials to become like the big guru, you know, like Chad and David both got hands up. You know, it's like, that's what he's asking me, like, who are we going to be? Like your Michael Sims, because, you know, for me, it was Dean Holland, like back in the UK, and I can still like, you know, call on Dean. I just look at his Facebook today. But like Dean was my one success story that I just used to make millions of dollars. One testimonial I'll use, just I kept using that testimonial. And but it's a lever, you know, it's just these singular levers we spoke about yesterday. So now we've looked at driving more traffic and converting more of that traffic to the point of sale. Nothing moves without the sale. Just nothing moves without the sale. I mean, you can just have all of the best intentions in the world. You can do all the meditations. You can do all of the inner work. You can do all of the, you know, that work that Susan spoke about. Like, I'm not a victim. You can be in this gratitude and belief, and everything can be rosy around you, and life can be good. But business isn't going to move without the sale. And if you don't make sales, you don't have a business. So it's like that point of impact that people are just scared shitless about. The sale. There's just so much stuff built up around it. It doesn't need to be. Like, I swear, when I'm closing deals, and like, I don't know if any of you have seen me close deals apart from Susan. I don't know if Kayleen's ever seen me do any deals. I don't know, but I know Susan's sat down and listened to me. And like my mindset is like, I'm that other person, like I'm doing it for them. Like I'm negotiating for them, and it is not comfortable for them. It is not like, oh, like I'm doing it for you. You okay? You all right? It's okay. No. Like pressure makes diamonds. Now, nothing moves without the sale. So session 3 today, we're going to be talking about income producing activity. The outcome of this presentation is that you're focused on making sales as a priority in your business. This isn't a secondary. This isn't something that you should focus on once you've done the other things. The other things are procrastination from what the business needs. Business needs energy going through it, cash coming into it, bringing it to life. So there's building projects that you're going to have in your business. You're writing a book. You want to promote the book. You're designing a podcast name. You're designing, you know, the podcast, you know, episodes. You're working on your power content. You're redesigning your website. You're building your brand. You know, you're working on an article to post. There's building projects that your business has. You're writing a new sales letter. You know, you're building a new sales funnel. There's building projects, right? Like it happens. But like, are they happening at the right time? Like, you know, are you prioritizing correctly? We're really going to get into that this afternoon, but at the minute, there's just like a lot of building going on, right? Like build and build and build and build. They made like a meme about me, like building and building and building. You know, it's just like, I was just making a joke about it. Like everybody's building stuff. You know, I speak like, oh, busy doing what? Building, right? So it's okay to have a lot of projects on the go. But are you holding on to these projects? By the way, you're holding on to them with your emotions, because maybe you were sold a dream and you want to keep that dream alive. It's just, you are emotionally attached to your building projects. And I haven't got enough time to go into it now, but I could have done a whole presentation like what Susan just did on your emotions around everything you're building. Now, some people, all of you in this room, have broken out of just the building phase. And by the way, this is something that, you know, a lot of people will not take action. They'll build, but they won't take action in case it doesn't work. Because if it doesn't work, their dream is shattered. So they would rather not take action and keep the dream alive that someday it could work, than actually do something and fail and the dream's over. That is the majority of the marketplace. the majority. We are not the majority. To be in this room, you are not the majority. Most people do nothing with most of what they buy. I'm going to get the new Peloton. I'm going to go on it every day. Yeah, right. My buddy's got a Peloton. Every time I see him, when was the last time I went on a Peloton? I'm just on him every time. He uses it. He could be lying to me though. 20 minutes this morning, 20 minutes this afternoon. Show me the app. So anyway, I digress. Building projects. Building. Well, you moved from that. You moved from the building, but now you're running the business. So now you've got a new set of things in your life. Now you've got your building projects that you still have going on because you're still building stuff. But now you're running the business. Emails to respond to, clients to show up for, tax season. You're running the business. Now you're running a business. Now you're busy running the business. So this is where most people then stay. Somehow they just like kind of like make it. They don't know how. They always say, I don't know how, but I just get enough sales to get by. Just get enough sales to get by. They do not focus, and I want you to really focus on this.
What's SOP?
Standard operating procedures. Thank you. When you're running a business, you want to put SOPs in place. You want to have SOPs. But the third is driving business revenue. And I just don't see many people spending time doing this. Most people just kind of, this is part of like the running part of, business. It's not. Driving business is nothing to do with running the business. So driving the business is, very important. Yes, building things are important, as long as you're not hiding. Running the business is important. If you have SOPs, easily delegatable. Driving the business, that's income producing activity. So what are you currently doing that's working in your business to drive business? Because right now, your business is a baseline. Doesn't matter where it is, it's a baseline. You've now got a base. So I want you to look at this question. What are you currently doing and the frequency you're doing it? Because now you've got a base of the business, but now you've got a base of you and your activity. And again, you can just be truthful. You don't have to you don't have to push it under the rug, because as we've spoken about already, you can acknowledge your fears and stuff, bring those to the attention. Like they need working on. Like somebody said yesterday at the dinner table, get more therapy. Like truly, listen, I'll tell you how it is. My bullshit, my stories, my mess, which I have a big mess, all shows up in my business. My mess shows up in my business. Okay. Now, if I can say that, can you say that about yourself? Truthfully, can you say that about yourself? Are you willing to acknowledge that to be truthful? If you're not, well, maybe your accountable partner, your accountable group needs to be a little bit more firm with you when they see you slipping. So you have that awareness. Because sometimes you can just be so like, nah, I'm fine, everything's okay. And then you have the wake up moment like, holy crap, they were right. Earth-shattering moments. So what are you currently doing in the frequency that you are doing it at? And be completely honest. If your baggage shows up, write it down what is showing up for you. Like that's what I call the clarity gap. And most people, I don't think, understand when I teach that. They don't understand that like whatever's showing up for you, if you don't write it down, they don't realize that'll fade away. It's like addiction, I can sit there. It doesn't happen to me anymore, but I could sit there and want a drink and just be obsessed about wanting a drink. And then if I didn't drink, that would cool off and go into the distant. But in that moment, I'm thinking like, this is never going to go away from me. I've just got to drink that drink because and this ultimate urge to drink, and I would break obviously and drink alcohol. But then when I stopped picking up the first drink, and that urge would be there so strong, and then the urge would go away. And it's the same. And I noticed that for like such an urge, then I noticed that in other areas of my life, I was able to then use that in other areas. So you've got to like catch it in that moment to know what you're dealing with. So your business gives you the specific results that your business has produced. So this now gives you your results, gives you the specific activity and results. So once you look at this, you look at your business as a baseline, what you're currently doing and the frequency you're doing that gives you the results your business has produced. You can now see the baseline and where I can now pivot. You now know where you're coming from. And the saying is like, Susan said it earlier, you can't know where you want to go unless you know where you are. Some people don't get that either because they don't know reference to where they are. But like knowing this, like, oh, this is what I do. Like I do an Eventbrite once a week and I make sales like on a Thursday. It just seems like Thursdays are the days I make sales. And you kind of know that, or like whatever it is. You just know where you are, and now you know how you can make the moves. Oh, I can start adding this in. I could add this in. Now you're making positive reinforcements of what to do with your time. So I want you to write out your current income producing activity for leads. Like, what are you doing to drive leads with your business? Just start writing. This is going to be a free writing thing. It's just like an observation of your mind. This doesn't have to be exact at this point. We're just building like a case. We're building like data for ourselves to review as we get into this afternoon session. It's like, what are you doing to drive leads that is like generating like business for you? Like David said yesterday, the majority of his sales come from his email list, but he's also doing like social media and he's doing paid ads. But like by knowing that his email list is driving the leads, like maybe 80% of the sales, now David gets to go, well, I'm going to double down on really looking at my email marketing campaigns. I'm going to study email marketing. I'm going to study how to write a good email. I'm going to study headlines. I'm going to study which emails worked for me and which ones didn't, which got the good open rates and which didn't. I'm going to go and look at my email inbox and look at which headlines I like that make me want to open an email. I'm going to look at what stories sold people. And he can just explore that. And he can say, how many leads did I get from, how many people are on my email list? How many people clicked my links? How many people signed up? So I would start exploring that information now. Well, how many people were on the email list? How many emails were opened? How many were clicked? Which emails, which days I got sales, which days? I want to find out as much information as I possibly can to sit there and go, okay, if I got, he's like, I got 50, because he may not have put that much effort into it. He may be like, you know what? I sent an email a day and I spent 20 minutes sending the email. I'm like, wait a minute. Do you know what I'd be doing? I'd be spending 5 hours a day writing the email. I would block everything else off. Because once I know the frequency and the energy I'm giving to something that's working, can I amplify that and turn this into a massive cash machine? Now, I'm not saying you need to take the 5 hours. What I am saying is that once I lock in on what's working, I simplify and I amplify. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I want to know what's going on. And the good news is, normally I just say, John, can you please get me the information? And John comes back with the most ridiculous data sets to me. It's ridiculous. I sit there and look at it. It's ridiculous. Like I can try and pull something up later today and show you just some of the things that John will build for me and show me, and just it's very helpful for me then to make decisions. So what are you doing? Write out your current income producing activity. Like David's got the social media, he's got the paid advertising, he's got the email. Well, then I would start looking at, well, with those, like, where's the money coming from? Well, David's saying the money's coming from his emails. Okay. So now he can start saying, well, I'm going to like give that more time and attention. How much time and attention did I give that? What could I have done better? You know, it's like, could he, you know, this is a separate topic, but like, could he add now text message marketing? Because we added text message marketing to our email marketing campaign, same thing pretty much, but like just promoted it by text message. It changed, like saved our business and changed our business. Like email marketing was dying for us. We text people. It was Caleb's idea as well. Caleb's like, oh, let's just text them, throw them all into the system, I'll text them. And boom, sales went through the roof, we made a ton of money. I didn't come up with the idea. Yes, I wouldn't have even thought about it. You know, good people around you. So what are you doing to drive applications? So in our business, we really used to just wait for the applications to come in. So write down all the things you're doing to get the applications. Again, word interchangeable, Tanya, you know, appointments, you know, you can change the word, or like, you know, or you could even remove this, because in my business, it's leads, applications, sales, service. I could skip and go lead, sales, service. I prefer not, because I know there's a real leverage point there. But in your business, I would mostly go, you know, leads, sales, service. And unless you can see, you know, like website lead, phone call, you know, so you just got to look at the labels. Whatever you choose then is yours, you know, it's interchangeable. Yeah, for me, it's applications. So something we're doing now is, instead of like, you know, just waiting for applications to come in, we're actually contacting leads. We're just like contacting them to get them to become applications. Like we're reaching out to them. So I want you to write out your current income producing activity for sales. What are you doing for sales? You know, there's taking sales calls. There's following up with pipelines. Like, what are you doing? What are you know, just get aware of the situation. Once you're aware of the situation, you can build on the situation. Service. What are you doing for income producing activity with service? You know, it's like Tanya mentioned yesterday, she goes, you know, I really signed up for you guys, because like Carl said he was going to be in my inbox, and then like he was in my inbox. Carl's roles and responsibility is, once we sign somebody up to the program, we get Carl in the inbox with them. And then he looks after our clients and he's messaging them. That's part of the service, is income producing activity. We have the data, we track the percentages of how much more percentage of money we collect when Carl is looking after clients in the service department, collecting rebills, with and without it. The first 30 days and the year. And then what Carl did was, Carl actually then trained up Nat, and Nat is now in the inbox messaging with people. And we provide a great service, but Dan Sullivan taught me, how do you measure your service? By people giving you their credit cards. That's how he says you measure it. You know, I appreciate that, you know. People go, oh, you're really nice, but I've got to go. Well, what they really want to say, when they keep giving you the credit card, like, you know, Mary said last night, this is like the 4th time, you know, she's joined. You know, it's that is producing income, you know, staying in touch with the clients, making sure the clients feel good, you know, going over and above, but like, not just, in fact, you know, you do that because it's the right thing. As I briefed Carl, I said, Carl, listen, this is really simple. We're not building a coaching program, we're building a community. That's how I taught him. Just we're in the people business, we're building a community. Best teaching I can give you, by the way, with sales, the truth will set you free. Like, you know, tell the truth and you'll just close deals. Like, that was real basic stuff that I taught him that's very powerful. Took me many years to learn. As I brought Carl in, he made $100,000 the very first month on the phone. 100 G's. Never sold before. That's the things I was telling him. So write out your income producing activity for those things. So now, is your income producing activity consistent or inconsistent in each of those areas? Because Tanya said yesterday, she's like, well, I can't see why you would shut down a business that generates, you know, like an event thing that generates $1 million like every couple of months. It's like, because it was inconsistent. Now we got the thing dialed in. We can pop that shop back up anytime we want. But like, it's actually like, it's not as good as it looks when you can see all the inefficiencies around there, which I get to see. And I'm like, this is really inconsistent. And I would prefer something very consistent as a business. Then you put the events on top, then you're in massive profit season. But it was inconsistent and I just couldn't, it's too much riding on an event, then an event, and then all these high overheads, and then there's no business going on, then an event. Why isn't there business going on every single day? It's not that I can't. I've been there many times. We just created something. I'm like, actually, and the events are going to get bigger. You know, the event's not going to get smaller, they're going to get bigger. But the thing needed consistency. So is your income producing activity consistent or inconsistent? Now, the question is, what would make this model more consistent? Like whatever you're doing, what would make it more consistent? And you can write the question down now, or you can answer the question, but these are not things that we're going to steer away from. These are conversation pieces whenever we're speaking. Like, I want to know like the consistency of your lead flow, the consistency of your, applications, the consistency of the growth of lead to application ratio, the consistency of you lowering your cost per lead. Now, cost per lead was like in the $40 range. And then they're like, yeah, Caleb said, just $40 a lead is cool. I'm like, who gave Caleb that response? I'm like, $15. They worked and then they got it down to $8. That's consistent work, Starting off at $40, I'm like, God, we can't afford $40 a lead, turn the thing off. No, you get to work. Yeah, could you get me another one as well, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. What would make this model more consistent? Now, this is a big one. How do you duplicate yourself so other people produce for you? Like, this is a huge one. How do you duplicate yourself? We can have conversation around this. But I really want you to think about duplicating yourself so other people can produce for you. So let me give you an example. I can sell. I know how to sell and I know how to close deals. However, I had leads coming in, or in fact, I think even like, let's just use Monica. I could have closed the deal with Monica. However, I spoke with Monica. However, then I passed Monica to Susan to close the deal. And Monica's here. And that's a real life example of me duplicating myself and like letting Susan get into the sales role and giving her control of like who we bring into the group, who we bring into the program. And like, that's a real example. Like, I want Susan to have that experience. And also, just where Monica's here, it's like, well, not for all of you, it's like we were very selective who come into this group. We actually turned away more people from joining than we've accepted in. Like, of just people that we're like, yeah. And Susan really kept me to a higher standard as well, So yeah, we definitely questionable of who we let in, but I'm very happy with what we have and what we're going to build upon because of this.
What was your reasoning for that, just so that we can add that to our coaching programs?
So So let's just use like the people in the room who don't have the businesses as much as the others, but you have like the will in us. So like, you know, Catherine's like, oh my God, I shouldn't be here. But it's like, actually, you know, do you understand that you're a tenacious woman? Like completely not like women in the UK. She's just like, look, she's there at 1 o'clock in the morning trying it for herself. And a business isn't at the level of other people in the room, but she has the will, as Susan says. Like she's going to be successful. And she's got numbers and they're not as nice as she'd like them to be, but she's got over being embarrassed and all of that. And she's going to work on them. There's some people who will like fight against the system. They will, thank you so much. They'll give reason why it doesn't work for them.
And there's a lot all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're selective on who you want to work with. I mean, obviously, we want to grow our businesses, but is your goal like referrals at the end or success stories?
Oh, of course, success stories, referral. I mean, I want to build this into something far greater than I could explain right now. I've had from the very beginning of my entrepreneurial journey, when my dad took me to a workshop many, many years ago, I've always looked at the big coaching companies, the big franchises, and I see this becoming, people need this. You know, this is not common knowledge. And also you go to like certain events and they're rah-rah or whatnot, but like my history in direct response advertising and marketing is just so deep. Like I know that we have the goods to like back this up on not just structurally or like there's where you need to fix it. This is how you fix it as well. So we needed the right people to be able to do that with. You know, it's like for instance, Chad's business is not at the level of like where he wants it to be, but Chad has changed so much as a person since I've met him. Like how he shows up is tremendous to like how I first met him. It's like, it's completely night and day. So it's kind of like, he has like, it's now Susan's given me this tool of will, you know? So yeah, I'm going to move on, but yeah, I'm just going to move on. I want to keep it to this, duplicate yourself with other people and go on, Chad.
But like you said, you can have the will, but if you have to have both. And if you don't have the skills,
Yep. That's what we're here to. Yeah, we're here to give you the skills, but you've got the will. So I think that pretty much sums it up, I would say. So duplicating yourself, like for instance, as I was going on to, it's going on to here with like, for instance, sales. Like I like sales, I'm good at sales, but I want other people to do sales with me. So, duplicating yourself so other people can produce for you. Like, do you know the person? What skills would they need? And what would they need to do to increase your production? It's very important to know like what this person's going to do to increase your production. Income producing activity. Bring people in to focus on that with their time. So another action item I want to throw to you is this. You're all busy doing stuff, whether it's building, running, even income producing activity. Some of the income producing activity is lower level value than others. For instance, me, like prospecting isn't as high a value of if I'm on the phone with a hot prospect. Because I have the skill, just if you put me on the phone with a hot prospect, my skill set there, my dollar per hour is very large. If you just give me leads and I'm sitting there just speaking to those leads, my dollar per hour can produce, 6 figures a day. And it's like, and it can be like a relaxed day for me as well. It's not like intense because the work's done prior to that. So a lot of, but if I'm busy doing all of the other stuff, I don't have the luxury of sitting in that seat because I'm running around wearing many hats, juggling many balls. So hiring an assistant to do all of the low-level stuff, it may sound premature right now. All I ask you to do is write down everything that you do every single day, and just have just a notepad of anything that you do, just write it down. And you just write it down. Run into the grocery store, write it down. Doing the laundry, write it down. Like, you know, got to iron something, write it down. I need to, you know, go to the bank, got to pay my bills, like go to a meeting, got to write everything down. If you could just bear the will to do that with everything you do, but for as long as you possibly can, and look at that list, you go, holy shit, I do all of that. And then look at, highlight what you actually need to do yourself. What you'll be fascinated is you almost have to do nothing. And I'll teach you how to hire, and I've just learned a lot about this area. I've gone into a lot of study in this. I can help tremendously. I can do a masterclass on this topic alone for you, and how to, you know, hire, train, manage somebody to take care of everything, and without them taking advantage. So your role is to work on the business and income producing activity. So when I don't want to be on the phone all day, every day for this next season of my life, which, you know, I don't mind doing, I've done it, you know, many seasons, but where I find myself more leveraged is on stage, talking, speaking. And that's where I'm able to close deals with many people at the same time. So it doesn't make sense. That's why I moved to the seminar business, Tanya, was because we were able to do these seminars and close multiple people at the same time without the sales in between. And we were able to do it, and it gave me a good season of my life because I'd come off the phone. I was on the phone for like 2 years, and I just wanted to get off the phone. So it was very nice to go to a seminar, do like $500,000 business, and have nothing to do, and then do it. We got in, I mean, clients abundance 5.0. Let me just backtrack, because like of optimization. Clients in abundance 4.0, we did a promotion and we were just ecstatic by the number of people who signed up for it. No, in live, in person. So I'll take you back through a few. One, CIA 1.0, only clients only, okay? 52 clients in a room. Were you there, Mary?
Not the first one.
Oh, you want the first one? Which one were you? Two?
Two.
Okay, so I'll tell you. So number,
Smaller one.
so 1.0, it was the most fascinating ball of energy I think I've ever sat in. It was just incredible. Just we closed, you know, I don't know, 96% of the room or something. It just, but the energy, it was just immense. We got to Clients in Abundance 2.0, and I get in the room and there's no one there. Where is everyone? We didn't market it. It wasn't marketed. We're like, who was responsible? Holy shit. So the woman who did the first one, we just expected her to do it and she didn't do it. I'm like, holy crap. So 3.0 was bigger and better because we focused on marketing it. 4.0, we went for a big one. We're like, let's go. And we marketed it heavy. When we got to the event, pretty much nobody showed up. And it was like, oh, the framing was wrong. We did this big thing, like, come to the event for free, we'll do all of this. There was no commitment on their part. So we had like 400 people like register and like 50 people sign up or something. I was furious. When I did my presentation, I got upstairs to the penthouse, 2 people come up to buy. It's like, hey, come to the after party. It was 2 people there. We had to like let people come up for free, like to be in there, to be in like the party. I was furious. So then what we did though, because I was so annoyed, we changed our marketing. We changed our framing. We give a free ticket away. Then we made them pay $47 after it to guarantee a seat and get a VIP ticket. And if they showed up, we give them the $47 back. And we did that, and we sold like 400 people signed up, 200 people bought the ticket or whatever. But now in the morning at that live event, I'm in my room again. I get a phone call and I want to be on time. The phone call is, Al, you're not going to be on time again. I'm like, fuck, nobody showed up again? They're like, no, Al, this time too many people have showed up. The place was jam-packed. And the woman at the event wouldn't let everybody in the room. And there's people down the corridor wanting to get in, and they're not letting them in. We had to take chairs out and let people stand at the back of the room, and the place was jam-packed. It was freaking amazing. But that was because I was annoyed, and we got to work on the income producing activity, and we dialed that in. When Cameron, my son, was with me, when we opened the door of the penthouse to let the people in, because we had it dialed in, he counted, he goes, Dad, there's 50 people here. Average order value, $20,000. Like, well, that's $1 million right there, son. You know, my son's like that. I'm like, Bonche, pop the champagne, turn the music up, and everybody's having a great time in this big penthouse. It was incredible. But because I was really annoyed at what happened, I got to work on the business. I focused on the income producing activity. We all got to work on it. We changed it around, but we saw the difference. And then I'm like, we're made. And then COVID come in, and now all of a sudden we have to go through all of the same thing with the virtual events. And we built the virtual events up to the point where Kayleen can, and Susan, but like Kayleen can say, she's in the room with us, that they're like streamlined. Like, you know, it's almost like very smooth operation, but then I'm seeing the same things now. I'm like, I can't just go with that. Like, it needs to change. Like, you know, the business needs to evolve. So I'm working on the business and then income producing activity. So your role is that, you know, it's working on your business, making it better. You know, Tanya lost 2 people. Good. You lost 2 people, but now you can put 3 people in and train them. Yeah. Yeah. So it's good. So marketing drives sales. You know, it's just, you know, I learned this from Peter Drucker. The aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous. When I hear that sentence, I was fascinated by it. The aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous. Wow. I'm like, that is at the core of my business. That is, I am going to be a sales machine. I'm going to be a sales engine. Marketing makes selling superfluous. The aim of marketing makes selling. Wow. Like, imagine how, how the leverage just blew my mind. Clients in Abundance was built off that sentence. Like, okay, we're going to really do this outstanding marketing and just go in and make so many sales. And you can go in with that great intention, but then all of a sudden people aren't buying, you face, you know, rejection, and people ghost you, and, you know, all of the things you've all faced. But those phone calls where you write things down, that becomes the new marketing. Like, what you're listening to in the face of rejection, when somebody denies you, or somebody shows up in a crappy way, or they say something and then they don't like follow through, like, that can be transferred to your marketing, and you can repel those type of people. You can stand in your values, say, hey, you know, if you're not going to show up to this call, like before our call, it says, if you're driving a car, like before a strategy session, make sure you're at the computer. Make sure you're at the computer and you're not driving a car. So if somebody gets on the phone and they're driving a car, we just, no, this is like, no, we're not taking the call, because we don't close people who are driving the cars. So, you know, we would then put that into our, like, be very clear, like, be somewhere, pen and paper. Don't be driving, don't be in a supermarket. Sales drives marketing. Susan put me on a call with a guy the other day. I forgot about the word, like, working smarter. It isn't in my vocabulary anymore. I've heard it many times over my life, working smarter. But this guy said it. He goes, I just want to work smarter. Well, I promise you, I forgot that language, so I don't say anymore. I'm like, but that's what the market are thinking. They want to work smart. So I would go into my next marketing message. I'm about to show you as an individual how to work smarter than you ever have, which means you get these results. That would just be transferred to my marketing. The market listens to that. They, oh, wow, I want to work smarter. So I just listen. So sales drives marketing. So market feedback while making offers. Like people don't buy as they don't feel understood. My biggest mistake was when I was selling was my ego. Like I lost so much business. I can help you. Huh? I can help you. No, they're like, yeah, I'm okay. No, please let me help you. You know, they're not feeling understood. So they don't trust you. Now, this is a big one. This is a big one for all of you. I was in the United Kingdom when I had my business over there. I was very well known in the market. I had over 100,000 customers on my database. So 100,000 plus customers knew me. So in that space, I pretty much bought up the marketplace. There wasn't that many more than like 100,000 customers in that space. When I moved to America, nobody knew me. When I moved into the coaching coaches niche, who are you? It was a massive wake-up call for me. Nobody knew me. My old market dominance, we did dominate it, didn't transfer. My understanding of building a coaching business and simplifying it. So, an expert simplifies things. So I'd simplify things down to leads, app, sales, service. That had made us many millions of dollars and also saved our bacon many times when we were screwing up things. To go back to the basics, I've heard that before. They didn't care. So the market didn't care of my simplicity, heard it before. And they, like, who are you? Didn't trust me. So what I did was I made a strategic move to go on TV. And I went on television and I spoke about my topic on TV. And I didn't really care about being on TV. What I cared about was the show reels of me on TV, the pictures of me on TV. And then I went and spoke at Harvard. I got the opportunity to speak at Harvard, so I spoke at Harvard. So now what I did was I took that screenshot of me at Harvard and put that at the beginning of my presentation. I'm like, I don't know who's laughed at this more, me or my mum. I'm a school dropout here giving a speech at Harvard. That's the beginning of my presentation. That gave me a lot of trust in the market's eyes. And I said, and then, I was asked to go on a tour around America and speak about the topic I'm going to speak to you about today. Here I am here I am in this news channel, and this news channel, this news channel, this news channel. So in my presentation, I built a lot of trust because I went on TV and spoke at Harvard. And it cost me money to go and do both of those things. But I went to buy pictures of trust. So then what I also did was, on my shock and awe page, when people actually, applied, it wasn't just the picture of me at Harvard. Now they got to see the video of my speech at Harvard. They got to see my TV speeches. So there was now the TV speeches, so that they're able to watch those things. So now when I got on the phone with these people, it wasn't like, who are you? They're like, oh, wow, it's Mr. Harvard himself. And instantly, my trust was making more sales. So it's a big one. Now, going on TV and that, I'm not a celebrity. I made that happen. I paid to learn how to speak on TV and get associated with the TV directors and get me onto different news channels. I paid somebody to do that because I was missing the trust of the marketplace. It took me time to do that, but then once I built that trust, boom. It's like for instance, David, people can say whatever they want politically, like Trump. I'm not a political person, zero interest whether you like him or not. But if David went and got a picture with Trump, or had Trump say, David really is good at this multifamily thing, his sales are going through the roof. He's just building on, a very good developer. Again, whether you say he's a good developer or not, open to opinion. but like you're buying celebrity. The trust is there. Well, you know, Trump thinks David's good at it, you know. You know, so that trust is, people are not buying because they don't trust you or they don't know, they don't trust it will work for them because they don't feel understood, or they don't trust you because you don't have any trust, you know, built in front of them. Like trust, you can build trust through empathy, but making people feel understood is really what's going to make them buy. It's like Rajani said yesterday, I think it was Rajani. She said, yes, Rajani said yesterday, I believe. She was like, somebody said it. They just felt safe, with the community, so they didn't care. It was you. Rajani's like, I don't care what you're selling me, I'm buying it. Right? Like she felt understood. Like she felt like we were going to help her. People don't buy if they don't know how your offer works. So once again, if they're not buying, ask them the question. All right, the offer's off the table. What would have you bought today? What were you looking for today? Like ask them that question. They'll say, well, Al, if you said it was this, this, and this, I would have been in. Well, that's what I do. Unfortunately, no, Al, I'm not buying today. Goodbye. But they still told you this, this, and this. Moving forward, if you don't use that information, you lack the self-awareness Susan was talking about. Are you self-sabotaging? Read the book, The Slight Edge. You ain't doing it in one day. You're not leaving this mastermind, and it's not that I can just say I found Jesus, the rest of my life is good. Like I got to work on this for the rest of my life. They worry it will not work for them. It's very difficult to sell leverage to some people, because even though they knew, like I knew, it would help them. They didn't know if it would work for them. It was an unproven model. It was unproven. Some of you bought because you trust us, you've seen the success for us. Like there'd be reasons, but like some people nah, what is it? How does it work? I don't know if it's going to work for me. Something else. So you're going to face that, but the evolution of what you do can overcome that. The evolution of what you do can overcome that.
Is that why you put the guarantees in there?
The reason I put the guarantee in? So the guarantee was a big selling, like a big aim of a sales point for me. Yes.
Because it was new, or is that something you
I'm going to look at how we run it. Like, again, it's just evolution. I'm going to observe how it is, how it works. I led with the guarantee to start, but now I'm going to put it as like it isn't a lead. It isn't the lead. It's not my lead. Like we were using that way in the front of the marketing. Like the guarantee now could be right at the end of a sales call. It could be like the last line of defense we can use. I don't want to just lead with it. So it's open, interchangeable, but it definitely was, look, well, what is this? Like people are going to like I want to guarantee them success. Like I know it works. I know it works for a fact. It's like now I can have a conversation with Mary. Like if I didn't have these numbers and set it up like this, Mary could be talking to me and I have like a range of things that I'm listening and giving a feedback on what she's talking about. But like the truth is, Mary's now exposed 4 things to me. Number one, Mary, she needs work and she's open to working on herself. And she made that very clear yesterday, made that very clear at dinner, made that very clear today after Susan's conversation. But then I see 3 leverage points in a business. So I see 3 areas to work on. And one is sales. That's the first one. So if Mary starts talking to me about like, well, I'm thinking about writing a book. I'm gonna start like, Mary, remember like this, like is that the goal? Because that may be her goal though. That may be her goal. But I want to keep her focused on her outcomes. Or the outcomes that she said she wants. Okay, so sales drives better marketing, right? What is the reason people are not buying from you? This here is a question that a lot of people don't look at. It's a very powerful question. There's a guy in the program who didn't join Leverage, and he's a great guy. And he used to sell $150 packages, and I helped him sell a $15,000 package. And his income went up tremendously, and he's had great success, and he's doing very well for himself. But he didn't join Leverage. And it would have been amazing for him, and he would have been really good in this room. But instead of trying to sell him Leverage, I got on the phone with him a few times and just listened to why he didn't buy. And when I was listening, going, oh, he's so wrong, I had to bite my tongue and just listen more and ask questions around that. And I wrote lots of notes around the reason he didn't buy, his beliefs and what he thinks he's doing. He's completely, like, honestly, for what he wants to do, he's wrong, but he's in that frequency where Susan said in that place. I wasn't trying to change him. I was trying to learn. I'm not trying to save his business. I'm trying to build my business. I'm listening to his response. I'm like, cool, like he's not joining, cool. Maybe he will in the future. But for now, I want to know what he is telling me, the reasons. I sat with him on 2 phone calls. And actually, I was going to go to Vegas the other night, and I didn't go for another reason, but I invited him to come and play Topgolf with me in Vegas. And I was like, I'm going to just find out more or close the deal. Like one option's happening. He's coming. I'm going to take him to play golf with me. I'm either going to learn some really interesting stuff from my marketing, or I'm walking out with a new contract. Guy's nice. I like hanging out with him, but I'm being intentional with my time around this here, this action item. Nice guy, we have a nice time. I would have picked up the bill, but I would have learned about my marketing or closed the deal. And let's just go to one other point of it though. He needs the help. Yeah, go on. What you say?
I was gonna say, that's a really good way to look at it when you're going into every sales call, so you don't get afraid of the no or whatever. It's just like, I'm either going into this to learn something or to really learn.
You earn or you learn.
Yeah.
Don't be scared of the rejection because it's coming. You know, and like
So
I
we
get,
don't really call it rejection then, right? It's learning.
it's feedback.
Yeah.
Because I'm just in negotiation. And then I start negotiating for them.
Yeah.
Do you think that's your best self showing up right now? That's what I say to them. Is that how you want to show up to the world? Because it ain't pretty.
Yeah.
You know, I can be rough and rugged, but like, it's your life. You said you wanted better, and are you showing up like this?
One of the things I say in the same context, right, Alex, is I say each no is one step closer to your yes.
Mhm.
It's the same aspect. You're learning something that you're going to get stronger onto the next one, right?
As long as you use it. You know, as long as you use it. Some people don't. I'm just making it clear to everyone in the room, you know, to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I learned, and the negative nose to me sounds negative, but learning sounds very positive.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Yeah. Earn or learn. I'm telling you, when somebody's on the phone with me and they shut me down, if I'm in this zone and I'm building something, that gives me the fuel to go and make a Facebook Live, to go and, you know, to go and write an advert, to go and do a post like that. When they say no, whatever's on that piece of paper is I know I can go and make many more sales because of what, if I capture that and record it and start publishing it, that is going to create more. So I'm like, well, there you go. So an action item is, what can you do about this to increase the chances of buying, whether that's the person buying or other people buying? Sometimes like I'm on the phone, I'm like, fuck man, I messed up. I really let this person down. And I used to tell them that. I'm like, so sorry I let you down. They're like, no, it's okay. It's fine. I'm like, fuck, I let them down. But I'm over that. How can I use that to help other people? I can't save everyone. Sometimes people don't want to be saved either. They're there, they say it, but then they don't have the will. It's good. Really good, that skill or will, Susan. It's helped me a lot. Yeah. You know, because I would say like they don't believe in themselves, whatever, but no, it's the will. Like, if they don't have the will, we can't help them. I think all of us using that in our sales pitches is going to close more deals. Like having people show their willingness up front. And if they're not showing willingness to point out that you're not willing, I can't help you because of how you show up. The truth shall set you free. So when you leave here, huh?
That was something that when I was practicing my speech, I think that it was with you that I went into a call and you told me to make people sell themselves to me.
Yes.
It wasn't me selling them.
Yes.
But they selling me why they needed it,
Yes.
why they wanted it. And it was so much easier.
Yes. Ask questions instead of tell them stuff. The best salespeople ask questions. So they say, Regeni, you need to do this. Regeni, you need to do Facebook advertising. Regeni, have you ever thought about doing more advertising for your business? What type of advertising have you been looking at? Oh, Facebook, huh? Is that something that you want to do? Are you skilled at that? No? Okay. So how long have you been trying to learn? How long has that been on your radar to do Facebook advertising? So you've wanted to do Facebook advertising for 6 months, and you're doing it currently? No? And you don't have the skill allocated? Okay, interesting. But that's something you want to do. Okay, I made a point of that. Continue. So when you leave here, what you want to do is you want to get to know your customers' pains and desires more. You want to know them more. Like you want to get intimate with these people more. So I get to the point when I do marketing that I understand my market better than they understand themselves. I'm on the phone with somebody, I'm asking somebody a question and I'm hearing their response. I'm like, yep, they're in that place. You start to read them. They all become one of the same, which is fascinating. Or they become a category of maybe, So when we had the phone room in the UK, we had thousands, I'm talking, of testimonials, like just an amazing amount of testimonials I've received in my life. We used 3 testimonials on the phone, only 3. And what we would do is we would match up somebody and we would hear their story and we'd then say, you remind me of, and then it would be one of 3 stories. You remind me of Mark, you remind me of Dean, or you remind me of Joey. And we then had a story for each of those 3 people. And those stories, and the sales reps would say, oh my God, can we have different testimonials? I'm bored of saying this story. It's like, no, say the same story. It works. But there's this new story of Tanya's success. Cool. But just let's use that story because it works. So we just didn't even need the new. Like I said, Dean's story, we just made just so much money from one testimonial. But because that testimonial spoke to that person. I'd say, you're like, oh my gosh, that's me. That's why we said it again and again, because it was them. And we had so many new success stories, but we didn't bother because they didn't need to hear it. Get intimate with what they need to hear. You live it as well, by the way. You've lived it. Do you know something that I've struggled with is, by the way, should we just give acknowledgement to the view? Isn't it beautiful? Right? So it's like, I've just become so accustomed of this kind of living that you forget of the past. And my stepfather's like, Al, you've got to remember, like, you've got to sell the lifestyle more. Like, he's had this awakening, and he's like giving me marketing advice. And, but he said, you got to sell the lifestyle more. And I just got like, it's kind of like, it's not really like my flavor, because I forgot the pain. I forgot the pain. So I've got to get back into the pain of like when I was speaking, and I haven't been on the phone for a lot. Yeah. This is the other thing I'd say for Tanya. Why? Because our marketing's really good at the seminar, but then outside of that, our marketing's not that good. So I want to fix that so it's consistent, not just like a small blip of time with a small blip of people, and then that's it. It's that time and space, and boom, and the event's done. That's it. It's like, why can't that be always and forever? I mean, doesn't that excite you to think about that? Like, how much bigger could it be if it was always and forever that?
Absolutely.
Like, that just excites me. It's like, am I willing to take a step back to take giant leaps forward? Absolutely. When I'm looking at my career, you know, I'm looking at like, yeah,
You talk about being dissociated from the pain.
yeah,
I can relate to that
Yeah.
because I find that that's probably, I think that's what's happening on my calls is that I'm not associating into the pain, and connecting to where they're at, to be able to leave it when I'm on.
Where's Watson? I was with him the other day, and it's important. So Mary said that she's not tapping into the pain. What he said to me was just, I asked him, is he happy? Because the reason is my son's got this Lamborghini, this booklet. And I said to my son, do you want to go and see the Lamborghini that he's looking at? My friend just bought one. I'm like, do you want to go for a ride in it? And he's like, whatever. And then I saw Wes, and he's got now 2 Rolls Royces and two Lamborghinis. So he's got 4 cars for himself. So I asked him, I'm like, are you happy? And he goes, no, because I don't want to be happy either. And I was like, huh? And he goes, I want to be in a constant state of discomfort. I want to train harder than I want to. I want to diet. I want to limit my sleep, and I want to limit my food, because this brings me closer to the pain and the healing I can give to the world. And he was like, I want to be in that place of pain so I can relate. So if you look at his Instagram post, they're just fueled with like life, because he deprives himself of those core things. He gets really tapped into that pain. He'll cry in the mornings. He really gets in tune with that. But you look at his marketing, it's like the guy's got millions of views. Like, it's like his business is crushing it. He's tapped into that pain. So, you know, it's like, I just become comfortable and just like, you know, yeah.
I like blowing up my family relationships to connect to that pain.
Well, no, but you can, okay, but what you can do though is, so for instance, okay, I personally have forgot a lot of my childhood pain. The brain forgets the pain. I have forgot a lot of my stories through my life. If I speak with Katie remembers them very specifically. She remembers them, I don't. And there's a lot of stories where I just don't remember. She tells them like, wow, like that's interesting. Like, forgot about that. You know, the struggles that I went through, I forgot about. But if you listen to the people on the phone, and you're listening to their stories, you can remember. You'll remember those things. Like, you go, oh yeah, I remember that. And then write to those things, because they're the things then that, I'll say like this, people relate to my failure more than my success. So if I post up something about a mansion that I live in, people don't really give a fuck. When I make a post to say, you know, it's my 4th birthday of sobriety, it's like the messages come in like tremendous.
My whole PowerPoint is based on that pain.
Uh-huh.
So they know that my name of the story, and they think they want to be on the phone because I've been through that. But
Yep.
it's on the call, like.
Yeah, you got to tap into that. Look, when you leave, get to know your customers' pains and their desires more. Get intimate with their pain. Like, and even if you don't tap into it, you want to write down a script that says it. Like I said, you know, when they were telling Joey's story, Joey sold. I was in his documentary. I think that they sold the company for like 30 million or something last year, something, right? Like, and he was very successful when he was in my program. But like, they were telling the story on the phone of like Joey, like when he was struggling and he wanted to get this diamond ring for his girlfriend, and he got the diamond ring. And like, you know, the story was that, not that Joey's made $1 million now. They cut all that out. And he was able to do it. And it was such a, and they're like, oh my God, that's what I want to do. I want to just give to my family. Like, that's what Joey was able to do in this program. Then continue, because that's who the person was. So they just understood it, like what meant something to them, you know?
Yeah. 'Cause they don't care what you burn.
No, they don't
They
care.
actually get angry.
Yeah, I've helped thousands of people. They don't care. They don't understand me.
You have a problem here. You know,
Well, and
like
if
you're-
There's too far of a gap between where you are and where they are, and I don't think
So this is what you do. When you leave, you speak with them. You speak with them and you listen to them and you make note of what you're doing with them and you get to understand them on a deeper level so you can tell other people that you understand them on a deeper level. You've got to tap into this. Like people buy when they feel understood, not when they understand you. So I tell you, I made the mistake. I've lost millions and millions of dollars by beating my chest on the phone. I'm like, why didn't they buy? Why didn't they buy it? It drove me crazy for a long time until I realized, oh shit, you're making the call about you. Like you can help them. I can help you. Then I switched it. Tell me why I should work with you. Tell me the reason you're going to be successful. I just flipped the switch on them. I remember when I was like that. And oh, I remember so-and-so story. Boom. So breakout question. Where am I missing the trick? Just getting by. And what can I do about it to see my exponential growth? Like, where are you missing a trick right now in your business? Just something that you could change, a singular thing that would just give you this exponential growth. Like, maybe it is, we covered a lot of things there. But if we look at the latter, maybe it is just like listening more and doing. By the way, I struggle with active listening when I'm doing it actively as an experiment because it seems fake to me. And it really just like if I active listen and I'm talking about like with a female and I'm dealing with a female and I'm active listening and I'm doing it because I know it feels so like disingenuous to me that before it, I would like freeze and not say it because I'm like, this is just going to sound so fake when I say it. And then I'd get into trouble and then I'd have therapy around it to understand the female. And I realized that active listening is very important for the female. So when I do it, I sound so disingenuous to myself. I'm like, this doesn't seem right to say it. But I acknowledge what they're going through or the person's going through. And then the person changes them. Person's like, thank you. And then the person starts, like Chad said, Chad sometimes has to, share with somebody what's going on so we can get past it and move on. That's the same with me. I have the same. Females seem to have it more than males. And I learn in as much as I can. And I'm 40 and I'm still nowhere near understanding a female. So I'm not here teaching this. But what I'll say is it's the same on the phone though. The same thing is you share with them, I understand. And you repeat back to them what they said and they feel like, they feel understood. Even if you don't understand them, you can say back to them what they said. Like, Mary, if you're not in that pain anymore, it's like, how do I tell somebody I get what it's like to not be able to like pay the groceries when I'm just, I'm just like sitting like this. And I'm like, yeah, I understand what it's like to, like, I forgot that. I don't have that issue anymore. But if I write it down and I say to him, hey, like, I understand it's tough to not be able to do the groceries. And I understand that has a knock-on effect of being around your family. You listen to them. They feel understood. Instead of like, I can help you fix that. They honestly, okay? So where are you missing the trick? It doesn't just have to be in sales, but I'm telling you, there's a trick you could make more sales. You could triple, quadruple your sales by getting more sales reps. I don't know. I'm going to leave the question to you. But the breakout question is, where am I missing the trick? Just getting by. When I say just getting by, your business is running at a rate that you accept. Your business is running at your rate that you tolerate. That's it. That's where it is.
Ouch, Alex.
Yes. Well, your business is running at the rate that you tolerate. That's an Alexism.
How much time are you giving them to answer this breakout?
Oh, Susan, how long do they have for the breakout?
Do you guys want 5 minutes? Do you need 5 minutes to dig deep into this, or is that not enough time, too much time? For what? To answer this question. Oh,
and I'm happy to do Q&A then through lunch. I'm happy to do that.
I'm willing to understand the question better because I'm not sure to understand it.
Yeah. So the question. So she asked with the question, where am I missing the trick? So where am I? There's somewhere in your business right now. It's like a cruise ship is driving And the cruise ship, if the cruise ship is 1 degree off, over a period of time, it's going to completely miss the island. Just slowly but surely, 1 degree off, over a period of time, it's going to miss the island. But you make that one little slight shift, the cruise ship's going to go to the island. So like, where are you missing a trick right now that you could just make a little shift? And it doesn't take you from like, oh, business is okay. Tanya's getting there. It isn't just business okay. It's now exponential growth.
Stabbing me in the heart. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad.
It's nothing wrong with being angry when you have a realization. What are you mad about?
That I've tolerated not below my potential.
Well, maybe just understand what I was going through to kind of understand why I stopped the seminar business, because like it's that I was like, wait a minute, this is crazy. This should be the cherry on top, not the business model. I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me. And I was like getting mad at myself. I'm like, so the business doesn't run until I go and dance on stage again. I'm like, wait, I'm a dancing bear.
Yeah, so here, I love that, and here's what I would say. So you're getting mad because you've tolerated so far and you've recognized that you have.
Yes.
Okay. What I would say is, now what would be the possibility of being grateful that now you recognize it, that you won't repeat it?
Oh, I won't.
Right?
repeat it.
And then
That's
if
not
you're
an
mad
issue.
about the past when it's already done, it serves no purpose today, right?
No, I get that. I mean, sometimes you just need that, like,
Jolt.
like this with
Jolt,
you,
yeah.
like, you're just tolerating,
Yeah.
like, below your.
It sounds like people need a little more time than the 5 minutes.
Yes.
It sounds meatier for sure, right? So do you guys want to work, right, for let's say 10 minutes on your own and then in groups or what?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's give you 10 minutes. So if you want to tell the virtual room that they have 10 minutes to work on their own.
Yep. And so what Susan says, you have 10 minutes to work on your own. I would really look at this because it's not about adding something new. You know, coming here, you know, as I spoke with Chad last night, he's like, oh man, I'm exhausted. I said, there's just so much stuff. He's like, and I said, you like what we're going through? He's like, yeah, it's like stuff I already know. And he's like, and I'm like, good. Yeah, you've got to like keep going through this stuff. But I don't want to teach you anything new. I want you to be aware of like, what can I remove? Oh, actually, if I stop doing that, I'd have all that extra time. Like, I don't know, maybe, yeah, just like, so take the time to look at this. Where am I missing a trick right now?
Question,
Yes.
are we identifying just the high level area or do you want the specific detail?
Avant-garde, it's yours, baby.
Okay.
You know,
I could go down the rabbit hole
you
and
do whatever
see
you
that.
choose, you know, I mean, this is for you. Because your trick, it's like your alignment, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, it's like, and it's okay. Like what Tanya said, it's okay to be mad at yourself. It's okay to be angry at yourself. Like, it's like I really like can get pissed off with myself and pissed off about things, but like, good, you know, good. It makes me move.
Okay, so 10 minutes on your own, you guys.
Okay, I need to restroom.
We'll have 10 minutes together as a group.
Fantastic.
Okay, and then we'll
Use
take
the
a lunch,
restroom.
and you guys can, our little quick Q and A, and then you can work with these every day for questions for lunch.
Just my brain's becoming it.
Okay, I guess it looks like a lot of people are starting to finish up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have you guys now work in pairs where you can talk through what you're kind of missing already, what the trick, right? Get the other person's perspective, make sure that you're looking at it from, whatever lenses, get their objections or their objective viewpoints, etc. And then after 10 minutes, and Kayleen will put you in a breakout room, we're gonna come back and we'll do like a Q&A for just 5 minutes to begin with. Then what we'll do is we'll take break for lunch. In the lunch, Alex said he's being willing to answer further questions. So if you have one, just mention it up, raise your hand, and he'll continue it. But we want to be able to come back and debrief quickly, and then we'll take a lunch and you guys can continue it. All right, fair enough? Questions before we begin? Otherwise, you're going to get in your breakout groups and you work together for 10 minutes, just helping each other understand where you're missing the trick and what you can do to see exponential growth from their perspective, as well as your own. Level set it. All right, thanks everybody, 10 minutes.
Yeah. You're gonna go into the other room? Yeah, 1 second. Let's get, Alex, can I get your fob? Can we open the room for them, the side room? With the fob? I'm not, is Catherine with us? Oh, there she is. Okay, she is.
So the first thing is I need to have my data. And it. And you write down everything I do.
Kayleen, can you do our breakout room again? It automatically was closing in 60 seconds.
Yeah, let me do that again. Okay. Did that work? There we go.
Take them out of the rooms. Give them a minute. Come out of the room. Does it do it instantly?
Takes a minute.
Yeah, that's it. Doesn't sound like sloppy, so it's like, okay.
Should I go get the ladies? Hey, can you climb the back straight up?
So you go and create the, it's, you call it approval. So just people punishments, and then you put it in the person's schedule. Basically, I just need to do less busy work, more producing activity and prioritizing problems.
There you go. There you
All
go.
right, everybody.
That's all.
One, welcome back. Here's the deal, you guys, what's really nice is, I know that you could always work longer on these, right? Of course, that's why you have accountability groups. That's why you guys have time, you have your lunch. There's nothing that says you couldn't take if you wanted on your own lunch. We're giving you regardless, right? So it's up to you. It's willing to work through lunch. But right now, let's just do a quick 5 minute before we give you an official lunch. Then you can do whatever you want on the lunch. If you want to stay and ask more questions, you want to go relax, you want to go work together and more partner in groups. Who has questions that came up for them that wants Alex's help just within the next few minutes officially? And then after that, you guys can continue. He said he would work through the lunch hour. So his questions. It was just easy. Lickety split, no problem. He's done
Yeah.
such a great job of training
Well,
it.
Catherine.
Right?
Yeah.
It was superfluous.
So I realized that I have been thinking this sales thing. I get sales is difficult. There wouldn't be so many books about it and people would all be able to do it if it wasn't. But I've made it into something kind of mystical and elusive that I just am not clever in that way to learn. I've realized now that I'm just making excuses and I could just get on with it, just damn well learn it.
Yeah.
So my question, and you probably answered this yesterday, but then you gave loads of things. Doesn't have to be now, but I want the things. I know one of them is talking to Susan more because she is amazing. Anything else? I mean, I'm already listening to the that offer. I've forgotten this, Alex with a long name, sorry, that you were saying yesterday. But anything, any particular, that I've been listening to Zig Ziglar and Sandra and all those, but anything that I can particularly do to
Yes.
improve my sales.
Yes, I think something that would beat all of those three things. Better than speaking with Susan, better than listening to Alex Samosi, better listening to Zig Ziglar is listening to your prospects. Get on the phone and listen to people on the phone, asking strategic questions and listening. They'll give you information Susan can't, Zig Ziglar can't, and Hermosi can't. Can't.
Would you recommend, Alex, like if you have, like in Catherine's case, she has a whole bunch of people that said no, that she calls them back and asks them what?
Yeah, they may not remember why, they may not tell her the truth. It doesn't matter the reason people have said no, it's moving forward and having people say yes.
Yeah, but I'm just.
So like she's listened to Ziglar, she's listened to David Sandler. It's not like when I listen to David Sandler, I become a better salesperson because I brought comedy and humor to my sales pitches, which I learned from Dan Kennedy, which is make them laugh, take their money. So, being fearful and being excited are very close to each other. When I was up in the plane, I was very scared about jumping out of the plane. As soon as I left the plane, I was very exhilarated. So very, very short period of time, and the feelings are pretty much the same. You get to realize. So, when I'm on the phone with people, I'm comfortable being uncomfortable, but I'm also comfortable by being a bit stupid and having people like laugh and, taking that edge off there, like, fuck, man, So I would just say, Catherine, get on the phone. Don't take it so serious. Don't take yourself so serious. Negotiate on their behalf. Like actually pay an interest in them. Be interested in helping them. Well, that sounds difficult. Share with me. Tell me more about that. Not the self-pity, but like what they're going through. Acknowledge that. Then you know, because if people are giving you all of their baggage and bullshit, that's why you saw my thing. I put all this like pain. I can put this story up here, pain here. They're experiencing, and I'll get all of that. And if they're in okay, is that how you want to continue? They say no. Oh, tell me what you would like to experience. Then they start to tell me their desires and that. Then I can write that on the right side of the piece of paper, you know, on my sales script. I'm putting all of that there, and I'm moving them to that. And now I've got a picture of like how they're showing up, the pain they're going through, and what they desire. And I can now help them navigate forward. They can't do it on their own. In fact, they're like, I know this will be good for me, but I need to think about it. Well, what's the reason? It's their bullshit. There's this stuff showing up. So you got to talk them through that. What's showing up for you? Be genuine about it. Like, listen, if somebody knows you're genuinely interested, this is what people say to me on the phone. I don't know who the hell you are, but I've told you more in the last 60 minutes than my husband of 35 years. Who are you? They've just got on a phone call with me and they're like, how am I telling you all of this information? I am genuinely interested in what the person's going through. Genuinely, like I'm like, wow, this is fascinating. However, I'm still not just listening going, this is cool. I've got kids to put food on the table for, so I'm here to do business. So now I've got all of the information. If they start wobbling, I'm going to hold them to the truth, Catherine. This is what you said just now. And I'm, again, not being nice to them. The truth isn't nice. And when somebody says to me, oof, Al, you know, like, drinking a bit too much alcohol, you know, like, or oof, Al, like, put on a bit of weight there, kid, you know, like those conversations, they're like, but like, you know, Al, like, I think, you know, you need to like sort yourself out a bit. Like, that's when I make a shift, when I'm aware of it. So honor them those shifts.
Thank you. Can you just, and I know you did say, but my brain's like exploding. When you said, what did you say? Negotiate for them
on their behalf.
Yeah, so negotiate on their behalf. It's like when I'm selling, I've just made a decision, Catherine. This is my decision when I'm on the phone. I am not selling anybody or just anybody. You've got to show up in a certain way. So I'm guiding you to show up in that way. And if you show up in that way, and I think, wow, I could really help you, I'm doing you a disservice by not selling you. So I've got to do everything in my power to get you in the program, because that's where I can help you most. I'm guiding you there. And it just changed me from being like, you know, a hardcore salesperson. My sales approach has just become very different.
Yeah.
Catherine, I have a thought as well that I want to share. I love Alex's perspective, of course, right? But I just want to thought. So when I heard you talking, here's what I would say. Language matters.
Yes.
Words matter.
Yes.
And I don't think we realize when we say things, because we know ourselves, that we think that we would be fine. So we say things, but they do have an impact. So I'm going to give an example. Catherine, sometimes like you, for example, will say, right, and many others, right, in general, so it's not a Catherine thing, it's a people thing. With sales, you go, I'm not a good salesperson.
Yeah.
You go, I'm not good. I don't know how to do sales. I'm not confident in sales. So remember the three things we talked about this morning. There's self-awareness, okay, but there's self-confidence, and then there's self-control. So what happens is the confidence isn't there. So what I would say is you're not maybe the salesperson you want to be yet, but you're a salesperson today, and you're working on being the stronger one continuously. So language is key, right? So you hear, for example, Chad will talk about like, I hate numbers. Now he says, oh, I love numbers. He's not there yet with every single thing with the numbers, but what he's doing is he's flipping the language, because language matters.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if, you know, not that anybody needs to, but I'm just going to share a quick story for that concept, Catherine, because I know this will help you, is this. When I was in high school, I almost quit high school. I went home and I told my mother I was quitting high school. Okay. In my senior year, because I had to take speech. It was a mandatory course in order to graduate, and I was valedictorian. I didn't care. I didn't care. I wasn't going to do it because I wasn't good in front of people. I said, I was a high introvert. The thought of getting up in front of somebody and speaking to me was just like, I'd rather not. And I prepared my entire speech for my mother. I determined that some people aren't meant to do that. I determined I wasn't meant to do that. My mother said, are you willing to make minimum wage for the rest of your life? And I said, yes. Because in my head, yes, I am. Because if that means I don't have to get in front of somebody, I'm golden. For years and years, Catherine, I told myself I wasn't good in front of people and speaking. Every time I did it, I didn't do well. Okay. Then I got feedback from my managers that said, hey, you got to learn how to speak in front of people in order to keep moving up. And I was like, why? Why is that a determination? Why do I need to do that? I don't need to do that. Everybody's not good at that. I'm not good at that. I don't have to be good at everything. See the excuses and reasons and stories we tell ourselves? So one day I got tired of the feedback. And I said, I literally went home and I got the feedback again from him. And I said, that's it. I'm done. I will no longer receive that feedback another day in my life. I will do everything in my power to get to learn how to be a great speaker. Yep. I took courses. Now, do you think I took the course and I was an amazing speaker right away? No. I still have work in progress on different things, but I would tell you today that when I do general speaking in front of people, they say, wow, you should be an inspirational speaker. Wow, you do motivation. Because I flipped it. I said to myself, I'm never going to receive that same feedback, but every time I debrief what I can do better, I listen to the feedback, I improve and hone my skill. So to you, in my opinion, while you do those things were tactical, which is fantastic, you get great insight. That's what he's showing you, because they're going to tell you when you're live in the moment. They're giving you the feedback of telling you why they're not buying, etc. It's very valuable. But I would say start as well with your confidence issue. Change the language from I'm not good at sales to say, you know what? I'm a work in progress with sales and I'm getting better every day. Very nice. Like until you get it. And then when you get it, you're going to be like, wow, fantastic. Right?
I really believe, sorry, Tina, I really believe now that, I think maybe because Alex said that I could do it yesterday, I don't know, but I really believe, so well done, Alex. I really believe this is just something else to learn, like all the other things I learned.
Yes.
This is good, right?
David just said in the chat box, he said, you have the will, now just learn the skill.
Yeah, build it.
And it's like Susan's story is the same as mine. My dad fired me. I would either quit or be fired every single week from my job when I worked with my dad for a long period of time. And one day I flipped him the bird and I said, I ain't coming back. And he goes, you'll be back next week. And I walked out of there and I was like, I promise you to myself, I am not going back. That has drove me to tremendous success, to the point where my dad just asked me for a job yesterday. That blows my mind that my dad asked me for a job yesterday. He goes, maybe I can retire and work for you. That is like, you have no clue of like, like our relationship is very, he's the boss, I'm not. Like it's very clear. It's just very clear. He is the boss, So
he was the boss.
Well, he knows
Good.
that. He knows
See?
that now, doesn't he?
See, good, the language shift. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love it.
Very clear with this.
Thank you.
It's all continuous, right? So keep
Yes.
asking the questions. You heard Alex said he would continue working, but we want to give you an official lunch.
Yep.
So this is what we're going to do. Right here, it's 12:54 Pacific Standard Time. We are going to go until 1:35. Okay, 1:35 for an official lunch. You're welcome to go and do your own thing. You're welcome to stay and ask questions. Do what you got to do. Welcome to working groups as you want to. At 12:35, we'll see, or 1:35, we'll see you back here, Pacific Standard Time. And keep learning. Go enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave that on since you're going to take.
Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm here.
Yeah, ask away.
What's enough to work?
Those are represented. So those things that are.
You repeat it up.
Sandwiches,
Sandwiches. The pasta's amazing.
Of course you can.
I can't figure out why.
So, you get a pop?
How do you say?
Training strategy
Running
sessions.
strategy.
A Facebook ad.
Thank
I think that's very well.
Yes.
Do you have your numbers
On my Facebook ads.
on the funnel? Because if I just bring up like Mary's thing from yesterday. So if you look at that from yesterday, look at, if you look at the big screen, Chad. So I can see something happened here. Like you can see something's happened there. This price here, like you can see something's drastically changed here. Like I want to examine what happened there. Like, why is that? Why is like that? See, I can now like ask questions, but if you tell me like my funnel's not converting, and to have a conversation around it, it's like anything before the application, there's something wrong. But like what? I don't know unless we have like, do you get me? Like you've just got to really examine it, because what you want to do is, that's the game. By the way, Chad, that's the game.
So
The theory of constraints says like if there's if a link is broken, it's like the thing before it is the weak link. So you just go back one step from the application, you go back one step. The problem though is the back one step, like there's multiple, like you want to look at it, examine it. That's where we find the big levers, man. We don't come out the gate, just for all of you, we don't come out the gate like just boom and it takes off. It doesn't really, like I was like sometimes, but very rarely I've ever had anything like that. But like once you find something that works and you optimize and you figure out what's broken in it, like for instance, Clients in Abundance 4.0, I was furious, but then we fixed it and then boom, the next event was just like jam-packed. We changed the frame of the marketing. So you've got to know like where it is to make the difference. Do you think it's your power content?
Well, it's 40 minutes. I shrunk it down to 40 minutes. I went live like face to face instead of a copy of my Eventbrite. So I'm trying to speak directly to the individual. Maybe I don't start it off right. Maybe I don't connect with them right away. Maybe it's too long.
There's a lot of maybes, though, right?
I know.
Without the numbers, it's all maybes.
So how would I know the numbers on that?
Well, do you have the time that people are dropping off your presentation? So like, let me show you, like, yes, like Vimeo does, but like, let me just show you mine. Like, you'll just see like where mine is a massive problem right now. What's it called?
I want to optimize everything a little shorter.
Something that I love about TikTok is that it shows you how to shrink your messages in a little tiny space of time and start like strong. Whereas you can have like be talking about nonsense for 5 or 6 seconds, you'll lose that third of your video. And it's only like 15 seconds.
So look at this. So you can see here look at this drop-off rate. 62% of people drop off in the first 4 minutes. in my presentation. So just I wanted to look at that of like of that number of people, which I don't know if like just I don't know which presentation or how, if this is even running or whatnot like at the second. But you'll just see the average is 14 minutes. But what you can just see 60% dropping off at the first 4 minutes. So like I'm just giving Chad an example here of like, because I can see that, like what am I going to do in my next presentation? I'm cutting out those 4 minutes. Without seeing that, those 4 minutes would have never been touched. I want to just leave it. I want to say the same introduction. My introduction and my presentation is amazing. No, it's not. It was a pile of crap. I'm losing 62% of people straight away. Cut it out. You know? So like, you know, I can't, without the numbers though, I can't give you that information. Yeah, everything. It's like, you know, I can make guesstimates, you know, but like the problem is, do you know the big problem? When you don't know the real data, you don't know what's going on, you change something that's working that you didn't know and you fuck everything up.
That's one thing I always heard from you.
Yeah.
I never touched it.
Just don't touch it. Don't touch the bloody thing. Unless you know what you're fixing, just leave it alone. Yeah, people don't, they always got to fiddle with things, you know? Right. Is there any questions for me anybody has? Because I'm going to go to the restroom. If not, I'm going to go and make a call.
And not changing too many things at the time. That's something that you say constantly. Change one thing, see how it goes. Set it up together.
Yeah, you can change multiple things as long as you're tracking. And what you do is you identify and isolate something. So like I can change my advert and my squeeze page at the same time, but really you should do one or the other. But if I'm tracking my CPL and I'm tracking my click-through rate or my link clicks against the advert, and I'm tracking my squeeze page, you know, like I can track it against where it was, even though I'm making two changes and like, you know, I don't need to change. Okay, the truth is you should do one thing at a time. However, I don't have time, and I'm not building like this. When it's not I'm in a different position. It's when, like for instance, I said to like Chad and Catherine, like their business gets to grow tremendously, like exponentially quicker than yours. Like sometimes like the business gets to a point where you've done a lot of things, the tweaks don't make that much of a difference. Like with all of y'all, like I'm in the same boat. I can make one shift and it's triple, quadruple my business. But you're right, Reggiani. Test as little things as possible at the same time. Yeah.
And track that, as you say, tracking it, taking a look into it.
I'm just.
Yeah, because I remember you saying that to people in the calls.
Yeah.
And they were reaching like 3, 5, 6 things at the same time.
Yeah.
You're changing way too many things
Yeah.
without having the data on how the changes impact everything.
What I would say is I'm around people now where like when you know I trust, there's people who I work with who I trust, so they got their intuition to go with than just the data. So like sometimes like let's change this and this. There's intuition, but you know, Susan said it yesterday in 3 words. Big moves fast. I don't need to track. If I pull a big lever and I just get this massive growth, like I don't even need to track it. I can just see like, it's raining.
Yeah.
It's raining money.
I love braiding hair. Like really braids. So I see the long hair.
Well, guess what? I love having my hair braided. I don't know how to do it. It's so long. When I was growing in junior high, my best friend wanted to be a hairdresser. She would literally come to my house every morning and braid my hair sometimes every single day. I did all sorts of things. I've never had any back in the day.
Right, like French braid, you mean like French braid and fishtail, and like all of that
I know French braid, fishtail, reverse French braid, I can do like up, like in a ponytail, and then to the sleeve and pull it under.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, when I was younger, I had long hair myself, and then I can do certain things myself.
But my girlfriend
It's
is that
hard
hard.
to do.
Yeah, I can only do certain ones on myself, but.
I never even learned my girls.
In high school, I did a lot for my friends. In college.
Some of the dressing is so good.
Moms don't know how to do it. I'm doing it.
Does someone know what's the type of salad dressing?
Italian.
That's what Italian?
She's a lady. ¿Nunca has visto eso? ¿Nunca has comido eso?
No, así. No, así que this is no, the ones that are Italian that I have tried in the past, they are more like, they have more like vinegar taste into it, like more salty, not that spicy. This one has like a little sugary taste, like a little bit more spicy, a little bit more tingling into it,
I don't know
so.
who made these.
And
Where
that's
did they
just
get
their
these
house
from, but-
dressing.
I don't know where they're from.
Yeah. What do you say?
It says house dressing.
House dressing?
Own personal stuff.
Yeah, I'm not only a chip person, but that's the reason I think I was all the sweets and not trading some big salty. I'm not normally a huge chip person, but. I'm more chip than I am sugar. So more sugar. So that's not the question. So.
I think so.
Oh, they
I
have a
like,
lot.
I like food, yeah.
What are the ages of your children? Like from what to what? Youngest, oldest?
Me or
Both.
my twins are 18 and my oldest is 21.
21.
Okay.
And we didn't work, so, die.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
No, it sucks.
Oh my gosh. You, I don't know how you live. I just, yeah, I don't know.
How old was your?
I would give it to my dad. That's not a funny story. I'm generally emotional about, as you guys already can tell, but, because I want high empathy, right? But I specifically, anything to do with pets and children, I have like an extra soft spot, right? One time I was running through the airport, late for a plane, because one plane touched down to get them, you know, the transition. Whatever, so I'm literally from one gate, trying to run to the other gate. I have no knowledge of anything going on wrong, because all my focus is I'm gonna miss this plane, right?
Right.
There's two kinds of food on. So I'm running, and it's like almost empty in the airport, because something's happening. And I can hear CNN or some news program, I have no idea, I'm not paying attention, but it's talking. And all I heard was a child was injured and hurt, that's all I heard, those were like, that was it, I don't know where, what, I don't know how, that's literally, and here's memories. Crying. I'm like, and I'm totally bawling, and the gate agent is like, oh my God, I just made it, but I'm sure she thought I was crying because I was about to miss the plane. And then I left about the plane, I was like, poor child, I'm like, I don't know where, a child's injured somewhere in this world. And I was like, this, it's just great. But I was laughing because I was like, I must have looked like a total hot mess. Because I was seriously where, as I'm like running, and I didn't even know why. That was just so, I'm like, I'm some child injured, that's all I know.
Were you finding it and when you have like certain times of month where you're losing?
Or normal.
Here's like literally all.
Yeah, for no reason, but you're walking, when you're, I don't have chocolate. My life is over.
Those sexy white cowboy boots.
Right.
They're so sassy.
Love it.
They're really sassy. I didn't know you were a cowgirl at heart.
Oh, yeah, I should share my story of the horseback riding.
Oh.
Oh my God, you do not want me on a horse. No, that's not what you want.
There's like, it's just magical, this place, it's a ranch. All horses are just, they're all just doing such a good job. And it's a legit like Mexican cowboy who owns the ranch and his wife, and she's actually this blonde girl from Orange County that came down to, and they're in their like they're in their maybe 50s. She came down to Mexico about 20 years ago, fell in love, learned the culture, ended up living her whole life down there, and they run this ranch.
Wow.
And it's full of horses and goats and dogs and I mean all these animals. And they every spring pretty much they have a new mare or a new calf, like pony that's coming up. It's been bred and they just all get along so well. And they take you through the countryside and along the beach to like ride and run. And if you have no experience, you can still get out there and ride and gallop along the beach. The horses are so good. They're so good with each other. And we've been doing this. And maybe go down like at least once a quarter, if not like once every other month. They're all different. They've kind of, it's almost like a horse sanctuary where they've all been kind of found one way or another, like retired, rescued, and
That's in Mexico,
yeah, it's just south of the border, so it's maybe an hour and a half if we cross the border here. We're only 25 minutes.
So you guys have hot water, everybody needs hot tea, there's caffeinated and uncaffeinated as well. The hot water goes right from the spigot on the right hand side. What's the scariest thing you guys have ever done? Like scary, like physically scary? Yeah, right? I have to fear heights, and I'm totally, yeah, totally. Yeah. Use the skydive, the shark piece of the shark infested water, that would be scary. Definitely, I don't know that, I don't know that.
Mine was cliff diving.
Cliff diving, well, that sounds really
Jumping off
scary.
the cliff and my body couldn't move.
Oh,
I just came down and I couldn't, my body wouldn't move. And I just kaboomed into the water.
Oh my.
It was.
so
it
painful.
hurt
Oh my
so bad.
God.
And then my body wouldn't let me do that for years.
Yeah.
I kept on having to like work back up to the point to just jump off of the high dive. It's fine.
You're like, it's only one step, just jump. No.
It's just-
This past October, I'm sitting in my, I have a walkout basement. And you can see the lake and everything, so I'm sitting on the couch working on my computer. And this bear around the corner and comes right in front of my patio door. It goes right by me. And it's just, that would be super scary. And then never seen a bear before.
Oh.
That close. No.
I ran into one when I was running.
Yeah.
It fell on the tall grass, like
Right here, black bear.
big black bear. And I always run with my dog. I live in Kelowna, but there's like a mountain, like right a walk away from my house, it's a big park. And I hike and run up there all the time. And just running along and the dog was in front of me and I just see this scamper out of the grass. And it came across the trail and then right like to a tree, like probably where that last chair is, and like up each tree. And the bear and the dog was looking at her. And I'm like, holy crap. Yeah. Looks like this. But then it's neither of them made any noise, they just look at each other and I was like, slowly backing away. Yeah. And then as soon as I felt like I was safe enough distance away, I just ran into it.
I don't know how people, I mean, you see these actual bears, they actually, not just.
Oh, yeah, recently.
Oh.
Someone in LA, I'm in the LA mountains, got a bear for its effort, and it got me out, and I was like, what's the beach? Jumps out and push the bear off, like the.
Really?
Grab the dog and they have holding on to you.
Yes. Yeah. People, it's just interesting how people, no, when adrenaline rushes in, what it is that you're not thinking, so fear doesn't have a second emotions, think about it like a dog. People have very interesting ways to deal with like instant, like fear instantly, right? I mean, again, firefighters run into a fire, they're trained, mind you, but still, that's not a typical response, right?
I was actually more scared of my balls when I got attacked by a deer.
Really?
Yeah, we have had a pond there, and I could see it in the grass. And I had to go to him, she was strapped to my waist this time. And so then the mother deer was like, this dog is gonna eat my baby. So she came after me like 7 times.
Oh my God.
Up the hill, and then I was like watching her, and then she turned around and right back down. She was about that close to me every single time.
Oh my
And
God.
I was like, I'm gonna get trampled and die. For sure. I was way more scared of that. Oh, yeah. It was terrifying. Okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, so that's about it. You know, he didn't come back, it's like those scary, but still, because they just.
I'm scared of the ocean's anxiety that we've been having it. So it accumulates. There's no better feeling than being dropped into the water. Yeah, there's nothing but fluid. Like, it feels so finite in this water. I feel like nothing. When she said, nothing. If I could bottle up that feeling that, yes, around. That, and she's right. Okay, I think I can get over my fear. I love sleep.
One of those, I want to do one of those water pods. You know what I'm talking about? So you go inside and you're submerged in water.
No.
It's like the clothes, it's supposed to be really like meditation.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
flow.
Yeah,
Well, apparently it's really incredible.
I've heard that. I
But
would
they
like
like salt water.
Yes.
It's literally float there.
Wow.
It's super like allegedly just amazing. I'd like to try that this year.
Apparently it's like fall asleep, like people that don't fall asleep.
My scariest thing I've ever done is, I actually did a bull fight.
You were the first.
I was in front of a bull. For one paso, we call it, where they go by you once. Yeah, I don't recommend that.
How does
Yeah,
it work? It's probably insane.
yeah. Because it's made, of course, I wanted to learn the culture, but look, I didn't know anything about it. So I wanted to understand why do they do that, you know, I was just curious, just learning the culture, trying to understand the people. And at the end of the course, which they didn't tell you, is they give you a chance to go to a real public farm, and they're 2-year-old bulls versus a professional that's 4-year-old bulls. So the difference is, I think, something like, don't get my numbers exactly right, but let's say it's the difference between 2,000 pounds and 4,000 pounds. And the difference between like 12-inch horns and 18-inch horns. To me, it's like nothing, because it's the same. 2,000 pounds to me, I knew is gonna crush you the same way as 4,000, right? 12-inch horns is gonna cut you the same as an 18-inch horn, right? But to me, it was like, that means nothing, because it's the same thing, right? And so, what was fascinating to me is everybody wanted to do it. I put it in the court, and I was like, oh, I just want to learn about it. Like, oh, I'm sorry. But my roommate was the first one who did it. She actually was thrown by the bull. So the bull got her. She got a cut from her knee up to her thigh. And you thought that would have ended anybody else when they do it? No. And they're like, who's next? And I was like this. No. And I was like, I'm sorry. Did we all just see she got thrown and cut? Are we on the same page here? And everybody went, she got really, oh yeah, she got a really long, big. Oh, I was like, no. So I'm not normally somebody overly influenced by peer pressure or not, right?
But you have peer pressure.
I got peer pressure. I told you, no, I'm not going to lie. Everybody's like, you're the only one. I'm like, I'm good with that. Like, I really was like, I don't need to be the same as everybody. They're like, no, just try. I'm like, I don't have a thrill seeking. Oh, and I'm fine. And everybody then was so adamant. I was like, right, they only let you do one puzzle because it is dangerous. And of course, you know, it's things that they don't, you know, in America, you have to sign 80 waivers. But they're like, if you die, you just die. You're like, okay. So people very interesting and panic. The guy from Texas, I was in Texas this time. There's a guy from Texas. He was like, this. Big deal. Of course, he's like this, and the whole starts coming out and he panics.
Is there a technique where it's
Yes,
skill or
we're taught,
something?
you know, we're taught.
Okay.
So he panics, drops the red cake thing, right? And he just pulls his arm back like this, and the bull's coming at him, and he goes, boom! He literally hit the bull between the eyes, I kid you not. And everybody was like, does he understand he's this big? And the bull is way bigger, and but he panicked. But it was so funny because right before he was all like, "Oh, should I go? Oh, it's done." Like it was all like super. And he was just white. He was so scared, right? Oh, it was totally. He was just panicked. I did it. So the secret is, it's not the color. They're color lined. It's movement. So as long as you don't move, they don't hit you. When you move, then they come after you, and they're very fast.
So they're probably colorblind or something.
Yes.
And they're hoping that you just.
You just have to not move. As long as you don't, so what you're doing is you're shaking that. That's why you see them shaking it. The movement is where they go after the stand.
Okay.
It's the movement. Right? Which
And
is why you
it's
see
coming at
clowns.
you.
Yes,
You're not
fast.
supposed to move.
You're not supposed to move. The clowns who come in, you see them in the real pool, because they're moving. They're like, come find me, and they're just chasing them off. It's the movement, yeah, to get them away from the professional, right? Yeah, so I was like this. I looked at this and I'm going, okay, I'm little, and I was way littler, I have little arms, I have way smaller arms than people, like this is a normal sleeve for people like mine. And so I was like this, wait a minute, that pool is really wide and my arms are only this far out. And even if I move this, it's going to hit me and that. That's what I kept thinking in my brain, right? Oh, I don't know. Like it, and I will admit, when it was coming at me, I was like, oh. Well,
Did you
I've
take
had a
it
lot
at
of
a
this
time?
I totally did. I was like, I've had a good life and I've allowed the last moment to be a peer pressure event. That's not great. And somehow it worked and the whole went right to the gate and now I mean, and I didn't understand it because it's so wide.
But you just keep it like this.
Yes.
Like, not your life.
No, I love it because I wanted to make, I don't know why. You think you want to close, but when it's coming at you, you're afraid not to see where you are.
Afraid to not-
Yeah, I've never been so scared in my life.
That's insane. And what happened with your roommate?
Yes.
What's yours?
Yes.
Did you have one?
She panicked at the end, dropped her gate, and started to run and hit her.
Oh my God.
Because you think you're gonna be frozen, but it is coming at you, and this is to run.
Sure.
Yeah, she dropped the gate and started running.
Fly at me.
And yes, it doesn't sound scary, but when you see that, how big it is, and flying on your face, any man becomes a little tiny
Oh,
girl.
I have
Scream.
Oh, I don't know.
Crazy.
That's
Right.
Oh, yeah. That was so scary. So scary.
Yeah.
And you, when I was a kid, I went to.
So give us the,
Yes.
You found it scary?
Take this block.
I mean.
With my brother, and we're standing,
And
and
then.
this horse comes out of
And I
nowhere.
just.
charging me. Oh my God. And I'm like,
Yep.
that whole thing is open. And the horse is chasing me. It's like no nothing happened, all you can hear is. "Stop, stop, stop." And you're like, like,
That's something you try, you know?
Sometimes they think tonight at eight.
Oh, you did this one for
Any other times that the piano bar open?
They open
Seven.
at 6.
Seven.
They open at 6, we're going at 7 because the piano.
Oh,
Do they have food there? Like, what do you-
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what's the plan? Is everything?
Yeah, so let's decide the plan, right? So I need to find out if Alex is or doesn't want to ride. I would like to ride. Okay, because enough people are driving and I can find it. So Tanya's the closest, I think. She's not far, she said, right? And then you are not far from me, so you and I are like right next to each other. So my thought process is,
So you, so. And
What happened?
My sister, we talked about maybe my sister coming. She
Oh.
said she would like to come.
oh, yeah.
But,
And she has, you guys are Harlem, right?
I can drive or
So
ride.
that's perfect.
Would you guys, your sister wants to drive, that's fine, then why doesn't she? Then pick me up. You guys, I'm very close to your hotel, right? So she picks you up and me up. And then, Where do you see it?
Oh, it's this thing.
Yeah, look at it.
And those two have a car.
Yeah.
And you live close by there, so you're.
I live near downtown.
Yeah.
So I can take Mary Lou and Virginia.
They have a car.
Oh, they have a car. Okay.
It's not over till center, you are driving.
But do you want us to move you up? Well, it depends if we need to get
Yeah,
out.
who's the car?
My sister has a
Oh,
car.
I see. Oh, she's gonna pick you all up, so,
I'm basically assigning her.
okay.
Like, I don't know your sister, and I'm like, hi, thanks for coming. Can you please drive us all? That's how nice I am. Super hot right now.
You told me your sister.
Yeah.
We're giving the scoop on you, just so you know about.
I know, that's on.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's go proper.
She will bring-
I'll be programmer.
Yeah.
So then I just need to take my car down.
They have a car, and then maybe you guys can, you're right by me, right?
Yeah, we're in Mission Bay. We're,
Yeah.
so we're at the Best Western. You're at.
La Quinta.
So meet you where? Meet you where at what time? And who?
Okay, that was a lot. So let me think about it for 1 second, but I'm gonna ask him first.
So we're meeting there at 7.
Yes, yeah. But my concept is, you don't need to drive yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm in the mid process right now.
We just need to find out if Alex.
Yeah, and here's the caveat. He said he would tell me today, so. If he still says no, or he probably doesn't know, then.
You won't hold, well, yes.
Yeah, yes.
After I dropped you off last night,
Yeah.
then my phone wouldn't connect. And I was like, I have no idea where I'm going.
Oh,
It kept saying I have
You
no
said
service, so I'm
six.
just like driving around trying to find the I-5.
Oh my God.
Where I was. Didn't take me too long, so. Easy network. I worked all day anyway.
Who's your provider? I just switched to Telus.
Virgin Gate. Or is it?
Virgin Mobile. You switched to Telus?
I switched to Telus now in Canada because they are the only company with an international phone plan.
Oh.
So I pay the same plan like you would pay anywhere else, but it allows me to use my phone here with a roaming charge. Exactly the same as it does. So I didn't have to have two phones or pay it through.
Yeah. I had to pay an extra $10 a day, and then it didn't even work.
That could be really fun.
You could get ripped off on all
I
the way.
technology campaign saying now that my list is exceeded the number, and I gotta pay with more money.
So.
When you're not doing.
Exactly.
There you go, yeah. That's a real like.
Yeah.
That's like
Why are we out?
Massive now.
How often are you sending them? Because I was talking with. And he sent me a couple of programs that, like, for just basic, you can send as many to as many people as you want. It's like $20 an hour.
Unlimited number of stuff.
Yeah, unlimited, because I have 15,000 people in my database.
Really?
So I was like, it's so, no, it's not MailChimp. MailChimp is like $300 to do.
Maybe I should consider switching, because I'm not even utilizing that system, all of its capability.
And that's what he said to me. It's like, if you're just gonna do like one email a
I'm a
month.
sales pipe, I don't have a,
Yeah, and so he sent me 2 or 3 different names. I'll send it to you.
I'm paying yeah, $300 something a month, yeah, exactly.
No, this one's like 20 or 25. So. Super hard to get like all the time, sending 15 emails to every person a month, and tracking where they're open, what they're doing.
Yeah, well, I am.
But if you're not sending it.
Well, I had a, not half, 2 weeks after we're off in.
Yeah.
And after 2 weeks, then they go cold, right? And then I tested a Black Friday off, which I learned to not work for my market. And I had to warm them up.
Yeah.
So we started, I think, 6 weeks before the offer, and just every day. Work. Engage. Work.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it really worked. So what did you put? After the Black Friday offer, and I just started, so now I'm just taking the advice I'm getting here. Now I know what to do.
It's work.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was
People
way
are
better.
engaging. Yeah.
Oh, I learned so much from that Black Friday offer. So many good things. It was an offer, it was a team program. And all the parents were like, yes, we want this, opt in, yeah. The teams were all saying, no, so they would buy. So now we're doing a 30-day TikTok campaign to engage the team. Testing right now, see what kind of TikTok is there. We're getting them on the market through TikTok. And then once we engage them directly, then we're gonna.
So you have 2 different programs.
Well, I have one program, it's called Home Assist Program.
See how many slaps and stabs we can get the rest of this house. Oh, goodness. You ready, Jake?
I'm ready. Bring it on.
It can be a scalpel for healing,
Yes.
or
Just don't smell me. I really like my hair. Beautiful hair. I'm part Native.
Alex,
Yes, sir.
I just want to let you know I have to be out by 3:30 your time. I have to teach at 4 o'clock your time, and I got to get prepped.
Okay, buddy. So I should be able to get through. Am I up, Susan, after break? Yeah, good. Yeah. So you'll learn what's what. Something that I'd like to get, just if you're not going to be here, we'll talk about it again. Obviously, I don't know in the virtual world who had it, but where Jenny's just had a slap across the face, basically, of a realization of of how she showed up and how she speaks. Mary Lou's had a huge breakthrough. It sounds like of self-awareness, of that. I'm not too sure of Chad's conversation with Susan, but Chad was shook to the core with something here, and then Tanya's. She's just feels like she's been stabbed
through the heart.
and got a bit angry with herself. So I don't know, maybe it's just definitely in person. But yeah, hopefully you've had some good takeaways there. Some things that really shift you, David.
Can we maybe
I was telling Catherine in our last session that when we have sessions like this and we're all together, and of course when you're in person, it's a bigger impact, but it opens our minds up and we start thinking about things. It's no different than when I'm in the car and I'm driving to Orlando or Miami or Charlotte or Dallas or wherever I'm driving to that's within earshot distance of me, 1-day drive, because I like to drive. I put a book on, an audio book, and while I'm driving, I'm trying to listen to the audio book, but it opens your subconscious mind up and you go into strategery mode without even realizing it. And the things you think of in those kinds of situations, no different here. I built 2 funnels this morning and in Kartra, and I cheated because I built one and then duplicated it, one for ads, one for social media and email. And in the duplication process, when I was going through it, I had thought back to the very first program I sold last year,
Yeah.
where I sold a 4-module, 4-week course. Actually, I did it in 2 weeks. I did 2 days per week for 2 weeks. And on the 4th module, each module was 2 hours. On the 4th module, I had a sales pitch to sell them into this new platform I was building, which is how I got my initial people. This was February of last year, so almost a year ago. I had 0 members, and now we're at 163. But that was the very first time I did it.
Nice.
Believe it or not, I never used that model again.
Wow.
And I closed 90% of the people on that call.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. But why did I stop? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah.
But this opened my mind up to thinking back to that. And I'm doing these weekly master classes now. I did all the marketing for it this morning. We got those 2 funnels built. We got the ads running to it now. Of course, Facebook went back into learning mode again, like they love to do, but that's okay because we created an ad that will never have to change. All we have to do is change the dates and the times on the landing pages. And, since 7:52 is when it went out your time this morning, we're already at 103 registrants.
Wow. Nice.
But the whole point is I'm selling a $500 off that masterclass. I'll do a free masterclass every single week for the rest of the year. And I've got different courses I can teach for that are going to go into a 4-week or 5-week case study. That case study on week 5, and this is where it clicked for me. I was like, holy crap, go back to what I did the very first time and sell them. Because if you remember me saying yesterday that my plan to sell them into the community was on a monthly single day intensive. I don't need to do the monthly single day intensive. On week 5 of the case study, I do the sale pitch to stay in the community. Part of the offer is they get to be in the community for 4 weeks for free. They get unlimited everything. I mean, everything. Access to me, the big course that will be going on live at the time, all my resources, our weekly Q&A, our weekly goal setting. They get access to it all for $500.
Yes.
In week 5, I basically tell them, all right, I was supposed to churn your access off a week ago. I didn't. You guys have gotten a week for free, but here's the deal. I'm going to give you 3 more days. And if you want to keep access to everything you've seen, and if you haven't looked around, you guys need to go look around now, because in 3 days, I'm shutting this off. And so for $19.97, you can get access for life to this community. And I'll even include the $500 you've spent up to this point.
Nice.
Duh.
Yeah.
I don't need to do monthly intensives. I have the platform right in front of me to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'd have come to that conclusion this morning if it wasn't for being part of this today and yesterday.
Very nice. Good for you. I think there's 2 things you come from it. Like, you can do both. So you can now do that. It works. And you can also do the intensives and just look at how, like, don't do them both at the same time. Get this working and intensive and just start like letting them run. And like the business should just see a very nice growth of revenue and profit.
Right. Well, the intensives, if you remember, I'm going to do the 2-day intensives once a quarter.
Okay.
That will sell the coaching.
Okay. Okay. And then also just a bonus thing, you got 163 clients.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you want to like just do some like math and be like, how much do they all give you? 2 G's each?
Well, they've all come in at different levels. Off those 163 clients, we've generated about $175,000.
I would guess. I would just say that there's way more than that amount of money. How long does it take you to get that 100 K a year?
We just launched the program January of. We're 1 year old now.
So 1 year. So you did about 170K in the year.
Yeah.
I would say
from zero.
If you just did what you like, basically what I'm saying is all of those customers you have, those clients, you could invite them to a live event. You could get 50 of them in the room, sell a $10,000 package, sell 50% of the room, there's 250K there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just from one weekend event.
Right.
There's so much more you could get from them. So there's just remember that a buyer is a buyer is a buyer.
Yep.
Those clients are yeah, there's a lot more in there. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yep.
The
There sure is.
last thing I want to say to you is if you do the thing and you said you have to just change the dates, you keep the advert running, you change the dates. What you will need to do is you will need to change the domain name as well. For some reason, Facebook pick up if you have a page with a date on it, and then it's promoted to that date, and then you change the page and put a new date on it. Facebook believes that page to be outdated for some reason. Don't know how they pick up on it, but we can't use the same domain for our next event. We learned the hard way, yes. So
Oh, that's not. So I need, oh boy. Okay.
just be careful of it, because you do want to just change the slug. So, you'd have like / something, and you just change. Yeah, I highly recommend.
We were trying to keep it from going back into learning mode, because we did that this time, where if you change the domain, it goes back into learning mode.
Yeah, you can try it, but like we were like, what the, we didn't know what it was. Like, what is going on? And there was loads of us looking at it, and just somebody was like, and we didn't know what yeah, anyway, it just,
we learned the hard way in November, because what we did was we were running ads to a landing page, and we forgot to turn the ad off. When that landing page expired, it auto directed to the next landing page for the next event, but the ad was running to a 404, and Facebook ended up banning us for that. We got the account. Well, no, we didn't get the account back on that one, but we were able to create another one, and that one's been going good since November.
Good for you, man. Well, brilliant. Let's dive into this. I can dive straight in, Susan. Can I dive straight in? Fantastic. I'm looking forward to this. So, oh yeah, session 4. Let's go. Oh wow. So like what David just said then was, he basically just said, let me just send this code. So send the code, copy and send.
I just walked away
Okay, let me.
That was brave, buddy.
Guarded, you left that unguarded.
Okay. So let's dive into this. So welcome back to session 4 of my sessions. So actually session 6, I believe, including Susan's. So session 4 is successful thinking time rituals. So the outcome is that you have a simple plan to grow your business without working any harder. Susan, could you please plug this in here and turn the camera on you so it'll work. Yeah, so that's the outcome, is a simple plan to grow your business out without working any harder. Thanks. So the outcome of this planning session. So check this, step 1. Step 1 is all projects are off. You heard me mention this yesterday. This is very powerful for me, because when I have a lot going on, it's very difficult to focus on what I need to focus on. So by just saying all projects are off, it just gives my mind the freedom to go, okay, what am I dealing with? And I don't need to think about, oh, I've got to go and do that, and this needs to happen. I'm not convoluted with the movement that may not even be moving in the right direction. All projects are off. It's just in my mind, not in real business. Step 2, less is more. You can't, that's why I started off here. There's a few things you're going to do to go away here. If you just focus on 2 things from this event, like for instance, Mary Lou, if you just focused on closing deals between now and the next time we meet, your business will have exponentially grown.
Changing my offer, without writing new script, without doing
Just know it, just closing deals, because your close ratio is 10%. Your close ratio should be, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80%. Yeah. So like Mary Lou doesn't need to go and focus on, ManyChat funnel and understanding how this ManyChat links to this, and how she doesn't need to know about the text messaging service and sending the right text and the right characters and the right link in it. There's so much stuff in your business. It's like your business is working. Yes, you can change your adverts. Yes, you could write a new advert. Yes, you could work on your opt-in page. But like, I'm just going to learn how to close deals. That is like the biggest lever. If you just focus on that, less is more. Not underestimate sales. Not underestimate that it's a major thing. The rest of your business can stay as is, which is maintenance now. It's not building, it's just running and pretty much simple. You'd be like, actually, this is quite simple. If I just got to leave it out trying to scramble and use all my mental power for all of these other funnels and webinars and new softwares and new gadgets and a new system and new technology and new social media. No, one thing, close deals and just blinkers on. Mary comes back, she's like, oh, I just had $100,000 a month. Yes, $100,000 a month. Why? It's not difficult. And even if it just isn't difficult, we just look at the math. You just go $100,000 divided by a $10,000 package. So that's 10, and then you divide that by 20 days. So you got to sell somebody every other day. So if you had to sell somebody every other day, that would mean that right now you need 10 phone calls. You need 5 phone calls every day to close one every other day. So even if you just did it, because the thing about your business is if you just spent more money, because something we didn't look at, which it's fine, because your spend so low, your outcome so low, but your average call value is $1,000 a call on contract. So it's $1,000 a call, but you're not paying $1,000 a call, you're paying like $200 a call. So you're 5x in on paper. I know not in cash, but on paper, you're 5x in. But if you just kept everything as is and you just increased the volume, you could make $100,000 next month. You just need to spend more money to get that. You need to advertise more to get 5 calls per day. But if you just doubled it, she would make $200,000. If she doubled the close rate, she'd make $200,000 in a month doing 5 calls a day. And that's when you realize that's where the slight thing is, still doing 5 calls a day, but you're making an extra $100,000 a month. That's what I did to Sebastian downstairs. That's what I did with his jewelers. Same thing. The rent's paid the same. The gas driving to the jewelry store is the same. Everything was the same. The assistant cost the same for the month. I focused on the biggest. I focused on more people going through the door. That was the first thing I said. Right, let's get more people coming through the door because we got all of these openings. Like Mary Lou right now. Mary Lou's doing like a call here or a call there, but she should have 5 calls a day in a diary if she wanted to make $200,000 a month, and then give that to somebody else if she doesn't want to be on the phone for 5 phone calls every day. But I've done the 5 phone calls a day, every day for a long period of time to get to the point of sales where I am. I've had my diary filled with sales calls all day, every day for weeks and months back to back. And that's how I learned that's why my confidence is give me the phone and close the deal.
That's so exciting. Having your calendar full, it's like,
Yes.
it's just great.
But less is more. Don't underestimate, when I'm in going to sales mode as well, I feel very good because I haven't got all of the other things to worry about. I just need to close deals. So I can wake up in the day and like, all I got to do today is close deals. That's it. It's really simple. I haven't got to come up with any new creatives or marketing. It's all working. Go and close deals. Step 3, you plan your next 90 days. Now look, I know you've already planned your 90 days. I've looked at some of your 90-day plans and they need refining. And I believe if you look at your worksheets right now, you'll want to refine them, right? Where you were yesterday, where you were before yesterday, so don't be like, oh, my plan, don't get into the lower rungs. You stay in the higher rungs. Wow, I've advanced. Quick story. I went to a seminar years ago, flew all the way to this seminar. I'm sitting at the front of the class. I'm listening to the speaker. I'm like, fuck, I know everything he's saying. Why did I fly here for? Can't believe I come here. Oh my God, I already know all this stuff. I turned around and the rest of the room were just dumbfounded with this new information. And I went, I'd rather be me than them. I know this stuff. I'm ahead of them. So all of a sudden in the bottom rungs, I went to the top rungs. And I was like, I actually know this stuff. I just need to implement it. So it wasn't this new thing. I was like, right, I'm going home and I'm going to go execute. And I didn't watch TV, I executed. So you have plans, refine those plans, like get clear on this is what I want to do. And again, you're learning tools where we give you like the planning. You've done it before, but now you're like refining the process. Step 4, focus on income producing activity. You'd be surprised that when you write it down, you say you're going to do it, and then you just like, don't do it. You know how important it is, but like stuff just comes up. I got to go to the dentist. I need to go to the gym. Got to get the groceries in. Kids need attention. I need sleep. I'm not focused on my sleep, so I'm going to start focusing on my sleep. Well, I just nobody's going to do it for you unless you focus on it, and unless you actually focus on it, train, and hire somebody, whether you delegate it. But the truth is, what else are you going to do as the business owner than focus on income producing activity?
Nothing.
You either focus on the business, you either focus working on the business or income producing activity. Try not to be in it. Try not to be building. Yeah. Step 5, work on the business. So this is a mind shifting question. How much of my lack of progress is due to my lack of consistent execution on the right things? It's like, it's right there in your business, ladies and gents. Like extra money, extra profits, extra sales, extra clients is right there in your business. Like David's clientele, he believes, maybe or not, I'll just use this and that, like this scenario, whether it's true or not, David's fine. But like David could believe that the value of those clients that he sold was the $170,000 that he's made from them. But really, he's got 163 clients or so. That's the value. That's the money. If he puts together a marketing plan and promotion, he could extract double, triple, quadruple that 170,000 from the same amount of people. Doesn't have to happen in one event. It could happen over a period of time. They could just keep paying year after year after year. But that is where the money is at in his business right now. Now, he told me about, he's got these registrants. He just got like 100 and something registrants today from a promotion. Fantastic. It's amazing. And that promotion is going to run. And then when those people become clients, they have a dollar value, but they also have a lifetime client value. So right now, he spent that 170,000 or put that parked to the side or invested it or wherever it is. That cash is like done. Like that's 170,000. It can go and he can spend it on bills or he can make money in crypto. That money can, whatever happens with that. But those people, they're there. A percentage of those people, when you make them an offer, will give you more money. Like yesterday's example. I said, who wants to go to Thailand? Make an offer to come to Thailand, and people are, Chad's like that, and went back up. Tanya's like that. She just threw up as well. See, they're both of them like, take my credit card. And it's just, if you don't make the offer, you don't get the business. So that's just for all of you though, how much of your lack of progress is due to your lack of consistent execution on the right things? Like David went and took action today. He went and built the funnel and drove leads into it already today. He went back and wait a minute, that worked before? He's like, that worked before, let me go and do it. And went straight into action and did it again. And it could just make him a frickload of money. And it could, that's it. Yeah, Chad's like, yeah. And it's like, he can make a, well,
it's like, Bill, I'm thinking, I've got 3 ideas in my head right now.
yeah, but it's build, but he's not just building, he's launched it. It's in motion.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it build. He went, I duplicated a funnel and I've launched it and I've got people going through that. This is income producing activity he's in. He's not in build. He's not like, no, this is not planned. Like, nope, that worked. And he's into execution mode. And then it's just the numbers, keeping a track of those numbers and boom.
It's just not that for me. That's what I'm saying. I've got 3 ideas. I'm like, let's get through this funnel.
Yeah, get launch one.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to launch and track it. Like a mind shifting question, like what's the most frequent reason my time gets hijacked? And what can I put in place to keep these distractions, call them leeches, from intruding my day? See, your day gets hijacked tremendously. Like my phone just got hijacked again by a code for a bank, which I have to send. I have to send this code, copy. So you're getting hijacked. And there's a really good book by Dan Kennedy. It's called Ruthless Management of People and Profits. It's a really good book, Ruthless Management of People and Profits. He talks about all the different policies, open door policy, don't you dare come through my door policy.
So I love these questions. Are you, is it rhetorical? Or are you actually wanting them to answer for you? Or?
Well, I mean, we can have the conversation around these questions, but I'm asking them to write them down for them. And it isn't rhetorical, but these are like, you know, you should be writing this down and really being, it's really good you ask it. But these are not just questions to like skip past. You know, I saw people write, you know, I saw people writing them down.
Yeah.
So, let's sit with this question.
Yeah.
Like how much of my time, how much of my lack of progress is due to my lack of consistent execution on the right things?
Yeah. Virtual world, what are you guys thinking about this, right? Hey, Monica, any thoughts, ideas when you see stuff like this, or anybody else in the virtual world?
I mean, for me, it's 100%, right? For my to answer this question, how much of my lack of progress?
Nope.
It's overwhelm. And when I get overwhelmed, I shut down and I get nothing done. I have just too many things on my plate.
It's good. It's good that you know that.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why I go back to all projects are off. Because like it's overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed, but there's this big problem, but I'm overwhelmed, so I shut down.
Yeah.
Well, turn everything else off and just focus on the problem. And they say the obstacle is the way. It's just like, it's like, that's how I've just built my life up. It's like, I don't find myself as a tough person. And I grew up in a very tough place and I wasn't tough, but like, I wouldn't want to be some robber or something and bump into me in the alley and try and rob me. I'd be like, you got the wrong guy. I trained too much for this, buddy. I mean, my whole life is dedicated to this moment. I go for somebody else. But I dedicate my whole life to just being a very powerful individual. So what I'm saying about that is the obstacle is the way, like you face the fear. It's just completely out of context, but I think it is. It's like my real good friend who I grew up with he beat me up when I was 12 and then we become best friends. And he was notorious, very, very well known for fighting. If you were tough, he wanted to fight you. Very well known for this, and ended up going to prison for many, many years in his life for having a fight with a real gangster and very much hurting him. And it was real world that I was in. And my stepfather said to me the other day, "Oh, were you with him? Get in the ring?" I'm like, "And I would batter him in the ring." He's like, "No." I'm like, I would annihilate it. There's not even, you can't even, because he's practiced street fighting. I'm practicing, like, I'm on my feet. I'm just going to dance away from you and you're going to trip over. I'm just dancing away from you. I'm really fast and moving away from you. You're going to come and get me and you're going to be tired coming to get me and I'm going to move and you're going to slip straight into it. But it's a different thing. But I had to get to that point of being so scared of fighting to face it and take a box in. And then I realized it's not that scary, actually. You know, and it's like facing your fears, you know. So I would just say remove everything, Monica, everything, and focus on, and you'll realize it's not that scary. In fact, I'll just leave it on this. I've had one boxing fight in my life, like a real fight. And when I was younger in school, I always was scared because I'd go to school and they would bully me. I got bullied every day of my life. I got beat up every day, always scared of fighting. Then when I had this boxing match, I'm fighting the next day. And I remember just laying in my bath, a complete peace. I knew I was having the fight tomorrow. I'm getting in the ring and I'm going to fight. It was my first fight. And I just I was at such peace. I'm like, there's nothing to worry about. And when I arrived, I didn't have my mouth guard. And they're like, you can't go in there without a mouth guard. So I said to my trainer, I'm like, where's your mouth guard? I stuck his mouth guard and I didn't care. Yeah, they're all like that. Like, oh, you know, Mike's like, you know, Brooklyn Mike. I'm like, give me a mouth guard. But my point is, though, I was at peace with that because I faced it and I was ready for it. So please do the same, Monica. I know it's out of context, but
That's okay. Monica.
it's fighting.
Yes.
Yeah, so as I sit there and I listen to you, and then I listen to, you know, really wise words and thoughts and advice from Alex, something comes up for me, and it's this, because I feel like what you said, we've all experienced at some place or another, or even daily for some people, right? Depending on whatever. And I call it the what, so what, and now what. Right. So the what is, so how much of my lack of progress is due to my lack of consistent execution on the right things? This deep question got you to say, you know what, 100% is what your answer was. Okay. So everybody might have a different answer. Yours was 100% because you said when it's an overwhelm, then it just shut down. So that's the what, right? It's 100%. The so what is you go, okay, now I shut down, right? So now it's 100% lack of my consistent. It's too overwhelming. So then you go, so my so what is, so I shut down. Now what? Right? So the now what, you heard Alex really give advice about really clear out the path, get it back to the simple thing, right? He's trying to make it not so overwhelming, right? So that it feels more doable for you. My thought to you is this: what response would you like to choose if you'd like a different outcome? Because your outcome is, right now, I'm in overwhelm, I shut down. The shutdown is the outcome. Do you want the shutdown? You know, my guess is no, right? I don't want to say something that's things, but you don't, but that's our response. I do the same thing. When I'm in overwhelm, I'm just like, oh my God, this is way too much. Let me go eat some chocolate. This is my go-to, soothing, right? Let me go eat some chocolate. Let me put on some mind-numbing show and let me not focus on anything because I'm just so overwhelmed right now.
Yep.
In the end, though, I always say, okay, was that helpful for me? Like if I did that for like 30 minutes and then I got out of it, great. But if I just want to keep doing that because it feels good, I'm self-soothing, then I go, that's not the outcome I want. So I have to choose a different response. So the what, so what, and now what is now you know the mind shifting question is it's 100%.
Nice.
Okay. The procrastination is occurring. So to change it, to shift it, is to think of the outcome for what you want, and then what response do you need to get that? Great advice and some things to do, but you have to decide what will work or not work for you through the guidance and tools, the skills that you're trying to build to say, let me just try something different. So when I get an overwhelm, instead of shutting down, you can go, when I get an overwhelm, I used to shut down. And now when I get an overwhelm, I'm going to take everything off the plate, simplify, do the things maybe Alex said, or things that you've decided is the now what. So I just wanted to take it like one step beyond this great mind shifting question into an action that's simplified for you, that you choose in opting in to get a different result.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that was great. The awareness is so critical. You know, we've been talking about awareness. The awareness of the overwhelm is important. Something Dan Sullivan taught me was the joy of procrastination. Because what you procrastinate on is what you should focus on. So when I get overwhelmed, I notice I want to go to the grocery store. I don't really want to go to the grocery store, but like when I'm overwhelmed, it seems a good idea. Now, if I'm, you know, in that state of brain where I'm just like unconsciously competent and I'm just like, oh, well, and I'm just not thinking about things and I'm not self-aware, grocery store is just, I'm just doing a grocery store trip. But if I'm aware of what's going on, I'm like, oh, something's showing up here. What's showing up? And I can just write it down. And one of the biggest things I've learned is that I can remove the emotion that I'm being triggered by writing it down as a plan versus having to go and execute it. So instead of like, oh, I got to go and do this and execute it, I've got all of that emotional attachment. I go, well, let me just write it down so I don't forget it, and I'll just have it there. And then it just doesn't have the same sting for me. But now it's out of my brain on this piece of paper. Now I get to be strategic with it. Because like Susan said, now what? Well, now in my mind, like, well, this is a very important thing that I want to get through. So let me work through it strategically on paper. And I get to work on it. It's like what Tanya did. She's a perfect example of this in motion. That video, she goes, I got up at 5 o'clock. I worked on it. Then I went out with my friends and slept like a baby that night. Because she identified it, she isolated this, she worked on it. It was a big problem. She was overwhelmed. But she spent 7 hours. And now she's got how many candidates to work for you? She got 8 candidates looking to work for her. And she can pick 3 and a business can grow bigger. And it's like the lessons that she just learned from what happened will strengthen her. It doesn't weaken her. She just become more powerful because of this. So it's like, it's a really good lesson. So.
And you're right though, like in that I only made a plan. I didn't take action.
Yeah.
That day. Like I just made a plan and then I executed it on Monday morning.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it was just because it was overwhelming. Right? So
planning and execution are done. It's very, I just say plan and execution are done at different times.
Yeah.
You know? So here's the other question. What's the most frequent reason that people hijack you? Like, well, like you allow it. Like right now, so for instance, yesterday, like I turned my phone over and that was it. Right now I've got money being transferred and there's messages coming to me that I've got to send the code. So I look, as soon as I start, I'm like, oh, my phone just got hijacked. I sent it. But outside of knowing the code has come through, all of the text messages and messages that are coming to me, I'm just turning the phone over, leaving it. Like nobody's having my time now. I'm here with you. But it's like when I wake up in the morning, I used to just let like all of the messages in my inbox be in bed with me. Wake up and I'd have text messages, WhatsApp messages, Slack messages, Facebook messages, Instagram messages, all in bed with me like this. Trust me, the most I get up in the morning, I make my coffee now. It's like, because I just don't allow that morning time to be hijacked by everyone. I just don't. I'm not living like that anymore. You know, just like, and then email. I mean, like, I just don't do email. I gave up email a few years ago. I'm like, screw it. I give up email. Like, one of the best decisions I made. Chad, have a look at this. Do a favor. How many emails am I behind?
293,151.
I am, this is how many emails I'm behind. 293,151.
293 and you're like, and then you go,
I would like to send one more right now.
why would you even have the email off on your phone? You would have it.
It was by accident that account transferred over. I've got one for lawyers, so there is emails that I have to do with accountants and lawyers. But you know, obviously I need to do stuff with those. But like aside from that, I don't use email as a communication channel because people abuse it. I just don't. Well, let's have a look how many texts I'm behind, Chad. How many text messages am I behind? Wait a minute, how's it not to that? There you go. How many am I behind?
280,000, no.
I'm 280 text messages behind. I just, when there's I have lines of communication and I have things I have to do, and the rest of it is just noise. There's just so many messages, so many people, like, so you can get caught in it, you're just in it all day. I'm just like, wait a minute, like, what's my agenda? What's my priority? Like, what have I said I'm going to do? Like, you know, not what's being required. What do I want to do? And I'm just, you know, I've never told you to email me about Tanya. So I've never like let you down by not responding to email. Do you understand? So just, you got to look at like, where's your time? Like, for instance, this like my time used to get hijacked in the forum. I used to spend all day in this forum. And I said to Dan Sullivan, I said, like, but I've got to be in there with them. And he goes, zoom. But that, zoom. I'll never forget it. What the hell is zoom? Zoom. That was it, zoom. Never forget it. He said, you don't have to do it. Somebody else can do it. So we bended it. Worked just as well. So I would track your time. I would track what's going on with your time, who's taking up your time, where you spend your time, when you procrastinate, what you do with your time, you know, just who's distracting you. Be just aware of it all. You know, you've got to, like, you know, Mary's just got to do sales, but like, you know, she'll be like, I'm going to have a bath tonight. I'm going to watch a sales training, like whatever it is, just I would immerse yourself in all things sales, books, audios, videos, you know, like conversations, mentorship, guidance, training, like, you know, on the phone, like whatever it is, I'd immerse myself, fully immerse myself to the point where I'm like, give me this tool. Yeah. And but then notice of all of the distractions that stop you from it. And you know, you just gotta fend them off. Okay, so be aware of that. So this is my goal setting formula. It's a very simple one, but like I live by it every year, multiple years. Like once you go through a few seasons of doing this, you realize it's just, I wouldn't be able to live without it. So the first step is I plan my year, and it doesn't matter when I am. I do it over the Christmas period. You know, Susan said, do I have any, you know, do you have any rituals or anything like over Christmas, like over holiday periods earlier? Yes, I plan over the Christmas period. I really spend that time planning. It's a ritual I have. That time off, when I have the 2 weeks off, I'm like, whoo, I'm planning my next year. And I'm looking at the past year. I'm looking at last January, what I said I was going to do and what I did, how I said I was going to show up and how I showed up. And there was this one year where I was like, I'm going to do yoga once a week, every week. Yay, it's so simple. I'm going to do yoga. I got to the end of the year and I hadn't been to yoga once. I'm like, wow, like I said I was going to go to yoga once a week, every week. And it's really good for me. Like yoga is very good for you. And I didn't go once. And I looked at all of these different things I said I was going to do. And I'm like, oh, that's really nice, but I'm doing none of it. Like all this stuff. So I really shortened it down. It's like, okay, let's get rid of all of this stuff. They're possibilities, but all I'm going to do is I'm going to get good sleep, good hydration, good exercise, good food. Now I just keep this simple like that. And if I want to do anything else, I can. And here's a list of activities. Here's a list of books. Here's a list of study. Here's a list of adventures. Here's a list of, you know, like fun. And then just, you know, I can go to that list. So when I plan my year, I've got all of these different trips I could take and all that, but I'm not booking them in. Because otherwise I look back and I'm like, oh, I booked all this stuff. And, you know, I do have a couple of trips booked, you know, this year, but like, you know, they're just because other people need them. But plan the year of business anytime. I like doing it at Christmas, but you can start now. Plan the next 90 days. Once I got my year plan, you can't do a whole year plan today. So I'm like, what's in the first quarter? What do I bring into the first quarter? So this is my plan for the year. We've already done this training. So this is what I want to do in the next 90. Once I take my 90, I'm looking at the first 30. And now I don't need to worry about the year, and I don't need to worry about the 90. I can always come back to them. They're printed out. They're in my Google Drive, and they're in my workflowy. I got access to them. Now I've just got 30 days. Now with my 30 days, I'm planning the next week. Right, out of that 30 days, what am I going to do this next week? And then I'm planning tomorrow, today.
And you guys have the tools for the first three, step 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
That's been provided, right?
Yep.
Some things. Step 4 and step 5 is breaking it down even further, as you can see, right? But you can take from the things and whittle it.
Yeah.
There's a technical, I just want you to know that the tools for step 1, 2, and 3 are already out there, that you guys are already exposed to.
Yeah, we could definitely give you tools for step 4 and step 5. You know, it's like for what I like to do every single week on a Friday is I like to reflect. So when I step 4, when I'm planning next week, I like to just look at last week. And I do this every week. And I do it between Friday and Sunday, but I never start the week. It's so rare I start a week without it planned. And I mean like really, really rare. Like in a year, maybe like 3 times or something. Like it's so important to me. Like it's important. This is important work for me. Like planning my week ahead is important, you know? If I start on Monday morning and I haven't got the week mapped out, like I'm like, I know I've messed up. You know, like I dropped the boo-boo, you know, I dropped the ball. So planning next week. So what I'd like to do is when I look back on the week prior and I'm reflecting, I'm looking at what I said I was going to do and what I did. Because I've got a list listed. This is what I said I was going to do. What did I do? And I'm real with myself. I'm not sweeping under the rug. I'm real. Like, oh, I said I was going to do all this and I didn't get this done. Then I look at how did I say I was going to act and how did I act? Did I say I was going to go? Did I say I was going to get up at 6 o'clock every morning and then on day 3 I didn't? I'm being real with myself. I'm like, oh, you slipped. And I'm in my excuses and my stories and all those things, but I'm also aware of like I slipped. So I reflect what I said I was going to do and what I did, and I reflect how I said I was going to act and how I acted. Sometimes I'm like, you know, I'm going to go to bed before 10 o'clock and not use my phone. And then it'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm in bed on my phone. But then I can reflect on that and say, you didn't get the sleep, you know, come on, let's get better. Let's get better. I'm always optimizing myself to get better. This is my tools of optimizing myself. This is my bumper lanes. And I also plan next week. So by the Sunday, I plan next week. And then as I do that, I plan Monday on the Sunday as well. So on a Sunday, I plan the whole week and I plan Monday. And I wake up Monday morning and the week's planned out and my Monday is planned out. And normally I wake up on a Monday morning depressed, not because of anything that I've got to go into, just I wake up in the morning, not in the same state that I went to bed at. My state of brain is much higher in the evenings than it is in the mornings. So I wake up in the mornings, not the happiest or not, you know, not most full of gratitude. And I woke up today very happy and filled, you know, I woke up very refreshed and rejuvenated and not like in any, but like a lot of days I can wake up in the morning and my brain isn't where I want it to be. So that's why the gym is the first place I go, because then my state of brain is completely different. So that's why I train in the mornings, because it just helps my brain. Like I can just wake up and be like, ah, man. And there's no reason why my brain's just gone into some lower place. Not any reasons, like, you know, there's I'm sure I could pinpoint, you know, stories, right? Stories. That's what it is, stories. But by using this framework, this just keeps me going, keeps me getting better. This is my favorite stuff by the way. This stuff is, I enjoy this stuff here, what's on screen, more than like the numbers, spreadsheets, looking at those things, or like the marketing creatives and all that. This is my most favorite stuff I work on.
the new format is the first time I've been able to implement it successfully.
Uh-huh,
Of all the times I've heard you speak about
uh-huh.
What do you mean?
Because the sheet.
it. Yeah.
that
Oh,
works
the
for you.
sheets?
Yeah.
The new format versus doing the same thing in workflow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't like workflow.
Yeah, people don't like workflowy. I love workflowy. And I just understand it takes a lot of, well, like my whole life since I workflow, and I just think
I
it's,
love workflow. I
it's-
just found this
yeah.
is better than
no, I appreciate that. But yeah, this is my favorite, stuff. I love it. I get to do it every day. Been doing it for years and years and years, planning tomorrow's day, every day for years.
So do you plan, like, do you plan into your week, like your daily habits, you schedule everything, or how, like? how do you do-
It's a really
I
good
find that
question.
works.
Well, whatever works for you. So the aim is that, yes, a schedule and routine is there. So like morning routine, wake up at 6:30, then there's time to have coffee and stuff, and be in the gym for 7:30, to be out of the gym for 8:30, shower, dressed, and be into my meeting for 9 a.m. So the first meeting is 9 a.m. and then it went to 8:30, so I had to push things forward a little bit. So the morning routine, and then obviously there's breakfast, lunch, dinner, hydration, and rest time and sleep. But I try not to put too much stuff in there. At the end of the day, then is end of day report and plan tomorrow today, which I'll get to in a minute. So daily, here's my rituals. So my morning routine, it's like really important that I have my morning routine. So my morning routine, I don't meditate. I would love to add meditation to my morning routine. What I have added to my morning routine recently is just gratitude. Like truly being grateful. Like I didn't get it before, like gratitude, but like I really truly get it now. So
That's what those picking up kind of things, right? Like you go to the gym, changes your brain.
yeah, just being grateful for like everything. Just it's a beautiful thing to experience. So yeah, so my morning routine, as I said, coffee. I love my coffee. Exercise. I haven't exercised for a few weeks. I lost my bum, my chest, and my arms. The muscles gone. 4
Thank
weeks.
God for muscle memory.
Huh?
I said,
Thank God for muscle memory. But I had COVID at the beginning of the month, and it took me out for like 2 weeks. And after that, there's been this residual cough that I've had, but I haven't just got the motivation to go back to the gym. And then there's always a story. So tomorrow I'm going to the gym with somebody in the morning. I'm going with somebody so I can actually go, because I've said to myself, I've done 25 press ups. Like the other day I did 25 press ups, and I was like, well, at least I got them in, but I have to get back into it. It won't take me long, but see the word there, routine. Like, it's, you put it in to the routine and you do it.
I'm still not gonna find you in a back alley. I mean, I thought about it for a second, but then.
No. No, because the speed of, well, actually the power is less. And so I was punching something the other day, this punch, I was like, where's the power? I'm missing some power here. Huh? Codabot. Okay, so Codabot is keep on top of being on top. So like for me, it's just like being aware of everything. Just trying to get yourself into, look, I want a slight edge. When people are not aware of what's going on, I want to look around the room. Like Susan's watching me pretty intensely right now. Nobody else is, but Susan is. Like she's keeping an eye on me. She's keeping, it's like, well, she's aware of the situation we're in, making sure the room's move, it's, I think being consciously competent, or just in a more conscious, aware state, gives you more opportunities. So through the day, okay, I had what I have? I had a cookie or something just now for like lunch. And I was eating, I'm like, I'm aware I'm not doing the right choice here. Like, this is not part of my diet. I'm like, well, actually, the story I'm telling myself now is that I'm not in training at the minute. And I'm about to go into a real training regimen. I'm going into something real, like, you know, there's like I said, there's no getting out of it. I'm in a real everyday training regimen, but I'm not, because I'll train lightly, you know, I'll try my best. I'm get the trainer to slow it down, make it easier for me, but I'm about to go into an intense one. So morning routine. Every day, if you can move the needle, activity that's going to move the needle, like, you know, income producing activity, like income producing activity, that's like, it moves the needle, you know, and I could have just put in there, like, you know, IPA, because that's the language I've been using with you. But like IPA or MTN, it's like, it's money, like you're going after the money, you know. Now, MIT's the most important tasks. Like at the beginning of the week, I want to isolate a few things that I think are important for that week that will take me to my month's goals. And I put them in. Then secondary is like inbound stuff. You know, there's always secondary stuff that comes up, isn't it? You know, I've got to phone up this person. I've got to do that. Oh, you know, mom needs me to, you know, set up this account for her, or like, you know, so-and-so needs me to drop her off somewhere. Well, it just stuff comes up. So I put all of that into the secondary list, because I don't want to get it convoluted with the important stuff next to each other. I want to segment them. I want to be like, these are my most important tasks. These are the tasks I'm going to do. They're going to make me money. So David saying that. Yeah, so David said, so basically, Kotobot is keep on top of being on top. So, you know, keep on top of being on top. It's just something that I learned and come up with. So just always become better. Like, you know, if you don't go to the gym in the morning, don't beat yourself up. Like, what come up for me? How can I set myself up tomorrow to be better? I'm going to go to sleep earlier tonight to make sure I have enough. I'm too tired to go to the gym. Okay, tonight, go to bed earlier. So you've got your rest. You can go to the gym. MTN means move the needle. So this is activity. There's a training inside of the Facebook group that you can watch about moving the needle. This is activity that moves the needle. Income producing activity, this is. So MTN, there's an MTN list in the Facebook group that will teach you about that. MITs are most important tasks. These are the things that I feel are the most important things that I want to work on today. So like, you know, on my most important task today is like this mastermind. Like this here is on my mastermind. Now on my secondary is transfer money from bank account to other bank accounts. And that's on my secondary. And that's when I just had to give the code to somebody, then move in some money. So that was on my secondary. Also on my secondary today. Yeah. So then EOD is end of day report. So an end of day report is a very powerful report to not have to micromanage people, but also to be aware of what you did, what you said you were going to do, and what you actually did. So what I do on my end of day reports is I don't put all of the other stuff on there. I just want on my end of day report the stuff that I did that day that was taking me towards my week goal. Because if there's nothing on there, if I can't put anything on there, I see my day was hijacked with stuff. And you don't want an end of day report with just like stuff to look good. Like, oh, I did all this stuff. Look at me, I'm busy. There's no word for being busy. The aim is to fend off all of the stuff. So you look at the end of day report, you're like, boom, I hit that important thing. I did that towards my week goals.
So that would, only thing that would go on there is MTNs and MITs.
Yes. Yes.
Into the EOD.
Yes. Because like I had this guy work for me before, and he just put all of this stuff on it, like big long end of day. I'm like, okay, cool. Do me a favor. I appreciate all of that stuff, but tomorrow just put on there like the important stuff that's for your week. It's just stuff towards the week. You know, the week you said you're going to do these things this week. Only add things the end of day report for that. There was all this other stuff again. I'm like, what are you doing with all this stuff? He's like, I'm busy. I'm like, do you not see the picture. Like you're too busy to do the important stuff. So then like you don't put all the busy stuff on, and then he's like through the day, he's like, I've got to do this important stuff because I've got to put it on my end of day report. It gets people focused on the important stuff. So it's a great management tool. It's a great tool for yourself, for self-awareness. And then PTT is plan tomorrow today. I mean, I plan tomorrow today every day. I feel if I only plan tomorrow today, it's an accomplished day. If my day goes to crap and I plan tomorrow today to be an amazing day, I think I've accomplished something good today. Is my making my bed moment. You know, making the bed before I come home. And then the evening routine. So I never used to have an evening routine. I used to wear a flag on my on my arm. I would be working at 22 every night. I was always working every night, working till 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Now I want to be finished. I want to get my important stuff done. I want to finish and I want to enjoy the evening routine. I want to light some candles. You know, I want just like it to be relaxed. And whatever I choose to do, I do, but I'm not working. I don't work in the evenings.
So part of your like for me, the gratitude thing, journaling, reading, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Do you consider that as your Cobot, like keeping on top, being on top?
So
that's like how I make myself better.
Yeah, that's why I put it there. You know, Cobot come to me from money. It was a money thing that I learned Cobot. I never had money at the end of the month because I looked at my bill once a month. I always had to borrow money. And then when I started looking at my banking every week, I realized I got to the end of the month and I didn't have to borrow money anymore. So I said, well, what if I did this every day? If I just focused on the money every day and we got to the end of the month and we had more money left over. I was like, wow, this. So I called it Cobot and I basically started focusing on the money every day. That's how I saved a lot of money. And it was just something that, you know, it changed my life. But it's also something for myself of a skill set to be aware of, like, okay, I had the cookie just now. I know, like, I've drunk too much coffee today and yesterday and not enough water. I'm not beating myself up about it, but I'm aware that I drank too much coffee yesterday, too much coffee today, and not enough water yesterday and not enough water today. I'm just aware of it.
So next time you ask me for a coffee, bring you a bottle of water.
There you go. So then now I've made that declaration out. She's now gonna support me and give me more water. Even though I say it's like important to me, hydration, I went for coffee a few times more, but I'm aware of it. And that to me is the important thing. So in the weekly rituals, reflect and project, as I spoke about, like what you did, how you acted, those are, you know, really important things. I'll go back to me. I already said it. You wrote them down. Every week I reflect and I project. I reflect on the past week, what I did and what I said I was going to do, how I acted and how I said I was going to act. And see the word act. I don't like the word act. It's like, you know, how I like was, but like we do put on an act. Like I put on a white shirt today. I was like, is the white shirt white or is it yellow? Oh, it looks white. You know, is it being washed with the color? No, it looks white. Okay, I'm going to be a fresh white shirt for you. It's like, you know, it's part of my presentation. Or like, you know, if we weren't, we would all be naked somewhere, you know, like if we weren't taught to like dress up and, you know, we weren't born with these clothes on. So it's part of the act. But I like to say I'm not acting better, I'm becoming better. Mm-hmm. Like that's what I want, like for myself, to become better. Like in my lifetime, that's something I want for myself. It's not like nobody needs to know, but I know those choices, the decisions, like the cookies, like, you know, I have to have a conversation with myself, you know, truly, like I've stopped training. I'm not eating cookies and ice cream. Like Al, you know, you're just like maintaining, you're like, you know, I feel my shoulders are gone. I'm like, okay, come on, let's get into this. You know, I know it's like it's gonna be getting back training is gonna be tough, but I'm excited by it. But like I've got to act better, become better.
You're gonna be sore for days.
Yes, I know. I know.
Cold shower at the end.
Oh, there you go, cold showers. Okay, so monthly. So the financials, every month, just like, reflect and project. Now, you can track, which I also recommend, your income in daily, but just every month, there should be a P&L as a ritual to look at like what's going on, a reflection and a projection. The team, looking at them, reflecting and projecting. I'm looking at me. Mostly, I'm looking at me. How did I act? What was my activity? How did I act? So that's what I'm looking at monthly, like the reflect and project. And like, you can't pick it up in 1 month. You can't see yourself in 2 months. It could take a year cycle. It can take a few years. And I'm in a place now of like real massive like change. I'm going through a lot of change. And, but everything I've learned each month doing it, like I'm ready for that change. I've got the rhythms, I've got the patterns, the week, the day. These are my guardrails. This is like my pathway. How did I act? Like, how can I act better? Again, interchangeable. How did I be? How was I? How can I become better? Yes.
How much time are those reflect and project moments in trying to have those reports for ourselves and being sure that we move the needle, we did those income producing activities and MITs? How long should we take in a day or in a week?
I think it's self-reflection. I personally think it's the most important work. So when I finish on a Friday and I finish my work week, I'm giving myself till Sunday 9 p.m. to submit my next week's plans. So I'm giving myself a few days of grace and so forth to work on them. So like I can work Friday evening if I want, or I can work Saturday morning or Saturday evening or Sunday morning or Sunday evening, all of them on it. But I'm always looking at it. I'm always keeping it at the top of my mind. Just like I just, if you brush past this stuff, you're missing it. It's like Mary, if Mary goes through, just completely ignores what I said to her about sales, just completely brush it, just head blast through everything. She comes back in 90 days and she just even forgot, like, oh yeah, you mentioned sales, but I've been on TikTok building a TikTok audience. You just, yeah, but it's up to her for self-awareness. And how long does that take? It's up to her, So these are my guardrails. Every day, do an end of day report. Just to yourself, even just take stock of like, and my end of day report, I don't need to write it because I've already bolded it inside of my workflow. So I work through my stuff in workflow, I just bold stuff. So when I get to the end of the day, it says like, plan tomorrow today. I can just look at my day of what I did. And I just look at it, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm aware of it. I'm like, okay, slacking a bit there. Okay, okay. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm always planning tomorrow to be a better version of myself. You'll do this at this time, and I'm putting them in. And even if I don't hit them, if it does start slipping because I've got emotions or something happens or whatever, these are my guardrails. Like every day, end of day report, plan tomorrow today, every day. At the end of the week, do a stock, reflect and project. At the end of the month, reflect and project. And then 90 days, reflect and project. And maybe on the 90-day, do it with somebody else. I think the monthly, do on yourself, or maybe with the 90, just do with somebody else. So that there was how to do things. Any questions around that, what we just covered, before we dive into the next part?
Just the thought behind with someone else.
Yeah, just, it's like, I find the human beings, when they bump into each other, inspiration strikes. So like, it's very difficult, like, you know, do something on my own and get the same result if I was speaking with you and you're starting to challenge my thinking or enforcing what I'm saying or opening up other ideas. You know, so I just think doing it with somebody is a good idea. You don't have to. I love planning on my own. People think I'm an extrovert. I can sit there with plans, me and workflow for the rest of my life. Truly. But I do feel that I sit down with I sat down with William and Wes Watson the other day. We having the conversation, the stuff that come out of it. When Wes walked away, William's like, what a force of nature he is. And it's just like a force of nature was with us telling me about like circumstance I'm in and how to deal with it. I'm not coming up with that wisdom on my own. Force of nature walks in, sit down, bump off each other. I ask him questions, he leaves. Guy sitting next to us just blown away, like, wow, completely blown away.
I have to say, like, when I learned this from you, I don't know when you taught it, this reflect and project. I started doing it like right away, and I noticed like just more productivity. It wasn't like now I'm having to move the needle and all those kind of things.
Yes.
But I have a resource like a day timer. I'm a pen and paper kind of person.
Yes.
I actually found one that has like literally every day, what are the 3 top things you're gonna do? This is your day, this is your weekly habit tracker.
Yes.
Place each week to reflect it. So I'll send you.
It's called productivity.
No, it's
Amazon.
Amazon one. Unbelievable. Like,
Yes.
it's literally like you designed it.
Yes.
It's like everything that you teach is in this thing weekly. So I'll send you guys.
Please do. I'd like to create, like, I think, I've actually written down, I'm going to create a planner just because there isn't one that what I do is like, I want to plan.
Show you this one.
Okay, thank you.
I literally wrote this one.
Yeah.
Because it's got like at the top of the day, like
Thank you.
3 things.
So Catherine asked in the chat box, what do guardrails mean? So they're my bumpers, Catherine. They're my bumpers. You know, if I'm in a bowling alley, you have bumper alley, the bumpers down the side. It's if every day I submit an end of day report to myself. I have the team send end of day reports in, but I'm talking about for myself right now. Then I know what I did that day versus what I said I was going to do that day of important items. It just like, I can't hide from myself. It's like, hey, AJ, you said you're going to do this and this is what you did. Okay, you hid. You said you were going to go and contact those pipelines and you didn't follow up with them. There's no hiding from it with myself. It's like, what happened? Well, I got this and story. Okay, they're your stories. Well, tomorrow, what are you going to do, AJ? And when I plan tomorrow's day, I'm always looking to plan for my best self. I'm always looking to be the best version of myself. So I'm setting myself up to win with a plan. I'm not doing it right now. I'm setting it up. And then it doesn't matter how I wake up in the morning. The aim is to attack it to the best of my ability. And if I go to the gym in the morning, that normally helps tremendously. And I plan tomorrow today. So it's just like my bumpers, Catherine. And then the same with the week and the month and the quarter. Chad has a question.
Okay, so for me, I do a lot of this, which is really helpful. And a lot of it I've taken from you, but some other things too that work for me. But
yes,
this, the challenge that I have is what it's called, that we think we can get more done than we can in an amount of time.
Yes. Yes.
So how do you?
Less is more.
Yeah.
So I already said it earlier. When you plan less. So like for Mary, I'm giving Mary like one thing. Well, Mary can have 2 things. Write some new adverts and focus on closing deals. Like that's it. Like she comes back and her business should be on fire.
Yeah.
So now anything else that she does from now until then in business is a distraction from her business growing. Some obligations she will have, but she's not obliged to do that much work. If we look at it, obligation-wise, it shouldn't be that much. Yeah, this service, there's not that much to do, though. You're not like 40, 50, 60 hours a week, is there?
Certain clients, whatever.
Yeah, so you write that down, you'll realize that she has all the rest of the time free. And then, and I don't know if it's called Murphy's Law or...
yeah, it's the
Parkinson's
tomorrow
law.
today piece. So for me, that's the piece. For some reason, I put sometimes I'll put my 90-day goal for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So
That doesn't make sense.
how do you break that down so that it's
Okay, well, here you go.
manageable?
Here you go. Thank you. So Chad just said, how'd you break that down? So that was how to do things. So let's look at what to do. So what projects to work on? He just sat me up, didn't he? Did you give him $5 to do that? So what I want you to do is, I want you to, you should have springboards, each of you. And on your springboards, you should have projects. Now, you should have gone through the exercise to find your business, where your controls are, where your KPIs are, and then looked at the things you could do to take you from where you are to where you want to be. Over the course of these 2 days, you should have been writing out action items that would go onto your springboard to spring your business to success. So what I want you to do is, I would like you to A, B, and C your projects on your springboard. So anything that you've written out over this 2 days that you're going to do, like there should be action items, big action item list that you have of things on the piece of the paper I give out to you in the different areas. There you go. So like Tanya's got them. Well done. See, this is why it was very important. So Tanya's got all of the pieces of paper now of the different areas, and all of you should have those areas sectioned out. So for instance, different ways you can get leads should be on a piece of paper. Whatever it may be, whichever levers you have, if you've got it on a piece of paper, that's fine. But I want you to go through and I want you to put A, B, and C next to the different things that you've written down. So when it's an A if it's like highly important project, B if it's like, yeah, it's important, but like there's other things before it, or C is like, this project could wait. So if every single thing you've written down that you can do in your business, I'd put an A, B, or C next to it. So every single thing you've written down for the last 2 days, I'd look at everything and I'd be like, right, is this an A, a B, or a C?
According to 9 days, or what's the time?
So it's a really good question. You can say 90 days, but like I would just say, and you can have a time period, but I would just say they still come under priority of A, B, or C, whether it's in a time period or not. But I can appreciate like putting it into a period of time.
So you said like C is it can wait.
Yes.
A
is the highest. Yes, this is like, if I did this, I'm going to get the biggest impact.
The prioritization tool
Yeah.
technique, right?
Yeah. So everything you've been writing out for the last couple of days, you should have a list of things, just put A, B, or C next to them. Got it all? Yeah? Okay, cool. So moving on. Now what you want to do is you want to 1, 2, 3 your A list. So now let's just say you've got like these A's. Now you want to basically prioritize them again. But I'm just doing this with numbers. A little bit different. 1, 2, or 3. So all of your A's, I want you to put, is this a 1, is this a 2, or is this a 3? Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense to anybody, just ask away. So I'm prioritizing what I've prioritized. Okay, great. So now you can 1, 2, 3 your B list. So all of your B's, you can 1, 2, and 3. And now you can 1, 2, and 3 your C list. So every action item that you've written down for the past 2 days, everything you've written down that is a to-do can now have an A, B, and C, and a 1, 2, and a 3 next to it. Okay. So now what we can do is, on a fresh piece of paper, is what I would recommend doing, is get a fresh piece of paper. And what you're going to do is, you're going to look at the A1. So as an example here, just to give you an example, all of your A1s, there may be multiple ones. There may be multiple A1s. So I want you to, as you put them on a fresh piece of paper, you're going to put the A1s first, but prioritize them as well in order. So again, as you transfer them over, just put them into a priority order. So your A1s can now be prioritized into order. Does that make sense? Okay. what we're then going to do is we're basically going to do it for A2 in priority order, A3, all the way down. You're going to make a list from the highest priority. So anything A1, if you have more than one A1, prioritize it, which one you think is more priority than the other. Once you've listed your A1s, you're going to go to A2s. If you have more than one A2, you're going to prioritize it and then list them out.
So for me, it's so simple. If anything is on that list that's other than sales, right?
Well, you can still have a list of things because there are things that, you know, that you've written down that are very important, but like, but there could be like, you could have a lot of things around sales listed as well. So you could do this exercise just around sales.
So could it be you read a book,
Yeah.
right, on sales specifically, right? So you say to yourself, well, you know what, that's a C priority, because even though it'd be helpful, it doesn't have to be urgent today, but maybe it's about each after every call, you're gonna debrief it for yourself, right? And see like what really went well, what didn't, what do I need to do different? That might be an A priority, because you're gonna listen to the, customers and the potential clients, like what did I really miss, and write it down, for example.
Yeah, so what I really like about Mary's situation is Mary now has less to do than anybody else I know here, just because she showed her numbers, and I see the biggest lever in her business.
Yeah.
So like she doesn't have as much to do as many of you, because you've got the to-do list, because you don't really know what your lever is, like Mary knows.
My numbers are right.
Yeah. But but Mary, there is multiple things though within the sales that come into this. So you want to look at sales and break that down, build that into your morning routine, your evening routine,
I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, good, sweet. All right. So also for David, this was really important training I wanted to make sure David had before he left, was this here. Now it goes to what Chad just said. Chad's like, well, what's the order I do stuff? Well, Chad, now we've got a list of things that you do, and you print that out, you get a highlighter, and when you go into most important tasks, because now on your calendar, you could just schedule in MIT from like 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. as an example. It's just blocked out MIT. And all Chad has to do is come to his piece of paper, and the top one on there, he has to work on. And then once he's done it, he highlights it off. And then the second one highlights it off. And he can work through those things. Now, I wish it was always as easy as that. Obviously, business does tend to move a bit. There is, like water. But this is a great way of like, what's on your top, Tanya?
For my top activity?
Yeah, I'm interested.
I need to hire a receptionist so the phone gets answered, so that.
Boom. So now Tanya needs to hire a receptionist so the phone gets answered.
So that more people get booked in, so my revenue goes up.
More people book in, revenue goes up. Now, some of you could do in the interim is you could get a redirect of that phone to your daughter's Avery's cell phone. So if the phone rings, it auto moves to her cell phone so she can answer if she's not there.
But now I have to move her back to
Yes.
cover, so that temporarily doesn't work.
What's the but at least you know the priority of your business. What's the second thing on your list?
On my list, I need to create the packages so I can sell more to the customers that are already there.
Nice. Look at that. So now it's get somebody, think about like she just said, two priority things. You can't hide from these now. These are etched into her brain. I need to hire a receptionist to answer the phone to drive revenue. And I need to create packages so when people come in, I can sell them more stuff. Her numbers are going up based on those two things. And she's going to have a tracker. Now, if she wasn't tracking it, she may go, I can't be bothered going to do that. I may have a glass of wine, or I may go out to the gym or something because it's not that important. And I was like, I got my freaking numbers. I know where I am. And I know if I do this one thing, I know where it'll take me. And I want to see those numbers go. Hire somebody, put them in there, train them, boom, more revenue. Packages, boom. We look at her controls. She was at 119, now she's 106. It's like, wow.
Well, I already had a record January just from implementing double your expense.
Yay! She said she had a double record, yeah, for the
Yeah,
virtual team.
she had a
You did it?
record
In
January.
all three of my stores.
A record January in all 3
Yay!
stores. Wow.
Woo-hoo! Yes,
And it went from $300 to $600.
nice.
It's like, all I had
Doubled?
to spend is an extra $300 a month and I have a record.
$300, she had a record month.
Okay, David, what's on the top of yours?
Bring on 2 or 3 VAs that can take over me doing the mundane reports that I service people with as part of being part of the community. We provide them demand supply data. I'm in the process of training 2 of the 3 now, so that is already in work. That frees me up.
How much time would that free you up?
It's going to free me up about 2 hours a day.
Wow, 2 hours a day. And yeah, and if David then just shifted his 2 hours a day and booked in sales call, I'm not saying do this, David, but I'm just saying if he booked in sales calls and he's, and he sells, on, say he sells 1 of 2, sells 50%, and he sells them, let's just say a $2,000 package as an example, it's an extra $20,000 a month. Instead of doing those reports, doing 2 sales calls a day. And I'm just, and I would be like, hey, if you're going to sell 2,000, you may as well sell 4,000. So I have an extra 40,000 a month.
It's actually a little more personal than that, because between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., all I do is service and business development, nothing else. If I'm not in front of a client or a prospect, I don't do it, period. So from 4 a.m. when I get up, really I'm at my computer by 4:30 to 7:30 is when I do that mundane stuff, the stuff that has to get done. So it frees me up in that time frame so I can exercise, do other things that I'm not doing right now.
Well done, buddy. Good. That's life-changing. It's life-changing. His number one thing is that he gets to hire a VA to do the mundane stuff so he can have the morning routine for himself, which will make him a better person.
Correct.
And then producing at a higher level.
I love it. So my thought is probably giving them some time to actually work on a couple of different things here,
Yep.
right? Depending on how many slides you have left, because I just want to be conscious,
What
right?
time am I finished?
Well,
3?
for break approximately this time, depending on what we have needed, right?
Uh-huh.
So you can tell me if you want to keep on the slides, or we want to give it, eventually we want to give them time to either the prioritization thing, or if you want to just goal set for the next Mastermind, which one is kind of on your radar.
Okay, so what I would like them to do is, I would like them to do this, which I think
Right.
they've done. So on a piece of paper, you should write that out. And now that's a list of items. And even if you don't do it correctly this time, you're gonna have the printouts. You want to do this. So Chad should never go again, oh, I'm just gonna tomorrow, my most important task, I'm putting my 90-day plan on that. No, he's broken it down now. You now have action steps, So what I ask is my question is of confidence level of 1 through 10. Now you have those A1s and so forth. If you start working on those now and removing all of the stuff, just using all the tools we said, how confident you are of a 1 to 10 that you can have exponential growth?
Mary.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you're confident. You just, and it doesn't mean that Mary doesn't have a battle or a fight ahead of you, because you've got to go and learn, and that is hard work. The reason sales is difficult is because it's difficult. It's difficult. That's it. That's it. So you should all start seeing, and if you're not confident, you can write down the reason you're not confident. So faith over fear is the deal. There's going to be fear. Read Napoleon's Hill books, Outwitting the Devil. It's there. Fear's there. The dance with fear is real. But if you lean into faith, then fear can be dismissed. The work is the plan until you work the plan. So all of you've been in this workshop. I recommend, like Regeni said, how long? It's really this. The work is the plan until you work the plan. I don't want to work a plan until I'm confident with the plan. like, I'm just very clear about like you said, you did it. So Tanya did a plan on the Saturday morning and then was able to go out with her friends and go to bed that evening and execute on the Monday morning. Like, that's what I do. I work on my plan and I'm like, okay, I'm happy with that. Sunday night, I'm going to bed like this. Peppermint tea, a little bit of, I listen to classical music. I drink my tea and I go to bed. I'm like, Monday morning comes, I think I'm going to bounce out of bed. I'm like, but then I get to the gym, do my gym, and I'm like, yeah, how are you doing? I'm good. Okay. So that's me. This is Dan Fleischman. Closed mouths don't get fed. So Fleischman was, Kim Kardashian's social media guy. I've just been around him a lot this past year, and there's a lot that he's taught, but like this sentence stuck out to the most. Closed mouths don't get fed. Simple as that. If you're not doing anything, you're not getting fed. Get out there, get promoting, get marketing, get selling, get servicing. Like maybe David doesn't want to, for instance, have an upsell to his people and do a live event just to his clients. But I can tell you, I did a live event just to the Clients in Abundance clients. I did a live event to them, put 50 of them in the room, and like over 40 of them paid $10,000 each. They'd already gone through the program, and then they paid $10,000 each. It was like over $400,000 just in the client base. It's like, if David, doesn't want to do it, that's fine. But if he speaks up to them and puts something together for them, he's going to get fed very handsomely from that promotion to them. Okay? But it's up to him. And then this is Ryan Stewman's one. It's ain't nothing to it but to do it. It's a great one. It's like we make it so difficult, but like actually wake up and chip away at that A1. Tanya, go and do that thing. All of you, whatever's on the top list, boom. So energy to carry forward. Law of reciprocity. It's a very powerful one. It just, I haven't got time to really go into it, but like you've all heard it, given you shall receive. Truly carry that energy forward. Go and give. See how much you receive. It's a universal law of energy. Like I promise you, go and somebody was like, oh, how much do Catherine was asking, how much do I give away? And Dave was like, give it all away. Yes, give it all away for free. Don't try and hide it. I prefer to do it through story than lecture, but give it all away and see what happens. Newton's third law, the law of action and reaction. Everything you do has a reaction. So just like, feed earning or learning, but you've got to be in motion. And really the breakout topic, I'd love for you to share with one another what you're confident in executing and your action items and the results you expect. So like what you are confident in. Hi. Hello. What you're confident in executing, the action items that you're going to be executing and the results you expect. So, you got those lists now. I want you to share with each other about those lists and also share in the areas that you still need help. Because, there's areas, and again, we don't need to finish this here. We can carry this forward with us. But this is this is a really important topic to be discussing. Like imagine this is what I'm confident in executing. Like these are the action items I'm about to take. These are the results I think I'm going to get. And then these are the areas I still need help. These are what a great way of conversating with each other. So that is the breakout. That is the end of that session there.
Great.
And Susan, so
yeah. So you guys, right, that was a lot. I think you covered, which is fantastic. So what he's really doing is now let's take the time to put it into some good plans and actions and share. So what we're going to do is, I know you put them in a breakout room from the virtual room, but actually we're going to split groups here. So you two are going to go together and you two are going to go together this time, right? And what we're gonna do is, as you see on this thing, you're gonna take all the information where really Alex gave you tools on how he organizes and plans, how he goes after making things happen, how he goes after, right, getting it. He shared with us his ways, right? You guys took notes and some ideas. Now take, what are those things that are gonna really be framework for you, right? What are gonna be your priorities and levers based on your springboards you talked about? What are you gonna go after from a prioritization, your A's and wants, things like that? And then go get ready to execute, right? If you don't finish it right now, like you said, it doesn't have to be completed, but if you get the ball rolling, where it's not just ideas floating in your head, but you actually then take the ideas and put it pen to paper and then get ready. Because remember, planning and executing are two different tasks. So right now you're in the still planning stage because you put the A priorities. You want to share what you think you're going to be doing so that when you leave the mastermind, you're ready to go start executing, finish the planning, and then go doing things. You have to be confident in your plan, remember, before you can execute on your plan. If you're not confident in your plan, you won't execute. So don't let the confidence stop you, right? Which is why you want to share how confident you are. If your partner sits there and says, I'm not really confident in this plan, but I guess I'll just try, hold and figure out what's stopping the confidence from the prioritization things so that you can make the movement and go. Does that make sense? Okay, we are going to give you 15 minutes to work in groups, right? So it's right now 3:06. So you're going to come back at 3:26. Okay. Or that's not 15 minutes. 3:21. 3:21.
Wait, this is great.
Yeah, no, this is them working in groups. Yep, 3:21, you'll come back. Thank you.
They're gonna go stay
So they have until 3:21 to come back.
We're just gonna stay here.
You're gonna sit here, okay. So Ted, you wanna go see? Other room?
Hands off.
So,
Three thirty-one,
Yep, until 3:21, they come back.
21, which is 4 hours.
That was easy, all those pages. Just need one.
That's it. Good.
Are you sending us to breakout rooms?
Yes, right now, yes.
Who else is here?
She's working on getting you guys into the breakout room as you speak. And then you guys can come back at 3:21 and we'll have Q&A with Alex.
Thank you. Done.
It's done?
Yeah, it's Monk and David. Catherine now.
Okay, enjoy. Let's mute that for me, please.
Virtual is back, but everything's muted.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, you guys, we are gonna get back together,
Results.
and here's what's gonna happen, right? Mary, would you just quickly go to the other room and get the other two people? 'Cause I don't know, for some reason, when they go in there, they don't remember come back, but I shouldn't say that like that. Yeah, I shouldn't say it like that. Okay, here we go, you guys. So what we want to do is now you've taken the time to really share what you're actually confident in, right? That you're actually going to go execute in the action items, and you actually discuss the results you're going to expect and then what you need help with. Because of those things that set you up to really be thinking about the next mastermind that's coming up. The next mastermind will be in April, right? About 3 months, because he's talking about 90-day. You got out there, and now you guys have talked about, so for example, Mary, it's gonna be somewhere on sales, for example, right? Let's talk about, when we talked about this community, you guys have accountability groups, right? We talked about part of the thing we wanted from the leverage community when we asked you guys in the first day about yourselves was, what do you want from this community? A lot of people said they want collaboration, they want help in getting the things we did, but we're gonna put now our money where our words and our mouth is. Okay, so we don't want to just be talk. In this group today, right, in leverage, we're not just talkers. We're action takers, we're movers and shakers. So that takes both the ideas, and then when you like your plan, which is why we asked for the confidence, you're going to go and then execute on your plan. Okay, so what we're going to do is Kayleen, when she comes back in a second, when she's here, is going to be writing down what you guys are committing to in this group for yourself and to the leverage group, that what you're going to accomplish by the next mastermind. It's what are you confident, these things right here. Alex may ask you questions to make sure you're on the right pace based on the things you guys have been saying throughout these 2 days, right?
Yep.
So we'll let that be an interactive session, but in the end, you're speaking to, for your business and yourself by the next mastermind, you're going to do what type of actions and what levers that you're confident and not confident level, what you need, and then what results in financials or numbers come based on that.
And let's start with David, because David has to leave now in 6 minutes. So he's up on the screen. So David, the first thing is the action items that you're committed to over the next 90 days. Then I'm going to ask you the results, and Katie's going to track this for everybody. Because the one thing that really gets me into motion is accountability. When I'm not accountable, I let myself off the handle. I'm going to the gym tomorrow with somebody because I said I was going to go yesterday and I didn't go, and I said I was going to go today and I didn't go, and I just need that little hand to get to go. Soon I'll be able to go on my own again. So, you know, I understand the power of it. So David, so these are the questions I'm going to be asking. The action items for the next 90 days, the results that you're looking to get from those action items, the growth that will give you from where you are now, so we can see how big this vision is you have for the 90 days. Then I'm going to ask 2 more questions. The reason you are willing to do this. So you've got to have a good reason for it. You know, there's got to be reason behind this. If you don't have reason, you're not going to do it. None of you. You know, this new soap opera will come up. And then then the 5th question is, what do you need help with? Now, you don't need what do you need help with right now. We don't need to discuss it, but you have access to me to discuss it. If you need help, I'm here. If I can't answer it, I will speak with somebody who will be able to answer it. So that goes for all of you. So first question. So what's the action items, David, for the next 90 days?
So for my company, it's getting the systems in place, which is already in works, so that we have consistently 2 case studies going at one time, 2 weeks apart from each other, with constant ads and constant marketing running to each of those that will produce consistent results.
Okay, so what David was consistent in saying then was consistent. If you heard him, he just said consistent many times.
Mhm.
So he wants to put consistency into his business. That's his goal. Okay, there's a consistency that he wants to go for, and he's and he's talking about 2 case studies a month. So really, we could say, before we really finalize his, we could really say 2 case studies a month. So that would be 6 case studies that we'd be promoting consistently. However, something may change and the case study may not work. Something may happen. We don't want that to throw David off the consistency of daily marketing. He just has to put a different thing in place to market consistently daily. Okay. So we're not going to get caught into the trap of saying the 6 campaigns. What David's number 1 goal is, his action item is to create consistency in his business. And he's going to do that with these case studies, is how we want to like talk about it.
Mhm.
Because then as we refer back to it, we know the conversation. And he may say, hey, I had to pivot, I had to do this other thing, but we consistently promoted it. And here's the growth that we've had. Okay, so consistency is it. And then just whatever projects you choose, I know you're in action. So I don't need to get pedantic with you. Okay, good. What results are you looking for?
100K a month. We're looking for a $100,000 month.
$100,000 a month.
By next mastermind.
By the next master. Yes. No, that was the goal when we first set up coming into here. It was by the end of the first quarter that we have at least one $100,000 a month.
There you
Love
go.
it.
So can you see what we've been going through over the past 2 days really covers that and simplifies that?
Yep.
Good. Really good. Well done, David. What would the growth be from where you are? 100K month, what is that? Double?
So it's double from what we did. Well, a little less than double, but almost double what we did this month. Double what we did in November. But I've been riding a roller coaster. I have a high month, the low month, the high month, the low month, the high month, which is the reason for the consistency. I'm tired of the roller coaster.
Yeah. So the roller coaster is from promotion to promotion. You go through $1 million roller coaster, Tanya. It's a bumpy ride. But now what's really good, David, is you have the roller coaster data to go back through. What threw us in the ups, and what did we stop doing when we were up, and what were we doing on the way down? And it just great data, So even if it's up, I don't know if you can see me. Okay, so almost double growth. What's the reason you're going to do this?
So there's a tool I've been wanting to create in our marketplace that doesn't exist for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I want this education company to pay for that tool without having any seed money. I want it to pay for it on its own. It will be a game changer in my marketplace, and it will be $1 billion tool.
So you're going to create a tool, yes? Yes. And you're going to self-fund the tool. Sweet.
Correct.
How much money do you need to build the tool?
We're thinking about $200,000.
Sweet. So, so the reason he's doing it is to invest a couple of $100,000 into, a tool that can, generate, generational wealth. Cool.
And I already know who the buyer is.
Nice. Very nice. Do you know who Bobby Castro is?
Name's familiar, but can't place him.
Okay, just Google Bobby Castro and then tell me if that's kind of, any of the world that, okay, cool. So, and then David, you obviously list out things you need help with, and then we can schedule a call. We're going to hop on a call together soon and go through anything you need help with me. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tell me.
David,
Go on.
I think you and I were on the exact same page.
We were exactly, but I'm letting you do it.
Okay.
Go.
I said, David, before you go, and I know we got to go, right? But we do love the positive roundtable.
Yes.
And because you won't be able to participate with that, would you tell it now? Your positives, right, from the today?
So the positives for today was, let's see. Well, honestly, it was getting the clarity just because of the whole weekend and coming together with everybody on how to do this consistent promotion. As I was building it this morning, it just came to me.
Nice.
I don't know why I wasn't doing it before, but it just did. And so that was probably the most positive thing out of it. And then just being with Catherine all day long, her and I, and Monica was in on our last session, but she's an amazing person and she's going to do really well. And I hope I didn't screw her up too bad.
Thank you for giving a kudo. Thank you for participating.
Yes.
Thank you for taking the actions. Have a wonderful event that you're doing. And thanks for being here.
And we will see you guys in April.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, David.
All right. Bye.
Beautiful.
All right, you guys. So with that said, we are going to take a break and then we'll come back and finish, right? Everybody else going through this process, right? So on the break, if there's something that you're like, hey, I got a little question on that, then you can take some time on your break. So everybody in the virtual world, we are going to come back in a 10-minute break. So it's 3:33. We're going to come back at 3:43. You have 10 minutes, so we'll see you back. Bye, everybody.
Yes, absolutely. So the questions I'm going to ask, and I would like you all to be specific as well, because we don't need to spend, so it's good you asked this question, so we don't need to spend so long in the exercise, because it's really just a note-taking exercise. Number one is the action items that you're going to be taking over the next 90 days, the top action items. Now, like for instance, Catherine, I mentioned to Catherine yesterday 3 things. What were the 3 things I mentioned yesterday, Catherine? Unmute yourself, my lovely. You have to unmute yourself.
Mindset.
Yes.
Getting the numbers up.
Okay.
Because I said, what did that mean, leads or sales? And you said both.
Yes.
And I can't remember what the third thing was.
Okay, so she's already forgot it. Okay, it's fine.
It's very late.
I know.
Let me excuse myself.
But yeah, but she's forgot them, and I knew this. That's why I asked her. She's going to forget them, but they're very important things for her to remember in the quarter. It's like when I sat down with Adam and I was looking at launching the business, I'm talking and he just said to me, you know, when we work together and ever since we work together, your offers have been the weakest part of your business. It's like, oof. I was like, oh, that was harsh. You know?
Did you know it or did you not know it? Were you like aware of it or were you like?
Yeah, I was aware of it. But when we worked together, he wrote my offers for me. So I would write the lead copy. So I was very good at writing leads and he was better at writing offers. So he wrote all of my offers. That was just what we did. I wrote the first half, he wrote the offer, I wrote the footer. And then I was like, you know, it was right, but it was like all of it, I was like, oh my God, you know. But he told me that. And then as I'm speaking about stuff, he's like, you know, you're speaking about stuff that's not the offer. Like we can only speak about the offer. Like nothing else matters. Like there's nothing else apart from the offer. Like don't leave the offer till last, put the offer first. You got to look at the offer. And then it was just, but like that, then if you look at it in the next 90 days, that was my focus, was the offer. I just went on the journey of like, okay, what am I offering? How am I offering it? Who am I offering it to? How am I presenting it? And that was my mission, you know, my 90 days just. So basically, you know, they can get lost for Catherine. That isn't going to be the action item. We have her right down here, but she should be building that into her routines of like mindset should be something she's working on. Her language is something she needs to work on, of how she speaks about herself. Like I'm noticing myself, like I'm noticing that I was speaking less of myself and you just got to be aware of you know.
So sorry, Alex. So it was my mindset and the words I use.
Yes.
It was my numbers. And what was the other thing? My writing is so scruffy.
I don't know.
Oh, you just remember the word 3 things. Okay. I wondered if it was the offer because that is something I want to work on as well.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They were given yesterday. They'll be in the recording, I believe. But cool.
So that's question one, what's question two?
There you go. So that's the action items for the next 90 days. Number 2 is the results that you want to generate. Number 3, what growth does that give you from where you are now? Number 4, the reason you're going to do this. Number 5, list things you need help with. And you don't need to give us the list you need help with, but you need to build a list of what you need help with so we can help you with that. And there's there's a multitude of things, like I said, mindset, skills, tools, they're all packaged in those areas. You have everything you need for success. Faith over fear. Lean into the uncomfortable. Be willing to fail. Winston Churchill's quote, was it like, success is going from failure to failure with a smile on your face or something? It's like, because what you realize is you're on a self-development journey. It's just of becoming better. It's all just sharpening you. You do something different. Whatever you do in life, it shows up, you show up better. I think adversity is a great tool for becoming better.
What I'm asking myself is, how am I gonna be able to do all of those things in such a little time?
What? Say it again. Oh, wait there. Say it again.
The question that I ask myself, if there's a lot of things that we can do, action steps and develop this and that and make offers, but how am I gonna be able to crunch all of the things that I need to do in so little number of hours in a day?
Well, you don't have such a little number of hours a day. So the first thing you want to do is get more sleep. So you don't want to sleep less, you want to get more sleep. So how many hours do you sleep a night now?
Lately, 4.5 to 6.
Yes, it's just not enough sleep.
No.
It's just not, and then you're not operating through the day with the best thinking. When I'm on 4 to 6 hours, like through the day, coffee, it's, yeah. So the very first thing is get more sleep. That's the first thing. And then from there, like when I said the guardrails, then you have the guardrails, so you're doing an end of day report to yourself, you're reviewing, you're going to have a list of things that you write to yourself that you're going to do, right? So I plan tomorrow today. So now I've planned tomorrow, and I'm planning tomorrow today with my best intentions of a really good day. I'm not a slacker, I'm a hard worker. And I know my priority things. I know the difference between things, that are most important and secondary, and just think, I understand distractions. I understand the day. So I go tomorrow. If I can get these few things done, I'm going to feel very accomplished. Maybe 1, 2, or 3 things. I may have a load of other things going on. Dentists, car cleaned, painters come in, need to see maintenance, need to submit something to the bank, need to be in a meeting for something else. All those things are on the agenda. But I'm very clear. If I just do these things here, I'm going to feel accomplished. 1, 2, 3. So as I'm in my day, the aim is just to have time to focus on those things, not get caught up in all of the other distractions. The people want to phone me, the people want to speak with me, all that stuff can just stay away. So you realize that you're just allowing chaos to consume your day. And we can look at blocking your day, like how much time do you, okay, let me ask this question. I'm gonna ask you a question first. How much time do you have without children in the day?
I'm gonna be having 7 hours.
Perfect, so 7 hours. So in those 7 hours, how many of those hours are you obliged to work to service your current clients?
Less than 1 hour.
Okay, so now you have 6 hours a day to do what we're speaking about.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's what I did. I started like just.
But you just asked me though, but you asked me the opposite way. You just said, how can I find time to do all this stuff? You got 6 hours a day.
I find it to be little.
Huh? 6 hours? You got six, you go on, hey, go downstairs on the treadmill for 6 hours.
Gotcha. That's a great illustration.
It's because when I count like screen tracking and stuff, I really have like 3 hours of work in the day.
No, you have 6 hours.
The thing is that I know that I'm ADHD diagnosed, so I need to work in like little chunks of time.
But that's how I do all.
Yeah, so that's what I do. So if I wrote down like the things that I do. So I work for an hour and a half of productive work, lunchtime, and after that, an hour and a half of productive work with some breaks in between. So the whole day I do 3 hours. I do 3 hours of work, but it's more productive because I have like those tiny chunks of time. The other thing is that since I have a tendency to have difficult times like judging time, so how long things should take.
So double it.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I think that it's gonna take more.
But you just said you had 3, and that takes you 3 hours to work, if you have 6, so you actually have enough time.
Yeah, yes,
That's the thing. I schedule 3 because I know that I have 6.
yes.
So I schedule only 3 hours of work because I know that it can take me double of the time.
Yes.
to do shows.
But I don't even schedule the time. Some people schedule. I don't schedule. I have a list. And by the end of the day, what's on that list I want complete. So I'm fluid. Now, a few of the things, like for instance, like going to the gym, if I leave that fluid, I don't go. So that needs to go in at a time. But then my other stuff, I just, because if I get to the end of the day, and I don't do the important stuff and I get swept up in other stuff, I start, like if that happens for a few days, I get annoyed because I'm aware of it. I'm like, no. And back in, like clear everything. I turn it all off and it's this. I turn it off and it's this. Like people can't get a hold of me. I'm working on my stuff, not their stuff.
And I wrote down also what you told about the sleep, having the morning routine, we talked about that in my call, so, and the evening routine, I know that's really important. Good evening routine, and have a good, good morning routine.
And good sleep. Start with good sleep. This is what I just read this, and I think this is just perfect. There are only a few who control themselves and their affairs by a guiding purpose. The rest do not proceed. They are merely swept along like objects afloat in the river. Seneca. Just like, that life is just going to, life is happening and it's just falls.
You have to be deliberate about it. Like,
Yes.
people always ask me, like, I ran a business, had a full-time job, and had 3 kids, like little kids by myself, and coached their sports, and took them to everything. And I did it all, but I had to be deliberate about, and I went to the gym every day. Like I took my kids out of bed at 6 in the morning and went to the gym, 3 little kids, because it was important. So you have to just be very deliberate about what your goals are and setting that time, and like nothing is going to distract.
And being accountable and a reason, because if it's just left to you, you'd be like, I'm ADHD, it's who I am. But if it's the day before you go into vacation, or let's just use that as an example, before you moved to America, how productive were you?
Goodness. Like the day before?
Yes.
I did things that I haven't done in weeks.
Exactly. So your label of ADHD is just your story, because you just proved to me that you can do it the day before you moved to America. You did things like okay. So I've never seen a woman as productive as the day before vacation.
That's so true.
I've never, I mean, it's just, it blows my mind to see a woman the day before vacation. It's like, wow, you can do a lot.
When is a man most productive that you've seen?
Catherine, so what's your, Catherine, what's your next 90 days?
I think it's when they have a bill to pay that they don't have the money for,
Oh, interesting.
that I've noticed. Like they suddenly
Yeah.
just like, holy crap, we gotta pay the mortgage or we need to buy the groceries.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very true. Yes, yes. The just before the nose of the airplane is going to hit the runway, come out of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, you guys, we're gonna get back from break, and Catherine, I know it's late there, so we're gonna finish this. I know he was originally speaking with you. Let's finish up with Catherine, and then we'll move on.
All right. Action items next 90 days, my lovely.
I am going to become good at sales.
Okay.
I am going to listen to the people that I'm on the phone with. I'm going to go onto the phone thinking, cat hair, sorry, thinking what
Well,
I'm
before,
genuinely interested in them as I am, and really listen to them and just want to be there, because I know if it turns out that way, I know that I can help them. I'm
Okay.
going to read books. I'm going to talk to Susan more.
let's do this though. Let's slow it down a second. I appreciate all of this,
Mhm.
but now we're going to make it into something specific. So, you said become better at sales, which I like, but I think if we could say like a close percentage, a close ratio, like where are you? Where would you like to be? That's a real, like, I'm going to increase my close ratio to.
Oh, because what I'd written here was I'm going to sell at least 4 a month instead of just 1 a month if I'm lucky.
Okay, good. Okay, let's write this down as an action item then. That she's going to sell 12 clients by the next mastermind. But I really want to see though an improvement in close ratio. Now she doesn't need to improve her close ratio. I don't quite know her numbers offhand here right now. But just of an efficiency, like why do 100 phone calls when you could do 20? I'm just talking complete efficiency. Like we can still hit the 12 sales, but she needs to put a lot more man hours in one option versus the other option. And when we're talking about leverage, it's like, so increase your close ratio. What is it now?
Completely rubbish.
An intangible number, Catherine.
Yeah, hang on, I'm trying to work out how to do that. Well, on average, on the last 7 months, unscheduled, I got less than 1 a month out of 5 calls that went ahead.
So you had a 20% close rate, yes?
Under 20%, yeah.
Okay. So she could keep it around 20, which I'm okay with. Okay, she can get better sales, but I'm okay with 20%. But that means that this is the thing though. If she keeps it the same ratio, because now there's an improvement somewhere else. We would just say 12 times 5. So she makes a sale every 5. She wants to make that. She needs 60 phone calls. So Catherine needs 60 phone calls by the next mastermind to get the 12 sales.
Can I just check? Are you saying that my close rate isn't actually that bad? Stop laughing.
That was good. That was good.
I love it.
This is so good, isn't it? This is so good.
Okay, check this out. You shut up that. It's priceless.
It's all right, guys. I'll be here all week to provide the entertainment.
Take a straight to that.
Okay. That was good, wasn't it?
She's on my team.
Brilliant. So if you did 60 phone calls, you would make 12 sales. That's what you've just given me the numbers.
Yeah.
So how many appointments do you need to schedule?
Oh no, you've glitched. I'm
get to
so
those
sorry.
numbers?
I've just
Okay.
woken him up.
It's okay. So that's I would just say that. So the result would be 12 sales. Action item, 60 phone calls. So she needs to increase her production of calls. Right now, she's just not producing enough calls. Her activity is just like doing an Eventbrite or something. She needs to increase production of numbers, and then she's gonna see growth.
I've over doubled them this month.
But we need to see 60. So I don't know if that's enough still, you know?
So that you mean 20 a month?
Yes, 20 a month would give you 4 clients a month.
Yeah.
From the numbers you just told me.
Yeah.
It's not bad, is it?
That's not bad, is it? So what's my problem?
It's one call a day.
You got this, Catherine.
So good, isn't it? Like, look at the bewilderment on her face. So
Like, I'm too right. I'm too tired to know how much you're laughing with me and how much you're laughing at me at this point.
well, we're laughing with you.
Really?
Yes.
You know, before, like years ago, and I was doing with you, right? Honestly, Monica, like I was doing 7 calls every day, 7 days a week, and I wasn't selling any. Remember? Yeah, you remember. So are we saying that actually the reason that I'm not selling a lot now is actually I'm just not doing the calls?
So before, back in the day, that's a completely different data set.
Yeah.
You were doing stuff, you were learning different market, so on and so forth. But right now, your numbers, you've obviously put those numbers together. You just told me that you're making a sale every 5 phone calls.
Yeah.
So there
Well,
you
a
go.
bit less than that. It was 0.71 a month for 5 calls.
So you just do the math. We keep that the same. Do the production, but what's going to happen is just based on production, she's going to get better sales. I'm rusty. Give me a few phone calls. I'm not good. Give me a few phone calls a day for a few days. I'm like, okay, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I get on the phone tomorrow morning with my coffee. Hello, I'm ready for it. Few days, few calls a day. I'm into a rhythm. So get the rhythm going.
I know, I
Do
thought
you know,
it was,
how ridiculous is that? Take the emotion out of it. I can do that.
It's simple, isn't it?
Yeah, I can do that.
You're a little TV personality up there. We're falling in love with you right now. It's like America's Got Talent kind of thing, isn't it? Like I could do this, right? Look at that. That is brilliant. That is so good. No, so the result is 12 clients. So the growth. So we know the growth. That's what is it? 4x growth.
Yeah.
She's just bewildered by how see what she is now. She's bewildered. What I did, I muted you just now. I need to make, because I did turn off the camera. I told the audience here, I said, Catherine right now is making up a story why it can't be so easy, because she can't believe it can be this easy. So she's in that. She's like, it can't actually be this easy. And she's making the story up. And that's what people do, what you see in front of us. And they make the story up and they make it harder because they believe it needs to be harder. It can't be this easy. But the numbers are there. So it doesn't matter what Catherine, look at her. She's like, wait a minute. Doesn't matter what she tells me. Look, I used to wake up in the morning and I would be depressed and I would brush my teeth like, I'm never closing any deals. It's over. There's no point. And I'd be for about 20 seconds done. And I'm like, wait a minute. I closed deals. Yeah, wait a minute. I've just closed like $1 million of deals back to back over the last few months. Like, why would it end today? I'll be like, nobody's going to apply. Nobody's going to apply anymore. And boop, boop, an application pops in, boop, boop, and happen. Like they still apply. So whatever I'm thinking wasn't the truth. And I believe people wouldn't apply. They did. When I thought people wouldn't buy, they did. So what I realized is my belief doesn't actually equal the truth. It doesn't. The numbers do. The numbers tell the truth. So.
Sorry, this is like, my mind is just blown now. Right. I had convinced myself these last 2 days that all these other things that you set me to do, you know, increase my leads, done it, increase my show up ratio, I've done it, sent all these things. Honestly, all my numbers, they are a lot better. But I thought this closing thing I haven't got. So I'm sorry, everybody, if I'm being really stupid now. I've got this, haven't I?
Yeah.
I don't know whether I love you or hate you right now, Alex.
That is so good.
Oh. I don't know whether I'm crying because I'm upset or I'm laughing or what. I don't. Oh.
You're good. Thank you. Listen, I would love to sit in this, but we do have to move forward here. So I really, you know, so what's the reason you want to do this? What's the reason you're willing to do this? Sorry.
What I've written down was I'm going to do this because now I know I can. And that's what I wrote before you told me I could.
Oh God. It's so good, isn't it? Thank you. Bloody amazing. Okay, cool. If you need help, we're here. Okay. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to. I could literally could have that. It's just beautiful. You know, that to me there is just a beautiful story, and that was beautiful to witness. It was, honestly. So I'm glad we spent some time in that. Well done, Catherine. Without the numbers, she wouldn't have the frame of reference to go, I've got it. She would fall back into her story.
That was so true, that story. So true.
No. So let's bring up Monica. Monica, so action items for the next 90 days, my lovely.
Okay, so there's 3 things that I have on my list. And one is I hired a team to do my website 4 years ago. I paid them a lot of money because they specialize in functional medicine practitioners, but you need a lead magnet and an opt-in page. And I didn't understand any of that, videos and all that 4 years ago. So I then paid them and then paid someone else a small amount for my website. Anyways, I'm back to paying them again 2 years ago. I have to get my website done, which includes 12 videos, a webinar. They do very similar, like they have a whole system of everything you talked about yesterday. So I just got to, it's been 4 years now. I got to get the videos done and edit my website. That's number 1. Number 2 is SOPs and systems. And number 3 is my legal house in order, because I have been treating this as a hobby. It's just floating, hire and do this and do that. And I don't have anything in place. And I'm a doctor and I have to protect my other part of my life. And so I got to treat this like a real freaking business and like get all my legal shit in order. Like yesterday. So
good.
That's it.
Okay, so you're going to get your legal stuff in order. Good.
Yep.
You're going to get your. Go on.
And the reason is I need a strong. Sorry, I'm just so upset. I can't even hide it.
Okay, what's showing up for you?
I guess what Tanya went through last week, I'm going through today. I think legally and all this shit. And I'm just like, fuck. But anyways, I have to watch her Facebook. I only watched a minute of it, but anyways, that's done. So my legal stuff is going to be in order so that no one can screw me. I'm not going to be naive about things. People are your employees. They're your employees. So I have to have everything in order.
Yes.
And the reason I want to do this is so I have a strong foundation so that I can be the doctor and help the people I need to in this world and not, I have to be there. I can do my programs and stuff and I can not trust, like not be as trusting, but like have every numbers, have inventory numbers so that no one can like screw me or like stab me in the back.
So what we're looking at here, if I'm correct, the first thing is, let's just say however the order is, but for right now, as long as Katie's gotten this written down, the first thing is having your legals in place. And the second thing is the what was the second thing? What was the second?
My website, because that's going to drive leads.
The SOPs. So the SOPs. So getting your legals in place and your SOPs. So, and then it was the website. Now, the legals, the result of that, just put this down, Kayleen. So the result of the legals is to secure yourself, okay? And it's a really good thing what you're going through. It's like this. When I'm struggling, really struggling, and I'm with Adam and he knows what to do, he's like, I'm really glad that you're going through this. And he guides me through it. He's like, it's a real good lesson you need to learn. And like, they're tough lessons. He's there to guide me, but I need to learn them. Tanya needed that last week. You need the lesson. So secure yourself, okay? And then the website, is that going to drive you business?
It is. It's everything you talked about. That's what they do for functional medicine. Like, it's a video, chronic fatigue, to Facebook ads, to my webinar, to my, I guess, opt-in, to my blog. I don't know, but apparently, like, everything you talked
what
about.
results do you want to get from that income producing activity?
I would love to make 100,000 in the next 3 months.
Okay, so I would really make that the goal, the 100,000, because otherwise you're going to go down this thing with like lead magnets and webinars and all of these things and be lost in there for 3 months and get no results. So you can go to them and say, look, I want to make this. What's the least I can do to make this? Okay. So what growth would that bring you to go to 100K in the next 3 months?
At least in profit, at least I could leave my conventional medicine and be able to pay myself, my bills.
So that's an action item there. Just like, I think your action item, really, if I'm being honest with you from speaking with you, my action item would be quit my job and go full-time on my own. That would be the one thing that I'd have. Would you prefer that?
100%, yes.
I don't want to put this into your mouth, but I want to guide you on something here, like the 100,000 building, the lead magnet, all that stuff. All cool, whatever. But would you prefer to have your legal setup that you're protected and not have a job and be full-time working for yourself?
That is exactly what I desired for the last many years. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So let's make the goal that Monica quits her job and works for herself.
3 months?
Yeah.
In 3 months, you think I can do that?
Ooh, why not?
I have not paid myself yet from my wellness center. It's just been.
How much do you need? Like, I'll have this conversation, but if you're gonna make 100,000 in the next 90 days, could you leave?
Profit, yes, I could absolutely leave.
Okay. Okay. So your burn rate's 30,000 a month?
Yeah, and that's more than what I need, but yeah, I would be very comfortable leaving my day job.
Okay. So let me do this then, Susan. I'm going to put it back just so you get it, because I don't want to put words into my mouth. What would you like, Monica, for the next 90 days, your action item? We'll move on then. For the next 90 days.
Yeah, if I could pay myself $100,000.
Yep.
That would be enough for me to leave my day job and be able to focus 100% on my purpose, my passion.
And what's the reason you're going to do this?
Well, the reason I'm doing all the other things is to have a strong foundation. The reason is so I can live my purpose. Like, I don't care for conventional medicine. I care for this type of medicine. This is what I believe in. And this is what heals people and helps people. And I want to be the Hippocratic oath, not the hypocritic oath. So
what an amazing. So for me personally, I want to just stand on this a second. For me personally, I wouldn't be able to tolerate, this is what I would get to if I was Monica, not be able to tolerate working the 91st day for a medicine practice I don't believe in, when I've got my own practice I do believe in. And I'm just getting paid over here and something I don't believe in. I would make sure everything was moved off of my plate to focus on what I believed in, like inside. So I mean that moves things. We can conversate further. Okay, list of things you need help with. I want to keep it simple. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Can we ask her how confident she feels on these actions?
Yes.
That was one of your original questions.
Yeah,
I'm hearing some hesitation here.
I hear you as well.
I would love to see if we can build just slightly on that for a second. Please.
Okay.
So I don't know if she can hear me though from back here.
I think it's just, I think we can do the conversation. I don't think we need to do it here. Just for here's why. It's a bigger conversation, and I know we need to get around here and then do the positive. I can have a conversation with Monica. It's the overwhelm. She doesn't know the steps that need to actually happen with the IPA, and she's in like fight or flight. Somebody's attacking her. So yeah, no, I'm with you though. I'll be here to support you. Obviously, the team will as well. But I like that. We want to get you out of that job and into your own thing secure. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. I look forward to it. She's got everything going for her. Yeah, she sure has, doesn't she?
Alex, I don't have a computer on, but just tell her that she
Go,
wants
Monica.
to reach out to me. to
It's
just
Chad.
talk about what
Yeah.
happened.
And then Monica, Tanya said, reach out in the Facebook group and connect with her, and then she'll speak with you what happened with her. Okay, help you.
Yes, I was looking for her in the chat to try to privately chat with her. I didn't see it. And I only watched 1 minute of your video yet. I will watch it after we're done here tonight. So thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else in the virtual? There's not in the virtual, no? Okay, cool. So good, so sweet. So let's go around. I'm going to go to, from my left, Jenny. So what are your action items for the next 90 days?
Okay, so in the next 90 days, I want to install routines, working into my business and my mindset to achieve my 2 main incomes. So I want to generate 100K in 90 days and have an automized system to get my future leads.
Okay, so cool. I think the one specific I got there was 100K. I think the rest of it then is too fluid to like know, did I do it or not, and can I say I'm on track or not. So so when I look at like the automated system, I kind of want to say to myself, an automated system that converts traffic into phone calls. I kind of want to get like a bit more specific with myself, that it's a bit more tangible when I look at it again. I know what I'm looking for. So I really try and write my words and stuff in outcome outcome driven language. Okay, so 100K, and what I do like to say actually is a highly converting sales funnel, or I will call it a predictable selling system. But I don't want to just say an automated thing, because like that's just something that's automated. So I really try and say, a predictable selling system, and then I'll be like a predictable, VSL, like a predictable, group funnel. Okay, so that, yeah. The results is 100K.
Yeah, so that would bring me more than 2 times what was my best month. So that's the result that it's going to bring me. And what do I need in order to achieve that? I need.
Oh, no. What's the reason you're willing to? What's the reason you're willing to do this?
Because I need to achieve my family financial and choice freedom with our new life here in the US, and having my business, and it's what it's going to help me do that.
So it's going to what? Help you?
Have our family freedom being here in the US.
So this brings your family freedom.
Yes.
So the reason you're willing to do this is to bring freedom to your family in the US.
Yes. Yes. So the final goal is to be able to stay legally in the US.
Well, I think, okay, perfect. Because I was like, yeah, but I was thinking to myself, it's a bit slippery of a reason why. You got freedom in the US anyway. So like, but the visa, yes. So the reason you're willing to do this is to maintain residency in the United States, to give my family the freedom they deserve.
Yes. Okay.
something of that sort. Because then when I read that, like I have tattooed across my chest here, somehow, some way. It's tattooed across my chest. I look in a mirror, it's going to be okay. Somehow, some way. You're not stopping me. So it's just, you know, just that's why I can say it. So, you know, when you for me personally, it's like I'm having another tattoo and it says, "In search of peace, prepare for war." So I'm not expecting it to be easy. So I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener at war. So let's say, you know, adversity instead of university. So, you know, find something so meaningful, just unshakable. It's like, you know, good. I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you. And then the list you need help with, we're here to help you. Okay.
Yes.
So just write that list out.
Okay.
Happy? Susan, happy?
Yes.
Mary.
Okay, so I am meeting with my Facebook traffic manager and relaunching my Facebook campaign, turning everything on.
So you're relaunching Facebook ads. Beautiful.
Relaunching.
Good.
So with the targets of 5 calls a day, closing one, like based on what you said, closing one every other day.
Yes.
And I want to increase my closing ratio from 110 to 1.5.
There you go. See, there you go. Now there's beautiful. Now, the only question I have is how much are you going to spend per day versus what you spent before per day?
So I was spending what, around 2,300, 2,500 a day or no,
A month.
month.
I was gonna say, good Lord.
Oh, wait, sorry.
A month, sorry.
You're gonna need, sorry. So I just looked. Yeah, so I've now remembered the number. The average, obviously, the last month was the worst. The average was about 227 a phone call. So what that would mean is you need to spend around $1,000 a day to make that happen. So it's a big jump to go from 2,000 a month to 2,000 every 2 days. Now you don't need to start there, but that's where you want to gear up to. But by gearing up to there, you will have the numbers that you just said, which would be a sale every other day, which would equal to $100,000 a month back. So you would be spending 20,000 to get 100,000 back. I promise you, it's scaring you right now. When you start seeing the numbers, I'm spending $5,000-$10,000 a day with no blink of an eye.
Okay, so what I would say to that, I know Mary, I don't want to speak for you, right? But translating in, you know, I'm gonna do Alex translation speak in my opinion, I call it right now, right? Is got it in the numbers, the big picture, to your point, scary right now, but so since you said she doesn't start that right now, a recommendation level?
Yeah. So good.
She's probably like, where do I go from here to here is a big gap.
Really good.
You're saying you don't have to be there, but can you guide her a little bit of a
Yeah.
recommendation level?
Good question. So, so turning them back on is the first point.
Yeah.
And looking, what you want to do is you want to turn them on and you want to look at, am I getting the calls around the same price? So am I getting them for around the 227 mark? And now I want to layer it. I want to add some more campaigns. So you're going to do it over a period, and I can give you actual specific strategy. Like we can talk about it. I give you a real game plan for it, like step by step, day by day. But the aim is that you're buying them for about $225 a call, and you're closing. Even if you close 1 in 10, you're still 5x in your money. But by doing more calls and aiming to close 1 in 5, you're 10x in your money. So you're spending 1,000 a day, but you're making 10,000 a day back. It's like when you got it like that, you're like, if somebody then said, you're spending 1,000 a day, turn it off, Mary's like, as if, double it. Right? Okay, good.
Machine in that and you increase your close ratio.
Yes.
Your cost per call is going to go way down.
Well, no, the cost of call stays the same. The call value doubles. The call value goes up. The cost of call is to do with the marketing. So did we get this okay, Lee?
Target numbers, meaning numbers you're gonna go for by the next Mastermind?
It's the relaunch Facebook ads, my targets are.
I'm doing 5 calls daily, no, give me financially, I didn't say.
It didn't say. So what, Mary?
So I think that's what, 12, that's the same as like Catherine, right? It's 12 calls, isn't it?
Well, what Mary wants to do is she's going to turn her ads on,
12 sales.
and she wants to get it to the point where she's doing 5 phone calls a day. So that's 25 phone calls a week. That's 100 calls a month. So Mary wants to take 100 calls a month. Now, the cool thing is, actually, see, I'm not going to say this is the number, because as she does more calls, she's going to close higher. She's going to need less calls, and she's going to start so I would just say you want to close. Yeah, the numbers are going to go in your favor as you do more calls. As long as you keep tracking, we'll have conversations around it. Yeah. So I just think, yeah. Plain cheese.
Holy shit.
Can you do
I
was like, whoa, I got goals like way up here, you're staring.
Yeah, so
That's 450.
Catherine, so Mary's having the same thing now. She says, she's holding her head like this, like, you know, $450,000. It's like unbelievable.
Hey, Catherine, we're also laughing with Mary.
Yes.
Even though Mary's not laughing just like you, whereas in November,
Maybe
we
it's
were
just me.
we are laughing with you.
I was like, wow, that's awesome. Oh, holy. I just moved myself up so they can't see your face.
I am dumbfounded. Wow. No.
Even at the numbers, is it okay if we spend just a couple of minutes just to look at her numbers on the screen? Because I think this is a real big thing here. So
You're saying if she spends 227.
let me go to Mary's numbers here.
We need to spend 1,000 a day.
But she's,
On the investment is so worth it.
yeah. So if we look at her numbers already, she's crying. You're crying. So the average, so it isn't 10,000 because the average is 66 sales. So there's 66,000, correct, Mary? Is the sales total. So you did 11 sales and 66,444 divided by 11. The average sales value is $6,000.
Yeah, and that's because of mistakes I made in giving painful discounts.
Okay. So these numbers are going to, so it's because she's going to change the pricing as well, though. So remember you're saying about don't change too many things. In scenarios like this, when we know that we're going to be making tremendous leaps in things, I don't need to measure stuff. My intuition says, I'm doing this, this, and this is going to make the difference. So the calls that Mary took is 134 calls, correct? And she made 11 sales. So it's below 10%. But even at this level, she was able to take 31,000 and turn it into 66,000. So she doubled her money. She was just spending money too slowly. She did 134 calls over a year. She could have done that over a month. So you're going to spend 31,000 in a 1 month period and just being back to back taking calls. And that's where you go from an 8% close rate to a 28% close rate, because you're just hearing it back to back. You listen to the tone of voice, you're coming off a call on a high, just close a deal, and you're just in there with motion closing another deal. Like, you don't need to say nothing. Your just energy is carrying you through. Give me the phone, give me the phone, give me the. And then you hear something like, I've heard this type of person before. Yeah, you're one of those, huh? You're like, babe, put the coffee on. Huh? One of them, huh? So okay. So what I see here is even at the level you're playing at, you're doubling your money. Okay, you're doubling your money. So you put 10 grand in a month, you make 10,000, you make 20,000 back. Just if you just carry those numbers through,
That's not getting any better.
you're gonna get, yes, exactly. And I mean, so you look at, like, again, the better, you're focused on, like, not all the distractions, you're focused on the sales, you could turn 10,000 into 40,000. So now you put 50,000 in and you're pulling out like 250,000. So she comes back, she goes, oh, you know, my goal was 450. Well, I've been busy on the phone. I did 750. Okay. All right. And I'll promise you and Catherine that we have pulled in people off the street who couldn't sell, and we give them script and training, and they made us 7 figures. They'd never done sales before. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, I don't have any excuse of like, I'm not a born salesman. I want no, it's just numbers. You have your set of numbers, you get better numbers. Cool. Reason you are willing to do this.
The reason is because I don't have a business about making money, and I want to build my team. I want to build a team, and I want to serve in a bigger way. I want to be able to help more people.
Okay. So you
I can't hire
but
help.
I want to, huh?
I can't hire anybody if I don't have money. I want to hire.
Okay, so you want to, so the reason you're willing to do is to hire people because you want to make a bigger impact. So if I don't hear that if you've increased the ad spend and hired people and made the impact, then you hit this quarter instead of showed up. See, Mary can't come around and start talking stories and stuff. You know, it's very clear. She's going to carry that now, like for the next 90
And my
days.
team is relying on me. Right now, I can take money to pay that.
Yes. Good. Okay. There you go. So you turn on the ads. That's how you do it. You know, it's scary. It's like, oh my God, we need money. Yep. Well, how are we going to make some money? We're going to start spending money on ads. But we don't have money. Well, that's how we're going to make some money. We're going to run some ads. Doesn't sound natural, but that's how you do it. Cool. So, Tanya.
I'm ready for you.
Action items.
Action items for the next 90 days are to hire a receptionist, create my package offers, and rent out part of the aesthetic space in the spa,
Results.
which will increase my client count by, I think, 50%
Nice.
to 207, and increase my dollar per client by $50 to 169, which actually triples my revenue compared to last year,
Nice.
and will provide consistent cash flow and approximately in the quarter 45,000 profit, not revenue, profit,
Nice.
which I will use to fund my daughter's new online business that we're working on,
Nice.
and I don't need help with anything.
Wow.
Like that. I wish David was here. David's like, I don't know. So, actually, David, just so you know, Tanya's switched on. Okay, Chad.
All right, so I want to learn to read and track numbers, so that I can prioritize what I need to be really focusing on and have the right leverage. I want to create a clear offer, and finish my script. I want to drive sales. Those are my 3 biggies.
Cool. What's the results that you would like to generate?
So the result I want to have, I want to have a daily review and confidence, really, in my prioritizing. I want also confidence in my offer that converts. So I want to see the conversion, and then I want 7 sales that will make either 10K each. Part of this is trying to figure out what my offer is going to be, but I could do it at either way. I'm trying to make 70 grand.
Good. 70 G's. So here's the thing, what he wants to do. He wants to create an offer that generates 70 G's. Okay. It's really simple. We're going to create an offer. We may need to refine it, may need to optimize it, but we're not going to like sit on it and wait for the ultimate. The offer will be refined over the 90 days. And he wants to make 70 G's in that process, selling that offer. We pick a price, 7,000. We need to sell 10 of them.
Right.
Just keep it simple. It's what the problem is. It's the flip-flopping. It's where the energy gets wasted.
Yeah, no doubt.
7 G's done. I need 10 of them. Okay. Cool. You can always raise your price afterwards if you like. Okay, the reason you're willing, the growth that would take you from?
The numbers might around 3,400 to 70.
What's the reason that you're willing to do this?
Because it is at my core of my dream, which is to live free and help other people live free and fulfilled. So that is free financially is one big piece of that. I also want to help my kids be proud of me, and I want to be able to move towards liberating leaders, which will help countless people.
I would say your kids probably are.
Yeah, I want to dig deeper than that. What's the reason you're willing to do this? You've flown to San Diego, you're here. I hear your voice breaking as you start sharing your action items and your results, and and I'm just like, what will get you through it? What would get you through it? Just fierce, Chad. What are you willing to do it for?
I mean, ultimately would be for my God. I want to honor God.
I like that. So I think that's a real good one for you. He is, and maybe it isn't, but just hear me out. You pray, right? So every day, you spend some time with yourself, speaking to God. You want to be of service, but then all of a sudden you get like nervous. Your voice changes, and there's like, I don't know what it is, but it's like belief or like confusion or like just making it more difficult than needs be. I've seen Catherine do the same thing. She's now in disbelief, right? It's the numbers. I think getting your numbers in order is a very important thing to do for you, okay? And like, if you just did that, I feel that your confidence would grow, because like Catherine just went, essentially goes, I know that I'm going to sound really stupid or silly, but like, I could do this, can't I? Right? Because she's got the numbers there, she can't deny it. So I'd like that for you. And I really want, a reason to do it is to, I don't know, like something tells me we need to get deeper on that.
Can I give you a thought? Just a ponder. You're the one who's going to decide it, right? Love that you said ultimately I want to do it for my God. What I would say is, what would you consider about what that would look from an accountability factor, from a response factor, if you ultimately did it for yourself, in service to prove to yourself,
for sure,
right, that you can in fact do this. You don't have to be perfect at everything, right? You're helping people who aren't going to be perfect at everything, and you show up big for yourself because you believe that much in yourself, that in and of itself is therefore honoring your God. Just a pondering thought.
That's good. I appreciate that.
For you. All right.
I think you're the messenger, not the message. Just like such a powerful one. You just like, I understand all of the pains and struggles you're going through, but you're making it all about you. It's just like all about you. But in the same time, as what Susan just said, you actually have to do it for you. You just got to get out of your own way. And it's just such a complex thing that, it's like, well, what do you mean I got to get out my own way? And like, I've had to deal with my ego and myself and just in it, it's like becoming a better version of yourself is a great thing to do, and finding that courage, and I'm going to pick up the phone, I don't want to, or whatever it is. But it's in those moments you're going to get stronger. It's these little battles every day, so just find something you can go deep on, do it for yourself. Susan's right. But I think the numbers for Chad, he's going to show up stronger next time because he's got something of substance.
It makes sense, right? I
Yeah.
mean, that's it. That's why it needs to make sense.
Good.
So
Good. Thank
I'm
you.
not gonna list, I've got choices. I need some help with decisions.
Of course. I'll help you. First thing we're going to help you with is your offer.
Love it.
Love it. Thank you. Do you have everybody out?
We got everybody.
Sweet.
Okay, so let's recap just a couple of quick things, you guys, and then go into our positive roundtable. What do you think?
Good.
First of all, we've spent 2 amazing days together. When we comes to Masterminds, right? Can we just for a moment just celebrate that you guys did some hard work? Let's just give ourselves a round of applause, right? Really, this is a lot of heavy lifting. We're busy people. We can spend our time anywhere. At the beginning of day 1, right? I had 2 slides up, which you guys will get the decks. You guys will get the different things, right? We'll all come out to you later. It's no problem. But in that, we had 6 objectives for this mastermind. And what I want to do is I want to hold myself accountable, right? That we provided those 6 things we said would be objectives to you at the end of the mastermind. So I'm going to go over those 6. And if we did not hit any of that, please raise your hand and let us know. We want to make sure we do that. The first one is that we said we were going to know one another better and get a connected community. We're going to start on a world-class connected community. Did we do that? Yes. Everybody do a thumbs up?
Yes.
Yes.
Well
okay. Okay. Mindset and skill set enhance. We were going to work on both. Did we do that?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Yes.
We were going to increase the understanding of the levers.
Yes.
Right? These are big, meaty things out there. We wanted to understand it better. It doesn't have to have the savvy of everything, but did we increase the knowledge of that?
Yes.
Yes? Okay,
100%.
excellent. Tangible tactical tools and some application of those tools. Did we provide you with that? Yes?
Yes.
Thumbs up?
Yeah.
All right, virtual world, I love it. Did we have, by the end of this mastermind, did we have some goals that we have set for the next mastermind, which is like Tiffany, we just went through?
Yep.
Did we do that?
Yes.
And did we do the work throughout this thing and you're going to continue to do it? Did we learn and grow?
Yes.
Yes. So we hit all the objectives and look, those are big, meaty things.
Yeah.
Give yourselves credit for showing up. And we said, what you put in is what you get out. You guys put in heavy lifting, but now with the learnings, it's time to take these actions and put it into your accountable lives, right? Lack of accountability equals repeated behaviors. Do you guys want to be in the same boat as that you were in before you started leverage with what you wanted to be? No, you guys are all wanting to level up yourselves and your business. But the only person who can do that in your life is who?
Me.
Yes, you guys are accountable for your lives. We can give you the skills, but you have to opt in and say, these are the things I'm now doing. So with that said, you guys are going to choose a different response than you've done before.
Yep.
That response can be scary, but the quality of your outcome is earned, right, by the decisions of your responses you take. You guys have all created great responses here and actions. Get it clean and simple. Alex told you, it doesn't have to be super overcomplicated, right? We like to complicate things. We don't need to. Keeping it simple and working it over and over will in fact help us. We learned about moods. We learned about accountability ladder. Working them in conjunction understands that our feelings and moods, right, impact our thinking impacts our behavior, and our behavior in fact impacts our results. So what do? We take the tools here, we apply them and get better at them every day, just like your sales and things, right? Skills take time to build. More practice equals better increased results. Okay, we're a community. You guys are reaching out already to each other. You're going to have accountability groups. There's many ways to get it. It's not just Alex, which he is 100% here ready to support you in lots of ways, as you heard him, but it's you have each other now. Work those things, because in one of the reasons you joined a Leverage Mastermind is to get in proximity of higher level thinking. You've heard Alex many times say we were intentional about who we let in. We're looking for people wanting higher level thinking, willing to do, right? The will to do the higher level thinking, and it didn't always have to be the same. We want people. It's about your skill, building it up. With that said, you guys, applaud yourselves really, truly, internally, because no, this wasn't easy, but it's an exciting journey, so that not only do you build your business, you build yourselves. And when you do both of those together, the impact you'll make on this world is absolutely exponentially bigger than you can imagine today, which is why you're at the Leverage X Mastermind. We're going to go around and do a round robin positive round table. We're going to start with our virtual world. Miss Catherine Harmon, bring it on, girl. What's your positives from this day?
I'm still awake.
That's a positive. You go, girl. We engaged you enough to be awake at this hour. We love it. Okay, what else?
I've met some wonderful people.
Oh,
I know I'm so emotional, you know, Mary cried, Paul cried. We can really help each other, and I can really see us all doing this. You know, I always thought it was going to be good, but I can really see that we can all move forward and help so many people.
I love it. Thank you, Catherine, for sharing that. Yes. Miss Monica.
Again, emotions all over the place, which is why I'm committing to gifting Alex once I make some money. Everything Allison Armstrong. It is the best course on the planet. I have taken men I've dated, my brother. You will understand women and why we're crying. The two of us are crying here. How to deal with that shit. So once I make some money, I have a number in my head that I'm gifting you all her stuff. It's the best on the planet. I swear it'll change your life. Dealing with any woman. Anyways, so my take, yeah, and my the obstacle is the way. You said that. Faith over fear. And then connecting with Susan and Kayleen, who's not here right now, but during my like troublesome day, they were checking in with me and on me and like knew kind of what was going on. So I'm really grateful for that. But those two quotes, man, did I need to hear that, those two. So thank you.
Love it.
Thank you.
We got you, girl. All right, in the room, we're going to start over here, Chad.
You know, I go back to truth sets you free, facts are your friends. It de-stresses everything when you just know your numbers. And so I just continue to be in awe, I guess, that is true. So, and I just appreciate all the processes, just in the simplicity. You know, as an ADHD guy, I very much appreciate simplicity. So,
Thank you for sharing that, Chad. Tanya.
Just my takeaways from
Yes,
today.
positives. Positive round table.
I loved the shift in my brain from sales instead of a no, it's either earn or learn. I really liked that. I mean, sales is my business is a little different, but still it's. And thing that you showed this morning about the ladder and helping, I think just helping my clients move from a negative in my coaching business from negative to positive just by asking interested in various questions.
Yes.
Just to be able to put a label on it and explain it in a different way, that was very powerful.
Nice.
Excellent.
And this amazing group, like just, it's been so awesome to be with people that think like me. Like it's very, I mean, I have my daughter in her teeth, but I feel like I'm more of a mentor there. And it's just so amazing to be in the presence of all these amazing, brilliant women. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Kayleen.
This whole day was astounding from your training this morning and the moments, but I think my favorite part of it was you guys going around with their goals. They're big and they're crazy, and I'm just to support you in these and have them written down, and to see where you can be from now to April, like these next 2.5, 3 months. So I know how we need to support you, and it feels like you are all crystal clear about what you need to do, and I'm just blown away by your commitment and courage to tackle this. But
I love it. All right, Miss Marion.
The work you did this morning, I shared this with you, I want to share this with the rest of you, that the work you did this morning on accountability and the victim and how the response and all that. I teach that to my families, right? That's something that's the foundation of what I teach. And for me to hear it in a different way. And I've been asking the universe to provide me with people who also know that, so that I can up-level myself in that way. You know, when you talk about self-mastery, that's important to me too. And one thing that I took away that was, I have the willingness in my new response that I've taken away today is that there's no more doing it alone. There's just no more
Mm,
doing it. So I'm resourcing, I'm being transparent, like the fact that I was vulnerable and did the work with my numbers and shared them.
mhm. Mhm.
So we gotta talk about it right.
Who says you have to?
Just the transparency of just
Mm,
everybody seeing those numbers,
mhm,
good, bad, or ugly, that I can
Mm.
grow,
mm,
that I can get where I want to be.
mhm. Good for you.
Thank you for sharing. That was really helpful for me.
And that, the gift that provided, the
Mm,
learning that provided. I'm very excited.
mm.
I have tears, but I'm excited.
Yeah. Good for you, Mary. Thank you for sharing. But Jenny,
Okay, so when I came here, I wasn't expecting to be slapped in the face that hard.
we would really like not to use violence,
I
but
like-
okay. Can we say a non-violent
Okay,
metaphor?
I don't think that I'm a masochist, but I like this.
Okay, okay. Good to know.
I got slapped in the face and I like it. so
Okay,
that's
we are
it.
now clear.
But yes, what I take out of it is that I came searching to connect with people that have those habits and routines and way of working that will help me do that. And I know that I have heard more than 3 times Alex talking about the MITs and what to do and how to manage our time. But it's like if I was able to finally see that I can do it. I was thinking that I wasn't able, that I had not enough time, and that this and that, and all the thinking and the arguing to my own self in the down part of the ladder. And after that, being able to see like, no, here I have the plan. I know what I'm going to do. I have my action steps. I have my MITs. I know that, as Alex said, I just have my list. There's 3 things there that I need to do. And if I don't finish that today, I can keep doing it the next
Tomorrow.
day. I can finish it tomorrow, but I know it's simple.
Yep.
And my goal is clear. So I just need to go run with that and have the results. So that really helped me. It's very pleasant.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Good.
Thank you.
Wonderful. For me, my positives are this. I know for a fact, right? You guys have reinforced for me that you guys are beautiful and wonderful people that came here with a purpose, and you will continue to not only be purposeful, intentional, but the impact you're about to make in your own lives and the people around you, I see clearly is so much bigger than you could have ever imagined even joining before. I see it. What I can say is community is everything. And I don't mean that as a cliche. We actually are not made to be on this earth alone. And we like to be alone a lot because we like to sit in our own whatever it is. Introverts, as I would like to say I am, even like that at a higher pace because from an energy level. But when we are with like-minded people, or we can challenge one another to know that to level up doesn't mean we accept what people say at face value, but it's okay to challenge. It's okay to look at it from other lenses because they're just perspectives so that we can grow our own vision path to slightly larger than we had today. We all have blind spots, and without being able to know them, they don't show up visibly until we can see somebody else who sees something clearer than we saw our own selves. Being open to that and sharing is going to bring more people to be open to you and sharing as well. The more vulnerable, open, and the better we become at that, the more we attract that from people. So your own clients are going to start sharing more with you. Your own clients are going to start saying more of that with you because you're living and breathing that. And when you do that, you attract the same thing towards you. Alex likes to say, right, be the type of client you want to attract, which is when we show up, we're present, we do the work, no matter where we are, we just own it. And we own the response we want to be. If it's that, we wait for a moment, but we won't stay in our vicious circle anymore. So for me, the positive takeaway is the collective energy of a group is always magnified to get us where we need to do than any one of us alone. Never, ever feel bad about reaching out and getting any type of help. Somebody can say yes or no, doesn't matter. You can go and ask the next source, but get what you need to get where you need to go. Ask what you need in order to get to what you do, but don't let excuses and reasons hold you back any further, because each and every one of you truly deserve to make the impact you want there out in this world today. That's my positives. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex.
Thank you.
Leverage
Thank you.
Jeffries.
Beautifully said. What I'd like to say is I hope that the presentations over the past 2 days have been simple to understand. And we are able to go into them with depth. We can go into them again and again. It's not a one and done. These are conversations that these are pieces of information I have studied for years. And some of it I take a real interest in my study. The beautiful thing that I've witnessed here is we've gathered that information, we've gathered the intel, we've been building plans, but the numbers don't lie. So when somebody's had conversation with me asking me about their business, they don't have the numbers, I'm not able to support. But as you saw with Mary, with Catherine, just to use these two as an example, like Catherine's now can like lean on those numbers for the belief. The data just, it doesn't matter what she says, like, well, let me just try it anyway, because like 1 in 5 buy, and fucking hell, I just made it say it again. So the numbers don't lie. The one thing I want for all of you though is to become better. Like wherever it is, your focus point is, just become better. Whether it's better in your confidence, or it's better in your close rate, or it's better in your your return on investment in your ads, or it's better in your profits, or better in your staff, or wherever it is, just become better. The other thing is just what I've noticed is this community is really good. It's a really good blend of people, and it's just really good, just really good group of people. So the community that we have here to start this is like, oh, it's really good. Like, I'm really happy about that. So I'm really happy for you and to be a part of it. Chad said the word de-stress. And I think just, we get ourselves stressed, and sometimes we get ourselves stressed about things that there's no reason to really get stressed over them. They're stupid. And it's just distracting ourselves from the truth. It's hiding away from the stuff. If Chad goes into the numbers, he may get stressed, like trying to find the numbers and learn them. But when he has numbers, the rest of his life won't be so stressful, because he can lean on the numbers. He knows exactly what to do. And like, yeah, Mary can argue with me as blue as she wants in the face that she needs to re-record a power content. The numbers don't tell me that. So it's like, I don't need to go and talk about power content with Mary. A new advert, yes, we'll test some new adverts, but it's like very specific now. So Mary doesn't need to be busy and stressed with all like stuff. It's a few things she can relax. Honestly, you can take so much more time off this next quarter and make the numbers we're talking about. Don't think you have to go and work really hard to hit those next level of numbers. You just got to pull those levers and step away. Step away. And then just the gratitude, just for me, just being grateful is just something very important in my life now. And I never got it before, I could say it in my list of things I'm grateful for, but like, and I've kind of like, I'm more grateful, like the metaverse. I'm never going to really be into the metaverse. I live on that side. If you look at the view on that side, like I have this beautiful view of like all of the, if you just look at it, it's just this beautiful view of La Jolla. It's beautiful. I don't have a TV in my place. I just sit with the window and I can just look out the window of the view, and it's beautiful. And I prefer that than TV, and I prefer that than the metaverse. So I like natural beauty. So I've always given a gratitude for walking down a river or being in nature or going camping or something. But I'm giving gratitude to a lot more stuff these days. And just give gratitude that you get to, Monica, if she's here, Monica, give gratitude that you get to quit your job. Yes, there's going to be some hard work ahead, but like, wow, like I get to quit my job and work for myself. Like, listen, whoever like would give you shit today or whatever, that'll be a thing of the past in a few weeks. Like, yeah, you give us some energy now, but honestly, you tell me in 3 months' time how pissed you are about the person who messed with you today. You'd be like, I forgot about that actually. Right? But like quitting your job and working for yourself, like that's something that we can speak about in 3 months that's like powerful still in 3 months. So just find, you know, the gratitude, give gratitude to the problem that you're gonna have better legals in place. Same with Catherine, you know, give like, you know, anyway, I won't go through everybody, but really just be grateful to be a part of this. And it is simpler than you think. So that's my positive, you know, just we can all give gratitude together that we made it through these 2 days.
Yes.
It hasn't become more complex.
Right.
We've got more depth.
Yes.
We've got our goals. You can all step away. You're accountable. And I'm very proud of you. You know, I think there was some, each one of you in the live, like I saw like a life, like shifting, like Regeni, like slap across the face, you know, I forget Mary's was just the awareness of just like, you know, language and stuff, you know, of the victim mentality and stuff. And Tanya's was the stab in the chest, you know, what she's tolerated, and Chad had his own with Susan. But they were, you know, big shifts. So yeah, I'm positive is Susan, give context to me. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, really good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. I think we're really ready to even end early, 7 minutes early. You can go to bed earlier, right? We did it. So thank you so much for participating. Let's send some love in the universe for Carlos, who's not feeling super well still. So let's just send him some love out there.
Yep.
And obviously, right? Yay. In Korea, we do this, right? This is our little hearts. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Bye-bye.